Podcast. The views and opinions expressed by guests on the podcast are their own and do not necessarily reflect the views of Two Cops One Donut, its host, or affiliates. The podcast is intended for entertainment and informational purposes only. We do not endorse any guests' opinions or actions discussed during the show. Any content provided by guests is of their own volition, and listeners are encouraged to form their own opinions. Furthermore, some content is graphic and has harsh language. Viewer discretion advised and is intended for mature audiences. Two Cops One Donut and its host do not accept any liability for statements. All right, welcome back. I am your host, Erik Lavigne, and this is Two Cops One Donut live stream. How's everybody doing tonight? Tonight I got with me Banning Sweatland. I got Kat Clark, our newest addition to Two Cops One Donut. I have Daniel from Police Law News, who is also under the fold of the Two Cops One Donut, and our regional rookie here from California, Trey Mosley. What's up, buddy?
What's the deal, man?
What's going on, everybody? Kat, how you doing tonight?
Very good, very good. Can't complain.
Hell yeah. Banning, what's going on, brother?
Another day in paradise, brother. Ready to do it.
What I'm talking about. And Daniel, we got to give him a few seconds to respond. Daniel, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks, man.
Excellent. Daniel is on Starlink tonight, who is not a sponsor of the podcast, but it is interesting. We weren't sure if his live stream was going to work and how it was going to work, but it seems to be working well. So I want to get it out there for everybody that's watching, like probably wondering, like, why the hell aren't you on YouTube? My YouTube's down. We got banned for a week. We got a community strike because of a video from May. It was one of those stupid videos that I made just to get a laugh. It was a guy driving by an accident. And he's like, hey, you can't park there. And all of a sudden this girl just grabs a Glock out of her shorts and then fires it in the air. And I thought that was funny. So I put that on there. And it's been on there since May. And for some reason, I got a community violation. I don't know why. I don't know how. We've got plenty of other videos with guns being shot. Nobody was actually hit or anything like that. So it is what it is. But we got Matt's YouTube. We got several other people up here on the panel. We got their YouTube linked up. So hopefully that gets us by until that appeal can go through and we see what the hell happens. If not, we'll just be down a week for YouTube. But with that said, tonight we're going to see who's in the audience and what's going on. Yep, we got a lot of people's LinkedIn's pairing up. Sailor Outlaw George Eshak. That's an interesting name from YouTube. What's going on, buddy? I swear I saw our boy, Mr. Billfold, up there.
He's on there.
Is he? Oh, there he is. There he is. Yeah, he said, howdy and mahalo. Michelle Marie said, what's up? We're actually going to get Michelle on one of these lives. She reached out. We told her we are going to do a podcast. She got the mic and all that stuff, and we just haven't been able to get it loaded up and going yet. But now that we're doing the lives regular as well, she wants to jump up on that. So we'll get her on here. Tonight, I'm trying to think of topics that we were going to talk about. What was that?
Somebody is on here from Australia.
Oh, yeah. I just say Nunya Biz says hi from Australia. What time is it in Australia, Nunya Biz? Don't say Nunya Biz either. I'm just curious what time it is out there. Dave here showing Dave E here showing up as a LinkedIn user. Yeah, for some reason it doesn't show everybody's name. I'm not sure why it does. Banny, do you know why it does that?
No, it seems like they'll do a few comments and then eventually put their name on there. I think he's on mine, so it might be because I'm not sure why.
Gotcha. Okay, so with Two Cops, One Donut, guys, I want you all to know, yes, Matt Thornton is a part of Two Cops, One Donut. We put out a video on YouTube, and I got a ton of hate all of a sudden saying I was stealing his content. We did a mashup, guys. Matt is with us. We did a mashup where we found a video. We both made a reaction video to it, and then he sent it to me because I do the editing for the show, and I edited his reaction and my reaction together. We just did another one where Kat was a part of it in Banning. And I think that was in me. We just did us three. So it was another mashup. No, we are not stealing content. These guys are under Two Cops, One Donut. However, they still run their own social media stuff. That's the beauty of what we're doing. We're not trying to steal anybody's content. We're trying to put out our original stuff, like Daniel with Police Law News. He's got a ton of crap that he's putting out all the time. He's obsessed, like I am. So he puts his stuff out. But then we do stuff together. So that is what's going on. We weren't stealing anything. I just want you guys to know that. Matt had to get on there and kind of defend it. He's like, no, guys, he's not stealing my stuff. I was like, your onslaught is coming after me, bro. So let me see. I'm
That's a good question. The one that just came up.
Wait, the discombobulated one? Question.
Yeah,
I love. He always does it. This is why I like discombobulated. He titles it question. Can you answer questions through the public eye? Answer, not the cop safety. Are we not allowed to be safe too? Well, Trey, you thought it was a good question. You answer it, rookie.
So I think what he's getting at is for example, we have someone step out of the car. Like, how many? I'm gonna have you step out of the car for my safety. I think people feel like we're disregarding their safety when we say stuff like that. But it's like, no, bro. We are having you step out so we don't have to do anything else further, bro. Like, it's kind of like a de-escalation thing is how I see it. But, yeah, dude, I mean, the number one thing with our job, no matter where, every academy starts off by saying this, our number one goal is to preserve life. That is the job of the police.
Gotcha. Okay. I will expound upon that. Expand. I'll talk more. I'll talk further about that. Getting people out of the car is a lot of times is a case by case basis. If there's multiple people in the car and the driver's the only person I want to talk to, sometimes I may pull them out for that reason. One is knowing the legal justification behind it. Now, we do have somebody up here tonight that has passed the bar. So I'm going to say why we can do it, and he's going to nod his head yes or no and explain that I'm right. But Pennsylvania v. Mims is a Supreme Court case hearing about pulling people out of their vehicle on a traffic stop, and if that's reasonable, and if it's a Fourth Amendment rights violation. Pennsylvania v. Mims says it's not a violation of your Fourth Amendment rights. They're saying because it's temporary, that you're being inconvenienced by being pulled out of your car, that it's okay. So the police in that court case, they were originally doing it for officer safety, I believe, to do a pat down because they thought they saw a weapon or something like that. People often confuse that and think that because that was the original court case, that's the only way cops are allowed to pull you out of the car is they have to have reasonable, articulable suspicion that you have a weapon and they're patting you down for weapons. It's not true. Court case simply said that it's not a Fourth Amendment rights violation for you to be temporarily inconvenienced by being taken out of your car on a lawful traffic stop. So they kind of left the door open. It's generalized and vague. So I get the argument from the public, but yes, we can ask you to step out of the vehicle in that case. And then for passengers, the court case that backs that up is Maryland v. Wilson, which is basically saying the same thing that extends to the passengers. Daniel, did I nail that?
Yep, you got it.
I should be a lawyer, bro. Got this. I got this shit down. The reason I asked Daniel is because this is what he does, man. This is one of the reasons we wanted to bring him under. He's pretty much going to be our legal beagle expert whenever we're talking out of our ass about how laws are applied and stuff, because we're just cops. I would say cops get the Reader's Digest version of laws and how they're applied.
Yeah.
So, but is somebody making fun of me? Did Sigma Lord lawful? Oh, traffic stop. Yeah, a lawful traffic stop. That's the key point. You are right, but here's the thing. Daniel, back me up on this if I'm right or wrong. I'm again talking out of my butt. We don't get to decide if it's lawful on the side of the road. We decide if it's lawful in court. Is that fair, Daniel?
Yeah, that's absolutely 100% correct. I mean, if you think that a police officer is doing something incorrect or you have a legal argument with what the officer is doing, the absolute worst place to make that argument is on the side of the road. That's not what that is for. That's why we have courts. So that's the proper venue for that, not on the side of the road. And here's the thing. If for some reason the police officer is wrong and they violated your rights, that's going to be a settlement for you, and maybe the police officer will be disciplined or even fired. And that's the process that we have in place. It's not to argue with the police officer or fight with the officer on the side of the road. That's insane.
Yeah. Would Mr. Billford say? He said, "Oh Lord, more Penn v. Mims. Why can so many quote that one, but can't name 5 elements of the First Amendment?" That's a fair argument.
That is. I will agree that Penn versus Mims, that shit gets. I feel like people abuse that shit. I saw like a lot of officers. We just throw it out there way too much, and it's like, bro, you can't just pull people out. I know it says for no reason, but you can't do that for no reason because you still got to consider use of force. Like if you're gonna drag somebody out of the car, it's not gonna be for no reason, bro. Because if they say no, then what? You're just gonna drag them out because the court case says that? No.
Right. I'm a big fan of having some sort of articulable reason. Like, because at the end of the day, I've got to write the report. Exactly. So when I say why I pulled them out, I'm not just going to be like, because I fucking felt like it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
No. Kat, what's your thoughts on that?
So, yeah, there's got to be a reason, because going back to putting pen to paper, if you have no reason, then you have no reason to pull somebody out of the vehicle. It just doesn't make sense to me to just pick people out cars for your safety, for their safety. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's such a played out answer. I'm doing it for my safety. Okay. Explain what your safety concern is. Hey, you got 4 people in this car. I only need to talk to you, and they won't stop talking. They keep telling you and advising you of your rights. They're all backseat lawyers, and I can't hear, and I ain't got time to argue, because the roadside is the most dangerous place for an officer, not because of you in the car, but because of the cars coming by. So if they're going to continue to jaw, I need you to step out of the car so I can talk to you, because you're the one that made the violation. They didn't. They're not my concern, so step out. That is a reasonable thing to me. I saw somebody said something. TDG said, "What if the officer will not tell you why they stopped you?" I am not a fan of the technique. Now, officers will use this technique, and Banning, you tell me if you've used this one before, if you've seen it. I know you've seen it. Officers will be like, "Hey, I'm officer and such. I need your license and registration." "Well, what'd you pull me over for?" "I will tell you once I got your license and registration." It's like a hostage. It's like a hostage technique. Frank loves using it. I've seen Frank use that shit. So
I actually use that a lot.
You use that one too.
I use it a lot.
We got to do it in California.
You have to tell them why.
Yeah, it's a law now. Or
it's the new law.
Yeah, it's a law, yeah.
Right. Now, where I came from, this was taught by an FTO. This wasn't policy or anything, but FTO said, tell them why you pulled them over to help disarm them. It's a de-escalation technique. Hey, I'm Officer Lavigne. The reason I pulled you over is you were doing 67 and a 22, you know. Is there any reason that you were doing that? So now you just told them why you pulled them over, and you gave them an out. You gave them a reason to say why they were doing it. You never know. So cool. But in California, their violator process is they actually have to tell them. Yeah. But then you get places like where Kat's working. Banning, was that ever something that you guys had to do? Was that practiced?
It wasn't practiced, and I've trained. I don't know how many people I've trained, but I've always told them, I don't care what the situation was. If you have probable cause for a stop and you go up there, my name is Sergeant Sweatland. I'm with ABC Police Department, and the reason your vehicle was stopped for is this. May I see your driver's license and proof of insurance? And as they're gathering that, they'll usually tell me a reason. I mean, it's just a little Ray, just tell you real quick, we're going here, we're going there. And I leave it as communication. And I believe if you don't come across as a complete and utter ass, I don't ever have problems with people. I treat them with respect and until that respect is no longer deserved. I mean, my jacket's completely clean, 21 years. And I mean, yeah, people get upset, they get stopped. I mean, that's a part of life, but they know why they get, I'll have 3 or 4 reasons usually to stop somebody. And if I have to write somebody a ticket, it's 1 out of 4 or 5 violations. I'm I'm not that ticket guy. You know, if I catch you in a school zone and kids are involved, you're getting a ticket. I don't care if you have a badge. I don't care if you're the governor. I don't care if you're in Congress. That's our kids. That's our next generation. You're getting a freaking ticket. You can go take it up at the courts. But
okay, so
I'm different.
I think I worked out an explanation because Mr. Billfold even said, if you do not state the reason for the stop asking for information, it makes you look dishonest and like you're on a fishing expedition. Fair statement. So here's how we kind of meet in the middle with those like cat practices. Hey, I'm Officer Lavigne. I need your license and insurance before I can tell you why I pulled you over. And the reason being is people sometimes flee or something bad happens and we don't have your information. This is just a way that we have our checks and balances in place. However you want to explain it. But you've explained why you need that license and insurance up front. So I don't know. I'm just kind of brainstorming.
Usually I don't go into the explanation of why I need that. I go up, I introduce myself, I ask for the license, registration, insurance, and I said, as soon as you provide that information to me, I'll explain to you the reason for the stop. And almost 99% of the time, there's no issue. But I've had the case where, somebody is already ready to argue, I didn't do anything, Like, sir, as soon as you give me a license, registration, insurance, I will explain to you the reason for the stop. And those are the ones that take forever. I do the car stops exactly the same all the time, but there is that 1% that it doesn't matter how you introduce yourself. It doesn't matter that you ask them for the license, registration, or insurance, or the fact that you didn't tell them, because that person, no matter what you tell them they did, they're going to tell you they didn't.
Yeah. I'm trying to find it. Why do you say follow my directions? No, that wasn't it. I think it was discombobulated. Asked something about being a ruler, and I cannot find it.
Oh, I did see something about a ruler.
Sorry, I'm going through the. I don't have an Alan with me tonight. He's supposed to be joining a little later. So
servants to the community are nor the rulers. Something.
Oh yeah, servants to the community are not. I think he meant not the rulers.
Not the rulers.
Okay. So, Daniel, I'll let you tackle this one on the premise that I think what he's getting at is that police think that they're the rulers when they're on a stop versus servants, where you and I know that there has to be a level of control on a traffic violation.
Yeah, so I disagree with that entire premise that police officers think that they're rulers. I don't agree with that. I don't think that's how most police officers conduct themselves. I will say that it's not a law or policy in the state that I used to work in where you have to tell the individual why they're being stopped. But every single traffic stop I did, which was thousands, I would always tell the person why they're being stopped. I wasn't trying to hide anything. And, a lot of times a traffic stop, no one likes to be stopped. It's typically not, at least initially, not a positive police interaction. So, it's like most people want to know why they're being stopped. So that's something I would always say, pretty much like you, just right out the gate. I was never trying to hide anything. But it's just the premise that someone thinks that police think they're rulers, I think is absolutely ridiculous.
Fair. What do you got, Trey?
I agree. I mean, I hear that shit all the time. I'm like, bro, no, that's not how it works at all, bro. I think people don't realize how strict the law is on us. Like, there's a lot of stuff as police we cannot do. Like, even me growing up, I just thought police can do whatever they want. Like, that's really what I believed. And then when I got into this job, I'm like, damn, we can't do this, we can't do that. We got to follow this rule, follow that law. Like, it's a lot more strict than what people think. And no, we can't just do whatever we want.
Yeah. If I were to tell people, if you knew how much eggshells cops walk on these days doing the job, I don't know that I don't think you guys would believe me, but I get my guys ask me all the time, Sarge, what happens if I accidentally swear on camera? I mean, they're worried about cursing, and they got a sergeant that curses like every third word in roll call. So I am not a good example for them. And I'm telling you, and it does vary agency to agency. So, John Clifford had said, so true. Attitude, and Matt has the perfect attitude. Talking about Matt Thornton. Exactly. That's why we got Matt on here, because unfortunately, guys, Matt couldn't make it tonight, but he did let us link his YouTube page. So Adam said, don't smoke on camera. That's another one. Yeah. Don't use tobacco. Let me see.
And to be honest, bro, like there's a lot of cops that are like Matt, and I'm not trying to discredit him in any kind of way. There's a lot of cops that feel that way, that none of us like bullshit cops either. Like, we hate people who make our badge look bad, because somebody can do some shit in New York and I'm gonna get the same noise in California about it. So none of us like that stuff either, but we try to be vocal about it when we can. But dude, it's when you also employed with an agency, you gotta be careful. Like with me, I can't just bash at departments, so I gotta be careful. But in a broad concept, none of us like officers that get down like that either.
Yep. Mr. Billfold said, y'all have tyranny and corruption at every level in Fort Bend, Texas. It is literally bad policing from the sheriff down, and it makes the job of good cops harder. Agreed. I mean, I can't speak on Fort Bend. I don't know enough about those guys. I have heard there's some issues out there, but I don't personally, I can't recall anything off the top of my head. But in cases like that, you got to start looking at, if it's the sheriff's department, that's voting. Banning can speak more onto that than any of us. He came from a sheriff's department. What's your thoughts, Banning, on when you get a sheriff's department that is corrupt from the top down?
It's tough, and I can only speak on Texas on this, but it's even more tough when you try to recall an elected official, and that's in a lot of states. You have somebody in there that's not supposed to be doing what they're doing. It's tough. Here in the state of Texas Rangers will get involved, FBI's can get involved, Department of Justice, but that type of investigation going towards corruption is very hard, and I don't think it should be that hard. I think if you have reasonable and prudent people make it an affidavit of fact and the investigation goes through, there should be some type of law that we can put in there we have to remove a person to create that domino effect to eliminate the entire corrupt system based from the top down. And I could talk about it for hours. I don't want to bore people, but I'm right there with the citizens that see this. We have to remove that.
Somebody said, I think that's Trey's mic. Mike, Trey, do you have your mic like your wireless one connected, or you got like the laptop one?
Nah, I got my wireless.
You sure?
I'm gonna take it out.
It's not terrible. It's just it's picking up feedback is all. I can hear you typing.
Oh, my fault.
So I don't have this question highlighted. Oh, there it is. Now I have it highlighted. Discombobulated said, okay, question. Have you not watched Dirty Cops doing dirty shit and not being held accountable? Oh, for sure.
This is like a people love asking this one. This is a
right. One. Yeah. So have we seen that? Yeah. Shit. Let's talk about the corrections officer that just killed the dude in prison at the hospital. Have they been held accountable yet? I haven't heard any updates.
He may be meaning like, have you visually seen someone, like if you watch somebody sucker punch somebody, you just gonna let it ride?
Oh, hell no.
Like, come on, bro.
Yeah. So, okay. I hate this question. I get asked it probably 3 times a day. On our social media accounts. How many cops have you arrested? 4.
Ooh, a lot.
I've arrested 4 cops.
I've arrested
18 years. Yeah, I've arrested 4. I've written up plenty. And what does that mean? That doesn't mean anything. That has no bearing. It doesn't mean shit. That has no premise on anything, in my opinion. It doesn't matter. That the thing is, cops are fired, arrested, and charged every month.
Yeah.
Every month at least.
Easily. In the big agencies, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, big agencies, definitely. You just don't hear about it. Why? Cops are doing their job. Nobody gives a shit when cops do their job. When they do care is when there's perceived or that they aren't doing what they probably should. Or there's a really damning video and the investigation's taking longer than I think it should.
I've arrested personally cops.
Oh, go ahead, Banning.
I've arrested cops, unfortunately, for
This is going to be the hard part. Banning, hold on. Hold that thought. Let Daniel.
Yeah, I mean,
Daniel,
right
go.
now it's so comments like that dirty cops get away with stuff. I don't deny that probably happened in the 80s, maybe even in the 90s. But right now, over 85% of police officers have body cameras. They record everything they do. Everybody has a cell phone. There's surveillance video everywhere. So the idea that police officers right now are going around the country doing illegal shit and it's somehow being swept under the rug, I think that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Did it happen 30 years ago? Yes, but police officers have body cameras and literally almost everything is on body camera video. Go talk to a police officer if they arrest someone and for some reason they didn't run that body camera. Ask that officer what happens in court because those cases get dismissed. And you know what? They probably should get dismissed, and that's exactly what happens.
Okay, Banning, all yours, brother.
I was just, unfortunately, in 21 years that I was in, I've arrested cops for family violence. I've arrested cops for DWI, DWIs with major injuries, serious bodily injury in the state of Texas. I've arrested law enforcement, being, I'm not going to say the agency, but that was transporting dope from border areas to New York that happened to come through. Arrested officers for all getting together and doing illicit acts because they want to make the excuse that they're not making enough money. And guess what? If you can't do this, go work at Walmart. You were tarnishing the freaking badge. But I've arrested too many to even count, and it's disgusting. I mean, you lose sleep over that, knowing that they do the same job as all of us do in this forum right here, and it's absolutely disgusting. And even though if we're out there doing the right thing every day in this amazing profession, we're going to have a very small percentage of us doing the bad thing. And I think we need to, somebody said something about unlocking a certain prison out in the ocean and getting it going again. Why not fill that with freaking the dirty cops that we have? And
yeah,
and none of the doors get locked and they all get to go in there and process of elimination. I'll stop there.
Yeah, I want to get to Plain Jane. I'm going to assume it's a she. She had made the point earlier about getting an attorney. And I think we were talking about like, oh, you got an easy lawsuit if a cop violates your rights. Plain Jane actually has a very good point. Court is, it's a rich man's game. If you can afford a great lawyer, you've got a better opportunity than those that get a public defendant. I've seen it firsthand. So you are leaps and bounds ahead. However, when you do have an open and shut, easy lawsuit, and these lawyers know it, the good ones are going to work your case for free. So it's just a matter of finding the attorney you want and showing them that show me the money, easy case. So yes, Plain Jane, you definitely make a good argument. However, when we're talking about civil rights violations, you're going to have the lawyers you want. You're going to be picking who you want because they're going to be lined up, baby. Lined up. I will even suggest some for y'all. If you hit me up and you're like, look at this. And I'll be like, yeah, sue the shit out of them. I got your back. I'll get you a good lawyer. Let me see here. Discombobulated said, why is your first impression of a person, I'm going to assume, is a criminal? That's speculation, bro. I'm that's not my first impression. My first look may be like, are they doing something illegal? Let me look into this. Are they doing something that they shouldn't be? It's my job. I'm a cop. I'm supposed to be looking for people doing illegal shit. So, but I don't look at people like they're a criminal, period. Are there some cops that talk to people like criminals? Sure. Kat, what have you seen in that? Have you seen cops talk to people like they're just straight up criminals?
So honestly, I work with a pretty good group of guys. I don't have to deal with like looking at watching people do it. I don't hear it. I don't see it. Did work in a place where I was unfortunate enough to see it a little bit. And this was, immediately upon hire. And checking somebody when you are a brand new cop is a difficult thing to do. But unfortunately or fortunately, I don't hold my tongue when it comes to situations like that because I've been on the other side of it. So as a brand new rookie cop, I did check an individual. After checking this individual that had plenty of years on the job, I experienced a little bit of a hell in my command. But, these are brand new people and they're viewing you as someone new and not even just looking at the situation that just happened. They are looking at it like, this is the cop that we've known forever, so we're going to back him. And it wasn't until, I guess, the House of Cards fell that they started to realize, like, maybe this girl has a little bit of a head on her shoulders.
Yeah. Harrison Brock said, Daniel, many cops in Kentucky do not have body cameras. There are many bad cops there in Kentucky, but we also have good cops. So
well, I think that's a really good point. And the last time I looked at this was about 2 years ago, and the last numbers I saw is that 80% of police officers around the country have body cameras. That was 2 years ago. I can only assume it went higher from then. I don't know anything about Kentucky. I've never been to the state of Kentucky. It's my opinion that all police officers should have body cameras and that they should record every citizen contact that they have while they're doing a law enforcement activity while they're working. I do think it's important to say that if for some reason a police officer doesn't have a body camera, it doesn't make any sense to blame the cop. You have to blame the politicians who actually manage and run police departments. That's whose fault it is. If there's a crappy body camera policy, it's not the police officer's fault. It's up to the department to make it a good policy that says that not only that makes it so police officers have to wear body cameras, but also that police officers, it tells them when they have to record interactions with the public. So yeah, I think everyone should have body cameras for sure.
Yeah, I agree. I cannot believe that there's cops that are still out there without body cameras.
I wouldn't go on duty if I didn't have a body camera. I mean,
hell no.
It's crazy.
I panic.
To go out there right now as a cop without a body camera, I think is nuts.
Yeah. Mr. Bill Fold said, what fucking planet do you guys live on? You think bringing suit against cops is easy? LIA just had a federal case dismissed because of qualified immunity. You are assuming we're talking about personal lawsuits. I'm talking about just suing the department. You do not need qualified immunity protection when you're suing a department. And those are won in settlements every fucking day. So that's the planet I'm living on. I've watched people make... Go ahead, Ben.
They're actually won outside of court a lot for amounts that never get released. Is that determining guilt? Is it not? I have no clue. I haven't personally seen a case like that where somebody gets sued, but I get to hear about it and read about it where it gets settled outside of court. And these departments are writing checks all over the country for things that maybe you've done wrong, or they just don't have the money to go to court, and they're writing a check for stuff to go away. And do I agree with that? No, but that's not my side of what I do within law enforcement.
Right. Some of these NorCal press cops hate the public. Come on, that's a lazy argument. Don't just make general vague bullshit like we're not going to partake in the trolling. Like that's just dishonest. It just is not true. Here you have a panel of cops that have volunteered their time, their money, and their effort to have these conversations and provide a platform like this that's never been done and is continuously growing and getting better and trying to bring in more and more people to help bridge that gap. And then you're going to come in here and just generalize that cops hate the public? Come on now. Oh, shit. I just had one. I'll go to click on a comment and then somebody else comments and it disappears on me. So let's see. What did Mr. Billfold say? He said the municipal immunity and officers are indemnified. That's a big word for me. Daniel, what does that mean? You're a lawyer.
I don't know what that means.
Indemnified means that the police officers are protected. Basically, what that means is, let's say there's a lawsuit against a police officer, and there's a judgment of $5,000 against that police officer. Indemnified means that the city or the state is going to cover that $5,000. So on the police side, it's good to be indemnified because that means that essentially you're protected by your agency.
Gotcha. Okay, but
they still get the money regardless, though. You just want it to come from the cop rather than the department.
Exactly.
Well, the idea behind it is that they think if the cop is sued personally, then they won't be likely to do what they're doing. They think that they can do whatever they want because they'll have the immunity. Where I'm trying to tell people, like, they'll still get fired. They get
Yeah,
fired
yeah.
left and right for less for stuff. I guarantee that you would be like, why'd they fire that cop for that?
Yeah, for real.
So I don't know. Like, I guess it's all on your view. Like, we're in a fishbowl. Us as cops, like, you know, we see it one way because it's just natural for what we do. And that's kind of what the point of the show is. We got people from outside of our fishbowl saying the way they see it. And it's very hard for cops to like see outside of that fishbowl because like they immediately get defensive, which I understand that, but you can't just dismiss what people say simply because they don't share the same point of view as you. But we are 35 minutes in. We're 5 minutes past what we normally do. So we're going to go to our body cam video part that we do, and we'll continue to hit the comments and stuff like that. So, oh, here comes the trolls. And qualified immunity. Cool. Guess what, Chuck Bronson? You're not saying anything new.
Yeah, facts.
That's not the discussion for tonight, but I'm not going to let you think we're just ignoring you. I disagree with ending qualified immunity. I do think it needs some amending, but getting rid of it, no.
You can't do the job without it. It's impossible.
Yep. It was created for a reason. So we'll just leave it at that. But I want to get to the other part of the show that is why people also like to tune in. We watch body cam videos that we've never seen before. And in that, we pretend that we are the cops in the video. Now, we're not Monday morning quarterback, and we don't go through the whole video, watch it, and then say, oh, the cop should have done this, should have done that. We go through, and you kind of get to see how police training goes, how we think. We are all different people from across the nation, and the way we train is different, but we all tend to try to get to the same result. So there's different paths to take to all reach the same goal. It's kind of interesting. So, Mr. Billfold, I'm going to punch you, Mr. Billfold. He's my buddy. So, okay, so this seems to be a favorite thing of people. Captain Smoke Wagon. I am drinking a new bottle that I've never had before, Smoke Wagon. So shout out to them. They are not a sponsor. They continue to. They know that I drink Smoke Wagon on every live stream, but they continue to slow play me, trying to get
Erik
them to
is
be
paying the light bill for Smoke Wagon.
Yeah, I am definitely paying the light bill for them. But Chuck said, thanks for calling me a troll. Nice. Did I call you a troll? I don't think I said Chuck Bronson is a troll. I didn't say that. I'm just like, you shouted and qualified immunity when we weren't even talking about qualified immunity. So what was your point other than trolling? It's pretty easy to see through, bro.
Anyone
Mr.
who
Billfold,
says qualified immunity doesn't understand what qualified immunity is. They think it's immunity against being fired, against being charged by the locals or the feds. Anyone who knows what qualified immunity is knows that getting rid of it like literally wouldn't do anything. It's a ridiculous thing to say. And kind of real quick, kind of like you said, Erik, it's like if a cop does something so bad that they're violating rights, they can get fired, they can be prosecuted, they can lose their pension. Okay, like the penalties that you might get from a civil lawsuit, a couple $1,000s, is literally the least severe penalty for doing something shitty and violating rights. So if people are like, oh, cops don't care, they're not held accountable, and they're just going to do whatever they want, but the least severe penalty, that's what's going to stop bad cops. I don't understand the logic behind there. So
yeah, see, and for those that were wondering, one of the people that I was going to have on the qualified immunity show is Daniel. he's our pro. So but we want to have him go against a person that is a pro in the opposite side of that, so we can have a fair debate and get both sides of those out there. So that's the idea.
Whoever said about credentials, that happens a lot.
Discombobulated. Yeah, we'll go to that quick before we get to the video. Man, This is the hard part. I want to get to the videos because there's a lot of people that want to see the videos. But the big part of the show, what's actually kind of taken over, is just talking to you guys. and answering your questions. So, Andy Fletcher thinks you're ridiculous, by the way, Daniel. So, hey guys, like,
well,
fair.
I'm on just about every single social media channel. So find me over at Police Law News, and we can go ahead and debate this stuff, or do your next time before we do videos.
Hell yeah. I just want to say we do have a celebrity in the audience, guys. The one, the only, Von Kleem. Mr. Billfold, you might want to get your mop handy because I know how much Von Kleem has turned you on. So he loves Von. Dude, he loves Von. He loves him. So
I don't know. I don't know who has more of a man crush, Erik or Mr. Billfold.
Yeah. All right, guys. You know I don't let you just get away with anything. Who's lying? He's not a pro. He's a liar. Who's lying? There is nobody on my panel that comes up here and lies. If anything, we're just wrong, but we aren't lying. We may think we're right. Shit, I've said stuff I thought I was right about. And he goes, I'm out, Von. But who's lying? There's nobody up here outright lying. That is you're being dishonest. You're being dishonest. That's not what we're doing up here. We might be wrong, but we are not lying to you. Tim Owen said, now wait just a minute about that DEA agent who was speeding in a residential area and killed an innocent woman and claims qualified immunity. I don't know that one. Oh, Trey jumped off. I don't know that one. I can't really. Does anybody?
I don't know that case either, but listen, qualified immunity is a protection against personal civil lawsuits. Qualified immunity does not protect police officers from being disciplined, fired, or prosecuted. So again, even if for some reason that cop got qualified immunity, all it means is they would be protected from personal civil lawsuits. No protection from anything else. And I think if we're going to have a conversation about this, people should at least be honest about what qualified immunity is. Pretending that it's protection for everything is not reality. And I think reality matters.
I agree. Mama G said, for crying out loud, I'm of the opinion this is not supposed to be a hate chat. I'm here trying to understand how cops think. Knowledge is power. Agreed. Yeah. So listen, the trolling and stuff, you guys, I let the chat rule themselves. I don't kick anybody out unless you become racist or cause for violence. Those are the only two things I'm going to kick you out for. So y'all police each other. I'm not, I'm going to police you like I police the public. Unless I've got a complaint, I don't care. That's really how it rolls. So, all right, I'm going to get to a video. Let's go. First and foremost, it is all from Police Activity's YouTube channel. So make sure you guys go to Police Activity YouTube channel. That's at Police Activity, all one word. I am going to show it here. Boom, 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 boom. Share screen. There we go. I'm going to hide the chat overlay for a second. While we do this, let's put us all along the side here. So this is where we're getting all our videos from tonight, guys, is Police Activity. They are the shit. 3.36 million subscribers. Might as well add yourself to the list if you're not already on there. They show the raw body cam footage with no interruptions unless a fucking YouTube ad pops up. And that's how we like it. So without further ado, we are going to go to our very first video, which we haven't watched. We don't know what it is. And we're going to break it down with y'all. So we're going to biggie size this guy and let's go. I'm going to pause that so we can read it. 2:38 p.m. Officers responded to a suspicious person call in Fair Lakes. An unknown caller made statements to our dispatch center that he had killed 2 people. Okay. So just knowing that, Kat, you know you're going into a call where a person just admitted to killing 2 people.
Yep.
So how are you responding when you get there?
I am arriving. I'm going to try to look for cover. Ascertain exactly where this person is, and if I have enough time to wait for backup. Said he's already killed 2 people. You're going to want as many people there as possible with you. And then I'm going to get out of the car and start looking.
Okay. Banning. How about you, buddy?
Same thing. I mean, you have a lot of differences between municipal and county. And, at my last agency, if I was sent that call, I'm going to be going there by myself, about 1,000 square miles. We're going to try to get more backup there. I'm going to go up there, and if I can lay eyes on the person and effectively communicate safely, I'm going to do that. Unfortunately, with calls like these, I mean, sometimes we have mental health, a huge problem in the United States. You don't know if it's going to be that or not, but we just try to establish the mental health of what's going on. But obviously, I mean, he's claiming what would unfortunately be it's a felony. So if I needed to detain that person, if I've identified him as the one that called 911, I'm going to detain him because of the, considered a re geste statement of committing a murder ×2, and figure out what's going on. And we're going to alert our CID and get other agencies involved if needed, but try to find out where these victims are. If there's one still alive, both still alive, hopefully to where we can render aid. I mean, it's going to be the basic 101 investigation to start off on this.
Gotcha. Now, for me, the part that I'll add on is that I work for a municipality, so I've got the luxury of having backup, 30 seconds, a minute away at all times. So for me, I'm going to get the cavalry there. Hey, guys, let's all meet up at this point and then move in together. So that's going to be, I'm going to be in a rush to get to the scene, but not in a rush to get into the scene, if that makes sense. So once we all arrive, we'll start making a game plan. I'm going to pull up Google Maps on my way there and try to figure out how we can prevent anybody from getting out of the area, and then also figure out the best way to approach it, because this is not a normal call. When you hear that somebody's called in because they've killed 2 people, like I don't know that I've ever had that call. I've never had that call. Daniel, you've ever had that call?
Never had that call. Only other thing I would add is if it wasn't said before, you definitely want to have dispatch run that phone number, see if it comes back to anyone, see if you can figure out who this guy is before you make contact. And then, I worked in the city, not in the county. So kind of the same thing, Eric. It's like there would be no situation where I would take a call like this where there wouldn't be a whole bunch of backup. You want to try to get eyes on the person before they get eyes on you. Use time, cover, distance. You're not in a hurry. If you need to use PAs to give the person commands, that's the kind of stuff you do. But you know what? At some point, you're going to have to make contact with this guy and just shake hands with the devil.
Yeah. Sometimes you just got to go in and earn your paycheck. I'm going to assume that these type of calls tend to be like a mental health thing. So Banning, I think you pointed that out. Somebody else in the comments, I think it was Tim Owens, was saying, thank you for the mental health end. Mental health should not be a death sentence. Agreed. I don't know any cop that goes in just wanting to kill somebody. The only one that I may have an exception for is the dude that killed the boiling water lady. I really feel like he wanted to kill somebody. Yeah, that fucking dude. So with that said, Steve Wallace Steve Wallace almost missed his first episode. He's never missed one yet. This first I seen his comment. So he was waiting. We had so many people logged on. He's waiting for his moment. Welcome, Steve. Appreciate you, brother. So okay, we've only got 7 seconds into this video, so let's see what happens. Oh, I see a guy in a hoodie. Oh, there he is. Okay, I'm going to pause that. Okay, now we have a knife. This is a deadly force situation.
Yeah.
I don't think, and I'm just going to speak for everybody real quick, there's not a single one of us right now with just 2 officers that would go to a taser here. Tasers will fail, and this is a rough approximate stat here. 40% of the time, they're not going to work. And when they rush up on you, time and distance is a factor. And you are not going to have your taser out at the beginning. If anything, you have your gun and then you drop back down to your taser because you've assessed the situation. We didn't have time to do that.
Mm-hmm.
We already knew this was a deadly force situation because of the call details. 2 people were killed. So I'm going to guess their guns were out. My gun would have been out in the ready low position. And now you got a dude bum rushing you. And I don't even know. We saw the knife in the camera. That doesn't mean the officer saw it. So anybody on the panel got anything different on that?
Nah, yeah, I agree with that.
You better, rookie.
It's not much you can do, man.
Yeah. I'm telling you right now, I am the type of person like going against guns feels safer to me than going against knives.
Yeah, Logan, that's probably true. I guess the only thing I would say, like, I mean, just to play devil's advocate, it's like, why are you pursuing though? You know what I'm saying? What crime has occurred for you to pursue? Like, what is your exact reasoning for that?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And then Sigma Lord said, stay in the car and hit his ass. That would be an option if you knew that guy was even involved. But they're out on the scene. Look, that police car is parked. They've been there a second.
Yeah, they've probably been there.
So, it's not like they just rolled up, stopped because they saw this guy in a hoodie. I bet he just all of a sudden fucking appeared. So let's keep going here. Oh, Lord, he's scrambling. I am not ashamed to run. I have run from a knife before. I've run from
it's called a tactical retreat, my guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, not running. Tactical retreat is great.
Fuck y'all, I'm running. I'm out.
He said, I don't care.
I ran an entire block to get away from a dude before. Ran an entire block. Somebody just tried to jump in. Oh, Hashtag I stand with Alan Nelson. Guess who's here, guys? Alan's in the background. So for me, Alan, feel free to show yourself too, by the way, bud. For me, I'm sprinting. Straight line, zigzagging, whatever it is, I am sprinting away from this dude. I have done it before. I've done it from knives. I've done it from what do you call those things? When you're cooking in a grill, the big 2-prong pokey thing.
Oh yeah, that's the same thing as a knife. Shit.
Yeah, yeah. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah,
they'll go right through a vest. No problem.
A dude chased me with that. I was out. He wasn't catching me, bro. I seriously, yeah. I ran a whole city block. I was out. I turned around. He is bent over, tired. That's why I run long distance. People are like, when are you ever going to run a mile? I'm like, you never know. I'd rather be able to run a long way and tire you out. I like the wolf approach, man. They wear their prey out. Man. So you're chasing me, you're going to earn it. So
cops are not equipped to deal with mental health crisis or mental health issues.
Where do you see that one? Yeah.
Okay.
NorCal Press. Cops are not equipped to deal with mental health issues. Y'all don't have the demeanor.
So my question is this, right?
Some don't.
Because that's true. That's very much the truth. Some don't. So most departments, probably in the country, but for sure in California, the big departments, we have PERT clinicians, which are licensed clinicians, and they deal with people like who are experiencing mental health crisis. But they're not going to go talk to somebody holding a knife, bro. That is the reason why police are there to begin with. We have to make it safe for people to speak to. So you say you don't want police there. Who else do you send? Like, who else is going to go out there? You're going to get a doctor to go talk to somebody with a knife? No, it's not going to happen, bro. They're not going to go do it. It's the reason why they have us do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's there's Alan. What's up, buddy?
What's up, guys?
Mr. Billfold was missing you tonight. So, yes, I do agree. I will say there's a lot of cops that aren't fit to deal with mental health crisis. But then again, that isn't our primary function. Our primary function is law enforcement. Does it benefit us to be able to handle that stuff? Absolutely. And I think the more law enforcement progresses, the more we learn about mental health crisis. Shit, guys, we just got rid of, in the grand scheme of things, we just got rid of nut houses or whatever the hell they used to call them. Mm-hmm. Mental, you know what I'm talking?
Well, but think about that, Eric. At least the state of Texas is moving towards law enforcement to be the new mental health advocate. And we have done a hell of a lot more training in the past 15 years to help equip veteran officers all the way down to rookies. But you're exactly right. These federally funded and state funded mental health facilities have dwindled. And now it's up to a county jail, which is not a suitable place to truly take care of somebody for mental health. And it's disgusting.
Right. How are they working mental health stuff where you're at, Kat?
So honestly, there's a lot of different things going on. They have these clinics that you could kind of go into. They medicate them and then they send them out. There's like the halfway-ish houses that house them.
Hold on before you go too far. So are you talking like you as a cop, you run across the guy that, you know, is a notorious schizophrenic and you recognize that he's off his meds. So you guys actually have a facility you could take him to get his meds put in?
No. So there's places that they actually live. Kind of like a group home. I don't know exactly what it's called, but
Okay.
they live in these places.
I know what you mean.
Usually for low income, but everybody that lives in these places, they have psych issues. So when they leave, there's different ways that, you know, you could go about it. There is this thing that we can actually take them in based off of observation that they are either off meds or if they say anything suicidal, homicidal, any of those things, but it has to be imminent. It can't be like, oh, I want to kill myself, and they say it in, you know, banter or whatever. Like, you have to be able to articulate, like, yes, they said that, and I believe it to be true, and this is why. And you can actually take them to get a psych evaluation. And while you don't really get the outcome of the psych evaluation, but they're there for a while. A lot of times they do medicate them, and usually it's pretty good when they give them like intravenous medication. If it's something that they have to take daily, then this is somebody that you're just going to see again, and you're going to kind of go through the whole thing all over again with them, and kind of take them back to get another psych eval for the same medication. Hopefully the doctor gives them something intravenous.
Yeah, I think one of the big things to point out in policing is that when we deal with somebody like that is a frequent flyer, constant mental health issue, off of their meds, which usually is that's the reason for most of it, or it's drug induced and they already have a mental health issue, is they commit violent crimes. And an officer, even if they know that person's having a mental health issue, safety and security come first. And we get put in positions where they're like, well, he had mental health issues. Fair. But we are not going to take that chance. And that's where the debate really starts to happen, is how much should an officer have to put up with? And then what the public tends to see it is, we need more training on that stuff. Well, how many different hats do you want your police wearing? Do you even want your police showing up?
Yeah.
And if you don't want the police showing up, who's going to show up? What do you got, Trey?
Tim Owens got a cool question.
Where's he at?
He said that
The
SWAT
SWAT
teams should have licensed clinicians.
Oh, yeah.
So
a
lot of there is SWAT teams, they have licensed clinicians. They're not SWAT officers, but they're like a third party that is contracted out, and they may work with a SWAT team, bro. But at the end of the day, these people cannot interact with somebody who has a gun, bro. Like, that has to be addressed first before you can talk to somebody about their mental health stuff. You have to address the gun first to make it safe to even let that person speak to them. Like, you can't just go in there, put a vest on, and like, bro, that's crazy. That's what people are asking us to do, essentially. That's not how it works, bro. It's not how it works. And y'all also got to understand sometime that there is no magical words that can get someone in handcuffs at times. Like, you can try all you want, and sometimes the words just don't do it, bro. And at the end of the day, if you have to make someone go from point A to point B and they don't want to go, you have to make them go. So I know people wish that, you know, you put a clinician out there and they're gonna have certain words to do. I've seen it in front of my eyes, bro. If somebody doesn't want to go, they don't want to go with the program, they're not gonna go.
Yeah, Daniel, you keep shaking your head. What you got, man?
When Trey said there are no magic words, that's a phrase I use all the time. So I love it, man. That's 100% correct, dude.
Maybe you taught that rookie something. Maybe he didn't know. Trey got that from you. He didn't
know.
No,
I don't think so. I think he's just a smart guy, and that's 100% correct. Though there are no magic words.
So, for everybody watching, I want to go through years of experience so you guys can kind of see when you hear one of these officers say something, when you hear somebody on the panel say something. I want you to understand that their years of experience and what they're saying behind why they're saying what they're saying. It's going to be different. What Banning says is going to be different from what I say. Banning's got more time as a law enforcement officer. I've got 18 years. Banning, how long have you got?
21 years and 4 years Marine Corps before that.
So you got that. Kat, how long have you got?
7 years.
Daniel?
20 years and a law degree.
There you go. Trey?
3 years.
Rookie as fuck. Alan?
16 years.
Now, knowing that, guys, here's the other difference. I work in a city that's got 1 million to 1.2 million. Banning, how many did you have in your county?
A little less than 14,000. Before that, I was at a municipality for about 70,000 people.
So he was dealing with some country shit out there. Kat, how many you think you got where you're at?
Yeah, I'm not even gonna make up a number. A lot.
Millions.
A lot.
Daniel, what about you?
600,000.
Okay. And then Trey?
I'm in a pretty big city too. Up in the millions for sure.
Millions. See? Fucking
Yeah.
crazy. Alan, what about you, buddy?
I'm over there. We're banning, that smaller side of it. I think our county is like 15,000.
So
Hey,
yeah, so that is we're trying to give you guys across the nation experience, across the spectrum as far as how many people and calls they've had to deal with, the quickness that they have backup available, like Banning and Alan didn't have backup regularly available. Where the rest of us all had backup like just around the corner all the time. That makes a difference on how we look at calls and how we handle calls.
So let me ask you this question. So if y'all are going to take somebody in for a mental health evaluation, say you make that determination that they need help, how far away would you have to take somebody?
If you are on the farthest side of town, maybe 20 or 30-minute ride, maybe 45 if traffic's real bad.
So once we would make a decision like that in my rural part of the state of Texas, I could be in the car one way, maybe 3 hours.
what?
Yeah.
3 hours?
That's
I would be-
crazy.
I'd
Because we
mental
don't-
health.
We don't have that kind of facility in our area. And so we would have to take them to the nearest, like once you got mental health involved, they would have to try to find a hospital that had a bed open. And they would call all over the state. I had been, so I live near the Lubbock area. I've been all the way to Wichita Falls. I've been to Abilene. I've been to San Antonio from Lubbock to take one person to a mental health facility.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
NorCal Press, he hit my heart on this one, so I had to show this. Every cop should have a minimum of a purple belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I lean on a blue belt.
Yeah, purple is kind of that's unreasonable, bro.
I'm a purple belt, but I think minimum should be blue. But I'm with you. I understand where your heart's coming from,
Yeah.
NorCal. I wish I could make it be a purple, but I think a blue is more realistic and something that departments should pay for. But
Mhm.
you're 100% right. You want to lower use of forces from police, make them be mandatory blue belts in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu from a reputable gym, not some McDojo. I've been rolling since 06, baby. The only reason I'm still a purple belt is because I can't stay consistent enough because of shift change, and I'm still in the military and I got kids. So it's just excuses, but that's why I'm not a black belt. Somebody else had Tim Owens. So we're still talking about the mental health side. So Tim said, this is an issue for me that scares me personally. I've been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress, PTSD, as I'm sure many police officers and military veterans have, but my concern is that if I'm having a mental crisis, I don't want to have to catch a bullet to the end to end it if there is a different outcome that sometimes maybe our police officers aren't looking for that.
Oh, my fault.
I want to put your mind at ease that I think that PTSD has been beat down in police officers, military, firefighters, every first responder you can think of. It's been beat down in their head the last 10 to 15 years. And we can thank the war in Iraq and Afghanistan that's been going on for the last 20-something years. They brought a lot of that to light that spilled over into the first responder world, and a lot of us military that had all that, we brought it over into the police world. So if there's one thing I'm really confident in these days is anytime we deal with somebody that has PTSD, me personally, like I've dealt with several military guys or other first responders that have had crisis and been able to help them out, been able to talk them down. Banning, what about you being a Marine?
PTS, and I refuse to put a D on it for many reasons, and I believe it's a lot easier for the
Your wife would get mad about that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Anyway,
You put it out there, bro.
yes, yeah,
Alan's
no,
like, "And
it's
I'm out."
and I truly believe through time, proper therapy, that the majority of folks can truly get help on it, and programs are getting better. But I'm seeing much better programs that are privately funded or 501c3 from anything that the VA has to offer. And anybody that's connected to me on LinkedIn, if you're a peace officer, normal person that's got a regular job, I don't care what you have. There's a lot of programs out there that people don't know about, and I get on a high, so to speak, naturally, helping people to get into these right programs. And a lot of them are free to no cost, or they'll just bill your insurance if you have some type of insurance. If you don't have insurance, there's other programs out there for that. And they don't get advertised enough because they're a 501c3 nonprofit, or even some of the for-profit ones that are lower in cost, only because they can't afford that overhead of getting stuff out there and doing the SEO controls on Google and whatnot. But I've got a slew and a list. So if you're connected to me on LinkedIn and you want some of that information, you need some help, I get literally hundreds of messages a month where I can direct guys and gals that are going through these problems. And I love doing that. There are a lot of programs out there that people don't know about, and I'll be happy to share with whoever, because mental health is a major deal that we are not, as a country, dealing with properly right now. It's very sad.
All right. I wanted before we finish this video, this is what happens to us all the time. I promised I would get faster at showing the whole video, but your guys' questions are important. Plain Jane said, "Damn it, where'd it go?" I told her I would fucking have it too. Something about cops knowing the Constitution.
Oh yeah, I seen it.
There it is. Why don't cops have to know the Constitution? They do. Absolutely do. Here, Daniel, I'm really going to want your input on this, but I'm going to kind of lead the way. I think officers are taught the Constitution. Absolutely. That is at every police academy across the nation.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is the Constitution says one thing, and now they have to apply that practically to situations that are not clear. So when they get out there and they're like, "All right, sir, I was called here. They said there was a suspicious person here. You're the only person I see. I'm going to need your ID." and hopefully at a good academy, they would have covered something like that. You don't have a right to ID this person. However, there are some very poorly trained academies still out there, guys.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen them. We've called them out on this show a lot. People are like, "Well, it's clear that it's in the Constitution." Well, no, that's not clear in the Constitution. It's also not very clear to officers, unless they've been trained properly, that that's not a reason to ID. So it is not as easy as you think, just because you know the Constitution and then you start to deal with situations in the field. And I would challenge any single one of you that think you know the Constitution inside and out. I will put you through scenario-based training, and then you tell me if you're going to pass it because you know the Constitution. Now, you got to remember, if you think you're upholding the Constitution and you still have legal things that you are supposed to do, you're still upholding the Constitution, but you have legal obligations.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to navigate those. Like, it's a pain. It's not as easy as it looks. I promise. It's not as easy as it looks. Daniel, tell me what you got, buddy.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, that there is a difference between taking a constitutional law or having to write a constitutional law essay in law school where you have some time and you could think about it. And there's also a difference between when you're sitting at home from the comfort and safety of your own house, you're watching body camera video and you already know how it's going to end. Being able to say that's what the cop should have done. That's different than being a police officer in the moment where you may not know all of the facts of the case. You may not know everything that someone else might know once the case is done because you're watching a video that's a week old. So in the moment, it isn't always as clear. And, just like you said, Eric, I think it's really important that police academies, it's impossible for them to go over every single possible scenario with an officer in the academy during training. What police academies should try to do is really try to teach these concepts to police officers and also one of those concepts is that it's okay to take a break. It's okay to ask for help. It's okay to ask questions. Just because you're out with someone and you're not sure it's okay to ask. It's okay to stop, and not everything has to be 100 miles an hour. And I think that, when police officers, and I think more experienced police officers do know that kind of stuff. And someone said in the comments that police officers need more training. I agree. The issue is that more training and, better training and better cops, that takes more funding. And unfortunately, maybe not the person in the comments, but a lot of the time, the same people criticizing police officers for saying that they're not trained enough are the exact same group of people who are also on the side of defunding police, which makes no sense.
Right. And I think I like the name DB, the Irish guy. I don't know what DB stands for, so I'm not gonna make any assumptions. But says if it's not clear, means no arrest. Agree.
Yeah, I mean,
suspect case, make a report and don't arrest. 100%. And I like what Daniel said there, and I think what he was, the way I interpreted it is slow the fuck down. There's no need to come to a decision, but cops get pressured. So this is another thing to consider. Like a city like mine, if I go log in right now, there's 30 calls holding for service, like just on one side of town. And there's like 7 sides of town where I'm from. So, you know what I mean? Like the pressure from your bosses and shit is like, get out there and answer fucking calls. The citizens deserve that. But at the same time, they're going to get pissed off at you because you're taking more time on a call than what they think is necessary. So that's what we run into. That's the battle as cops. And before I get to the video, like I said, I'm going to do 10 minutes ago, Sigma Lord, associate's degree in law minimum. Fine, but you got to pay cops for it. That's the trade-off. Everybody that wants, there's people that want cops to have a law degree. There's people that want cops to have psychology degrees. There's people that want cops to have English major degrees. They want them to have what other constitutional law specific degrees, whatever. I guess that covers under law, but you want them to have the stuff that's great. You gotta pay them. You have to make. You can't expect somebody like Banning, who's working in a, for a sheriff's department, making fucking $40,000, $40,000 a year, or whatever the fuck you're making, Banning. I'm just throwing that out there. How are you gonna get him that degree? How are you going to convince somebody to go out and get that degree when they can go get a job anywhere else with that same degree, making a fuck ton more, being a legal help? Or Daniel, what are those called? Those legal helpers? Paralegals. There you go. That's what I meant.
I was one of 2 cops in my state who had a law degree, and the law degree cost 6 figures. So again, the idea that all police officers should have to get a degree that costs 6 figures to go work as a police officer, that's not a reasonable thing to say.
I got you. Okay, let's get to this fucking video. Let's finish this son of a bitch. Let me get this off here. Tim, we'll get to your comment, I promise, buddy. You wrote a lot, so I don't want to let it go to waste. Oh, damn. Okay, for me, I'm telling you, I'm running. I'm pushing off. I'm trying to make him fall. I'm not going to my gun. Going to your gun is going to get you killed here, guys.
Yeah, you too close at that point.
Yeah, Trey, what do you got, bud?
In the part where he was wrestling with him, you got to just fight that out. It's too close to shoot. So
yeah,
and your partner can't shoot because unless you're a pinpoint sniper, best shooter in the world, maybe. But that's kind of so close now. You got to kind of fight that out.
All right, Kat, you're his partner. You see your boy wrapped up and you're responding from over here by the car to come help him. What is your move here?
So, unfortunately, I don't want to be within that 21 feet, right? It depends on, like, what stage in the fight is he? Is he able to kick off and continue running? If he is, then we're going to let him do that. Rather than approach and be mixed up in this mumbo jumbo and get stabbed too. Like, if it turns to the point where he does stab him, then unfortunately I'm going to have to go lethal. Right?
Okay.
It's unfortunate.
What if you don't have a shot?
What do you mean?
Give him a size 9. Right?
Yeah.
We're
What if your partner's in the way? What if your partner's between you and that bad guy?
Then we're gonna have to brawl. But like the thing is, he's got a knife. So
Gotcha.
rather than him get stabbed and me get stabbed, and then we have to fight with stab wounds, and then possibly use tourniquets and stuff like that. It's probably going to be lethal if I see him stab my partner. It is.
Gotcha. So I will say for me, if my partner is wrapped up and I have a position of advantage for moving in to just, try to use a Brahma Bull attempt, come up, give a good front kick, come up, just shoulder check, whatever I can do, because I can't risk a shot. Now, this is going to be the difference in years of experience, Kat. It's not that your answer is wrong. I don't think that yours is wrong. It's just in my time and seeing stupid shit like this where you're like, you're fucked all the way around. Doesn't matter. You're effed all the way around. So what I would be doing, if I'm close enough, if I can get him off my partner without, giving up that element of surprise, I may just come up and try to go for just an old-fashioned body check or fucking old school Goldberg his ass, if anybody remembers a little bit of WWC wrestling, where you spear him. So or a contact shot. That's not off the table either. So it's really hard for your partner. This guy's going to be hyper focused on the partner. He's not going to see you coming. That's the hope. So anybody got anything else to add on that? No? Okay, let's keep going. Oh, he thought he was still in the car. I'm going to go back a little bit. Look where he looked when he ran up there. He's got that shiesty mask on, you little bastard. So he runs up and he looks into the driver's seat. He was trying to ambush him that way. That threw him off. Okay, this officer, he did exactly what I would do, except he tried to do some juke moves he wasn't ready for. I would have bolted. I would have been gone. I've been running the 40 right then and there. Banning, what do you got?
If that's my partner or a civilian that's dealing with that guy with his knife, I'm going up there and get wrapped up. That's what we took an oath to do. I know that not everybody would answer with that. I've got a little bit of power behind me.
I was gonna say, let's be honest. Banning's 6'9" and he's 900 pounds. So,
shit, I wish. I'm going to wrap up with him. If you got to go point blank deadly to protect a life, and communication is obviously we're not at communication stage here. This is a deadly force scenario, and I hate to see that. But you're gonna have to stop it right then and there. And if you got to come up point blank to get that the thrusting of the knife to stop, then we have to do that. And it's unfortunate.
Yeah. So I didn't even mean to pause it here. I just hit the space bar on accident. You've got no shot. You can't take that shot.
Yeah, not from there. But that's why I said it depends on where they are in the fight. If it's something where he's clearly over him and stabbing him, and I should also mention, I've seen something like this, which is why I answered the way I did.
Yeah.
It depends where they are in the fight. If they're like this, I'm not shooting. There's no way, because all it takes is a little bit of tango and you got the wrong person.
Yeah. And this is okay. So for people that wonder why cops are so paranoid sometimes, look, this dude, this is an ambush. This is what he was going for, guys. So when it's not ridiculous when people go, well, if you're so afraid, why do you do the job? Look at the weird shit we got to deal with sometimes. I'm not saying this happens every single day, but when you get these videos thrown down your fucking throat all the time, this is what the paranoia starts to come from. So you guys know me. I'm going to call out bad police all the time. I'm always going to call them out. But I also want to bridge that gap through the understanding, listen, we're also showing these videos all the time too, where cops are constantly getting ambushed and have to deal with weird, crazy scenarios that the general population, I'm not including our audience because our audience is not the general population, but the general population doesn't see or hear about this stuff. They're not like us, guys. They're not like you in the audience right now. They're not the ones that have these videos where we're watching, hundreds of videos of shitty cops, and we're watching hundreds of videos of cop police work in general. You know, because like on my feed, my algorithms, they're trained to see cops doing good work and they're trained to see cops doing bad work. And then I would say 9 out of the 10 videos I end up using on TikTok or Instagram and whatnot are from y'all. Y'all send them to me. So please, I implore you, please send me some of the good cop videos, guys. You do send me the bad ones all the time, and I try to hit each one, but I want to be a little even, guys. There's a lot of good cop videos out there. I find them myself. Change your algorithms up a little bit. That's all I'm asking. So let's keep going with this video here. Okay, we still are not in a position to shoot.
No, that's what I'm saying. This is too much. They're all over the place.
Yeah. So
All over the place.
So here, Daniel, what do you got, man? What are you thinking right now? What's your move?
I mean, you guys are right. You absolutely right now do not have a shot. You have to get in the fight. You don't have a shot from where you are, and that backup officer isn't doing any good from 10 feet away.
You know.
Yeah. You look at the parking spots and the vehicle. Yeah, that's probably a good assessment. I would say 7 to 10 feet right there.
I mean, here's the deal, Eric, and I'm going to bring this up because unfortunately I've been in these. I've seen so many unfortunate, law enforcement get like, oh God, what do I? And as you're doing that in your head, people are freaking dying. You've got to get in there and act. I don't care if it's a police officer you're protecting. I don't care if it's an old lady walking down the street to a guy crossing the road with his family and they get wrapped up in something like that. You have to go, you have zero time to act. You've got to go up there and stop that threat, just like the school stuff. That's our friggin' job. You go up there and act. And I understand that the shot where he's standing at, no, I'm not going to take that shot either. I'm going to close that gap and we're going to get point blank. We're going to get up close and dirty and we're going to stop it. I don't care if I got to split that spine to make sure nobody friggin' gets hurt.
Yep.
And I know people don't want to hear that. And oh my God, that's mean. And here's the deal. This dude's going after somebody with a knife. He's already made a claim. If this is the same call, because we've been on it for an hour and a half, that he's killed 2 people. And that's what lured law enforcement there to begin with.
Yeah.
I hope to God there's not 2 people gone. But we have to stop this. And we have to get in there point blank range and stop this. And we have to be able to articulate it afterwards. I mean, that's what our job is. And it pisses me off, man, that I see so many videos like this. People are, oh God, juking, and get in there and freaking stop it. Stop that where your partner doesn't die or somebody on the street doesn't die.
Well, there's one point in that right there where he looks up at his partner and he's like, are you coming? And the guy falls to the ground. There was that moment to close the distance. And, it's kind of even when the taser is being used, when people they fail to respond when it could, when it's that moment to get the advantage.
Yep. But let's talk about police training in general, guys. We're not taught. I've never been taught. Run up there, contact shot.
Nope.
What are we taught? Distance is your friend.
Yep.
It is beat into your head. Distance is your friend.
But
This guy's fighting every instinct that he has, that he's been trained. And we're sitting here like, I'll run up on him. Like, I sympathize with him because you're fighting training. That mindset goes against the way that we're trained, because there's no scenario where this has ever been trained in a police academy. So that's just something to consider. So I want to get to Zach's comment, because I 100% agree, and I bet Daniel's all over this one as well. Cops should be more well-versed in case law that determines how to interpret the Constitution. That is how you learn situational applications of the Constitution. And I could not fucking agree more. I get so frustrated with cops when they do not keep up to date with case law. This is why you see so many cops like, you can't film me. And they're on a public sidewalk. You know why that is? Because they haven't kept up on case law. Go ahead, Daniel.
They were sitting in their car watching YouTube videos of people doing it the wrong way.
Right? Yeah. Daniel, come on, buddy. I know you got something on this.
I don't have anything else to add. That's 100% correct. And
Okay, you agree.
I agree with the comment. 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And Zach, you want to help improve policing? Case law study is one thing that policing significantly lacks in. We do not keep up with case law. 100%, bud. and it drives me up the wall. I could go out and ask. Now, my guys, the guys that work for me, I am still a field supervisor. I will hit it at roll call. Okay, hey guys, you pulled someone over, and you want to get them out of the car. What is your justification for doing that? Like, I will nail them with case law all the time. They know Pennsylvania versus Mims. They know Maryland v. Wilson. They know, they probably know Roe v. Wade. They know all these case laws because I am constantly trying to keep up with case law stuff. And it's hard. It's not an easy thing to do because there's no like one. I use Police One a lot for my case law stuff. Kat, what do you guys use for your case law? Do you guys get any case law updates?
So they honestly, they don't go over it too much. They hit just the major cases that we apply, you know, every day. But like, they don't fit it in where it should be fit in. So, for example, when they do the scenarios and everything where it could be spoken upon, it's like a perfect opportunity to like match the case law to how we apply it. But unfortunately, we don't have that.
Yeah. I mean, we're discussing a major flaw in policing right now. Zach, you brought it up. So kudos to Zach. I mean, and Kat is not she's at a major department. I'll just leave it at that. She's at a big place. We lost Trey. That son of a bitch. This kid was probably crying. How about for you?
Stole the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, Alan, how about for you? Like, was case law something that was kept up where you were at, or was it something you had to do on your own?
I had to do on my own. I actually had one of the best trainings of my career was like a just knock and talk training. And at first when I went, it was like, why am I going to this? And the instructor kind of broke it down and explained to us that we don't need to just know the case law from our region. We need to know what's happening from the regions around us, because even if we, you know, here in Texas don't see in the second district court, you know, how things are affecting us, it's eventually going to trickle down to us, you know, 10 years from now. And I didn't see that in the beginning of my career, but by the end of it, it was like, yeah, it did. That's, you know, and so we have to be aware of how the laws affect everybody.
Where's that comment at? I don't know how to say your name. Neva. I'm going to say it. That's the other thing. Bad cops don't care about any education. They only care about what they can impose on citizens. Sorry, I was reading another comment. I don't agree with that. I think bad cops oftentimes either one, think they're in the right, two, don't know what to do, and then ego takes over. And that is where I think the bad cops come in, is they don't have the ability to recognize when their shortcomings are hitting. They don't recognize they're emotionally emotionally vulnerable. And their emotional intelligence side tends to lack and stuff like that. So Daniel had to go, guys. He said he had to take off. He'll see us next week. But I wish I would have known. I would have let him say goodbye. But make sure you guys check out Police Law News on TikTok, on Instagram, on Facebook, on all the things, Police Law News. So, but yeah, my personal thought on bad cops is they already have shitty training. They don't know what to do. Their ego takes over. It's not that they just want to come out there and be an asshole. I think that is the 0.000000001% of people. That's the freak anomaly that gets in. But I do think the majority of the bad cops that we see on video has a lot to do with ego taking over and not knowing what to do.
Well, added to that, I think it's followed from their environment too, like who is training them, you know, field training, you know, their bad habits that they learn from. Yeah. Are they required to have pressed uniforms and things like that to look the part, or are they able to look like they're not playing, you know?
Yeah. Well, shit.
It leads into everything.
Look at the video of that inmate that was killed. Mm-hmm. There was not a single person that looked shocked at them beating the shit out of that guy handcuffed. That tells me that's the culture of where they work.
Yeah, it looked like a regular day.
Yeah, it looked like just any other day.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I think that was what Banning and I first cued in. I'm like, nobody's like, if it had been me, I'd have been like my first reaction would have been, there would have been some movement out of my body. Like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? He's handcuffed. Like, what are you doing? Like, that would have been my first reaction. Nobody moved. Fucking crazy.
Hey, Eric.
Hey, Banning.
I'm gonna segue for 1 second. Disclaimer: not a medical doctor, not a therapist. I've seen a lot of shit in my life, but here's Banning's opinion. I started this in 2002, and I'm going to talk about mental health at that time frame. It's after 9/11. We have a lot of people that go in to their general practitioner, whatever it is, their local doctor, their insurance takes care of, or whatever they can see. And unfortunately, this is Banning's opinion, okay? But these doctors, what they do is, here's a symptom, here's a pill. Here's a symptom, here's a pill. And we all know that we see these commercials every day on social media, on our friggin' the television screens, everything coming in, piping through our phones is, you're feeling like this, take this. And then the little side effects that you hear for 30 seconds after they tell you all the good about the pill. And this is just Banning's opinion. I think Big Pharma, and they're probably going to come bust in my friggin' hotel door and take me out tonight for saying this.
Don't get Clintoned.
They better friggin' bring an army, because I hit pretty hard. But all I'm saying is we always talk about oversight for law enforcement, which we have to have that. Where's the friggin' oversight other than this minor oversight from the DEA for these pill doctors that are pumping all this stuff into these people, and they only came in with a minor depression, which we all get. We all get the anxiety. We all get the depression. And instead of saying, let's look at your diet, let's look at what's going on naturally to find out, it's and I'm not trying to use, but SSRIs could be also known as Xanax or other things for antidepressant. And you look at the side effects on this, and it's turning a lot of people into monsters. Again, this is opinion based, but looking at this for 21 years, and where mental health was at, where I was at in law enforcement, to where it's at when I just recently got out, it's atrocious. And I think we need to focus a lot there, because this country is in crisis when it comes to mental health. And these doctors, that's what they've been taught. I'm not mad at the doctors, but it's pill for a symptom, pill for a symptom. And then you've got a 30-year-old guy that maybe had 4 years in the military, and he's taken 9 to 10 pills to start his friggin' day, and side effects have gone everywhere, creating a whole different personality. And then sometimes it ends up just like this video. And that's not the person that was born. It's doctor-induced, Big Pharma induced. And I'll get off my soapbox, but it just pisses me off to see all this stuff going on the street. And I believe a lot of it's to do with your friggin' local friggin' pill mills. And it just pisses me off.
Hey, buddy. I like it. I like when Banning goes off the fucking rails. So I'm going to stop sharing real quick, because we got onto the topic of ego. I want to put this out there real quick. I want you to see my face closer so you know how serious I am. The place that I work, we have developed a course for officers that is based around ego. The course is about officers' ego. And I told all of the team today, I'm going to bring the instructor that created this course. He created the course based around all of our talks on Two Cops, One Donut about ego. So the show has created a course for a major department about cops and their ego, and how to see the warning signs and how to deal with it, and for how other officers to see an officer's ego taking over and how to step in and stop that and squash it from happening. So I am going to do a mini series on our YouTube channel about how cops can recognize the ego and how to deal with it. So you can see police training that's very progressive, and that is developed specifically because of what you guys have pointed out in this show. And it's going to be a mini series. So every time we post a video about a cop and his ego, now we're going to reference that department. When we see it, we're going to be like, hey, you obviously have a problem with officer ego at your department because of this video. We're not just going to point out your problem. We're going to offer you a solution. Go to the Two Cops, One Donut YouTube page, and you will see the mini series on how to deal and train your officers with their egos so it doesn't become a problem. So we're not just talking about problems, we're offering solutions. So I'll go back to that video. I just wanted to put that out there. I thought that was cool. I thought it was different, something that isn't being done And I think we'll see how it goes. Shit, where'd the video go? Oh, here we go. All right, and play.
Stay down! You stuck? No. Give me your hand!
Did anybody else see him get shot? I didn't see him get shot.
Mm-mm.
I'm gonna go back. Oh, he's dealing with this. Okay. Didn't hear a shot. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Okay, he's reaching for his gun here.
Stay down! You stuck? No. Give me your hand!
I didn't hear it.
I think it was happening when he was wrapped up with his arm in. Like,
You all right?
I thought I heard a gunshot.
I didn't hear it. I think you're right though. I think it was while he was wrapped up. I think that's why they paused it while he was on the draw.
Right.
I'm gonna pause. Banning's back in, so I'm gonna bring him back in. He had to reconnect. So he scrambles, draws right here. I think he makes a contact shot. We just
right about where he gets to that next white line.
Probably right there. We just can't hear it.
I think we hear it's like a slap.
You stuck?
No. Because he's up in the jacket.
Give me your hand! You all right?
Damn. Yeah, I didn't hear or see anything. Okay. All right. Let's go to the next video. Share this one. Play and biggie size. Boom.
6th floor.
Oh, we've seen this. No, we haven't. Never mind. I thought this was that court case one.
Chicago police.
Oh, Chicago.
Yeah. What's going on? Nothing. Whoa, let's go.
All right, that happened quick. I think officers, when we're at our most vigilant, is in a doorway.
Mm-hmm.
Kat, what do you got? You coming up to a door? We don't know what the call is, but does it matter? We know we're knocking on an apartment door. How are you approaching that?
Knock and back up out that doorway to the left or right, but don't stand directly in front of the door. And I'm usually going to wait for somebody to open the door for me. Even if I see that cracked a little bit, I'll give it a little bit. It takes 10 seconds for them to come to the door, then it takes 10 seconds. Unless I hear somebody like asking for help or something, I'm going to wait till the person comes to the door, but I'm standing cantered off to the sides.
Okay. Banning, what do you got on that?
Same thing. Same thing. We all know that that's the fatal funnel. So we're going to go up there. We're going to listen. We're going to use all our other senses other than vision if we can't see it. Obviously, if we hear something that we have to make entry, we're going to go in and face that. But again, we don't know what the call is when we get there, and we're trying to hear. We're trying to listen. We're trying to get dispatch to do callbacks, give as much information as we can. I'm not going to say that this officer did something wrong, but that's where I'm at on it.
Yeah. And for me, being stuck in a hallway with nowhere to retreat, like that's a big concern for me. So if I get presented with a threat, before I even make contact with the door, I'm already considering these things. So for you guys listening that don't do police work, or you're kind of wondering like what's going through our minds, like I'm already considering places to retreat if I get stuck in a position. If you look at where we're at, we don't really have anywhere to go. I'm not going to
out.
Yeah, where's my out? That's a good way to put it. Where's my out? I don't have an out here. And I'm not going to backpedal. Backpedaling is one of the ways that cops get killed the easiest, because we end up tripping over our feet while we're fucking in panic mode. So in this position, I'm not seeing much option. This dude's probably going to get shot. So I can see a big-ass blade already.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think it's second nature, too, for all of us, especially after experience. You hit a door and it moves like that, your hand's already coming with the gun out of your holster. Like, it's just an innate reaction of, like, doors don't just open for you in law enforcement.
Mhm.
So generally, we're taught that bad things happen on the other side of the door. I'm going to let the door breathe, and
Yep.
that's what happened.
Yep. We're getting more comments about ego. Zach said I couldn't agree more about the comment about ego. He said it's the number one red flag of bad cops is if they have an ego. And I agree.
Mhm.
That is when I'm looking for guys and girls on my team, that is the first thing I'm looking for. Do they have an ego? What is I don't mind arrogance. There's a difference. I can deal with a cocky officer because they think they know everything. Fine. Can deal with that. Mine is the fragile, I think it was Plain Jane said, especially the fragile ego. Yeah. The fragile guys that they can dish it out, but they can't take it. That's how I start screening my people. If we're in roll call and you can dish out the insults all day because that's how roll call goes. But the moment somebody throws one back at you and you get pissy, that's a huge red flag for me. And that is my way of screening my people safely. So I don't have to screen them when they're dealing with y'all. And no one's ever taught me that. It's just how I've learned it through my experience. So I give that freely as a tool to anybody else there that has to deal with public safety and do what we do. Start screening your guys and girls. Sorry, Kat. We're not used to having girls on the panel. So,
Okay.
Kat, from your position,
Mhm.
what ego's got to be a thing you see as a female cop quite a bit.
Yeah.
She's like, I don't want to fucking say about it.
I mean,
dig into it as much as you can.
So it is. I think guys start to realize when they do have a female officer on scene that can talk to people. Sometimes things go a little bit smoother. I feel like sometimes when men, you're going to a call, somebody's already upset, and then you have a man show up, and man to man, sometimes it's a little bit of a testosterone battle. It's just what I see. Sometimes it's easier for them to talk to me. Other times it's not. But yeah, I do see the ego come out, and then when they don't want to talk to each other, then it's a war of words, and we're not getting anywhere with a war of words. So
Yeah. I see when in that I think that takes a good supervisor. I won't even say a good supervisor. An involved supervisor should be out there with their people and be able to step in when they can if they see the ego start to take over. That's their job. We're all susceptible to it, guys. So everybody out there is like, oh, cops with egos don't belong. Listen, you have an ego. Everybody gets an ego. We all do. It's just a matter of how far you let it go, and is anybody around to keep it in check? I have had my officers let their ego get the best of them, and all I do is put a hand on their shoulder. Hey, I got it. That's it. Step back. Nope, no one's violated anything. You're just talking you're starting to talk like an asshole. It's my turn. Let me take over. You got emotionally invested. You let your ego take over. Whatever it is, my job. Now I'll step in, or your partner steps in, or whatever it is.
Well, and I think it comes with the situation too. You might be having a bad day, and your sergeant does a good job of supervising that. That's when I want to be pulled off if I cross that line, because it happens to all of us. We all have a bad day, and all of a sudden it slips out, and you're like, you don't catch it, but somebody beside you is like, "Hey, let me start talking."
Yeah. No, Lisa. My sergeant keeps me in check in hot situations and has kept me from getting complaints. Nice.
Let me for the other officers that are watching this out there, because I've done this just as a slick sleeve, and that just means a patrol officer, and I've got a corporal, sergeant, and a lieutenant usually on shift. This is back in my municipal days. But how many of you have the friggin' cojones to pull a sergeant out? I've pulled sergeants out. I pulled lieutenants out because ego becomes an effect. And I don't care what your rank is, but it's your friggin' job to get in there and stop that. You may get fired. You may get put to the side. After the investigation, you're going to get reinstated because you're doing the right thing. But ego has no friggin' rank. Sometimes it's going to call upon the highest ranking guy there, and he may not be the person for that rank, and he attained it for whatever reason, and his ego gets the best of him. That slick sleeve or that officer, even though he may lose his job, it's their job to stop that, eject it from the situation to whatever's causing the friction, if it's that ego. And I've done that. So don't be afraid to do that. I'm going to tell you right now, do not be afraid to stop your supervisor. If you see that ego going in check and it's about to be a force on force situation because of that mouth or that attitude that he's bringing to the scene, get him out of there. I don't care. You got to call above, get a call, call somebody else, get that SOB out of there, because it's just going to make it worse. Somebody brought it up earlier. There's that video of that female officer she's a young officer too, pulls her sergeant out because he's going too hard in the paint on the suspect in the back seat, and he like fucking chokes her, like grabs her by her throat, pushes her back. Oh, would you fucking tell me what to do? And you see officers standing by in the moment, like not doing something. And there's a lot of people who are like, why the fuck didn't any of those other officers do anything? And do I have a right as a citizen to do something? I think Mr. Bill Foley brought that up earlier. Like that, like, no, you cannot get involved in that as a citizen. If you see that happening and there's a bunch of cops around, like, if you want to get involved during that time, that's when you need, if you want to be a help, go become a cop. Like, that's what they're certified to do. That's just the way the law is. So, I understand the want to help. And do I think you'd actually get in trouble for trying to come to an officer's assistance that's being assaulted by another cop? No. But I don't recommend it. I wouldn't put yourself in that position. I wouldn't recommend that. So, but in those situations where you see a under officer trying to, a lower ranking officer try to do something to a higher ranking officer, like, that's few and far between. Doesn't happen often. I don't, my guys, they know how I am. They'll pull me and say, hey, Sarge, like, I don't think that's quite right. Like, you haven't been a patrol officer a minute. Like, that's, and I get caught up in that. I like the way we used to do things isn't how they're allowed to do things anymore. So occasionally I'm wrong, but they come to, hey, Sarge, no, it's this way now. And I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. I remember that now. No ego. Get rid of your ego. Even as a sergeant, get rid of your fucking ego. So, oh shit. Right, Crispy. Maintain your bearing. The only power people have over you is your reaction. Let your coworkers know not to do unlawful stuff, falsify reports in front of you, or you'll report it. Be strong. Agreed. That's a good comment. So with that, let's keep going with the fucking video, guys. Completely understand. You got that. I consider that suicide by cop. Kat, what do you think?
I agree. I mean, what else? There's nothing else that you
what do you do?
Yeah.
I mean, the whole, even for those that aren't in police work, you probably heard of the 21-foot rule. We're talking 5 feet that guy was at, and that's giving a lot of grace. That was probably 2 to 3 feet, but there's nowhere to go. The elevator door's shut. You got nowhere to retreat to, guys. That guy wanted to be shot. That's all there is to it. That is a suicide by cop. From here, we're going to go into life-saving measures. We got to secure the knife and then go into life-saving measures. So.
10-1, shots fired. 10-1, shots fired.
Full disclosure, I didn't look at the alcohol content in this new bottle I got. And I'm like, I'm getting a little slurry, and I'm not normally slurry after what I've drank. This fucking thing's at like almost 60%. I just look down. I'm like, God, why am I turning into a lightweight? No, shit's strong.
I can't show you what I'm drinking. Mr. Billfold's not on here to support me. So
is he? Did he get off?
I haven't seen him in a while. So.
Yeah, he hasn't been talking. So
I could. He wasn't here if he,
I can message him. I'll be like, where you at?
You drinking
Where-
Malibu?
Yeah, baby. And Dr. Pepper.
I'm just drinking some Embassy Suites coffee.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, you lying asshole.
Bubbly sparkling water.
Oh,
There you go. There you go.
Cat, you're so lame.
Nah, she got some Everclear in there. She's
Stop with the
holding
peer
it.
pressure. We just talked about that.
Right. All right. We've got multiple angles on this, so we're gonna watch the next body cam. Dang, your boy came out of the elevator like Kool-Aid Man, smiling.
Oh, yeah.
Chicago police.
Okay, so him pushing the door open. Banning, is that legal? Can we do that?
So the door is already ajar. So there's going to be a lot of comments. I'm not going to. Like I said, I use a different thought process than a lot of officers. I'm going to go up. I'm going to listen. If we got to step back, have dispatch, take that time to make the call. Hey, law enforcement at your door. Come out and speak to law enforcement. Time is on your side at this point before he opened that door. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But right now, time's on your side. Oh, listen, find out what's going on.
Yep. Tim Owens has brought up a cool question. He said, so I have a question. We just seen this cop unload. I'm guessing 10 rounds into this guy, rightfully, so I get it. But if as a civilian I shoot more than once in the same type of situation, I'm looking at possible prosecution, right? Shut up, cat. Not in Texas, brother. Come down to Texas. You're definitely not looking at prosecution for shooting more than once. I can't speak for other states. I can only tell you about Texas. It's what's reasonable. Did you fire 10 rounds in 2 seconds? That's totally possible, by the way. No, it's when the threat stops. Like, he's got a knife and he's moving forward. You got nowhere to escape. It's very easily to articulate that that's reasonable. So people get hyper focused on the amount of rounds, but they don't shoot guns. They don't understand that you can fire 5 rounds in a second. Some people can fire more than that in a second. That's not even enough time for your brain to process if that first shot did anything. And you owe the person that's charging you with a knife nothing. You owe him nothing to shoot one time to see if it did anything.
It goes back to that same thing we were all taught when we went through driver's ed of the reaction to hit the brake. It's the same thing when you're firing a gun. There's still that reaction time of I've got to stop. And it still keeps happening until it stops. And so there is a delay.
Yes. Sorry, I was texting Mr. Billfold on Instagram trying to tell him, I'm like, where the hell you at? So
somebody said he got mad earlier, so he said he was leaving.
I think he gets upset. So he's
awesome.
He's awesome. He just has a lot of emotion and he's invested into what we're talking about. So
rightfully so.
Yeah. And he gives himself time to cool down because he comes back. He's come back before. So it's fine. Let me see here. Drinking is the only thing that makes average people tolerable. Oh man. Listen, this is my weekend. I do this because you guys are fun and I have a good time while we do this. So let's keep going here.
What's going on?
Oh, you run right into this guy. So that's another factor to consider. You go to back up, you're trying to get out of the way, and you meet a wall well before you expected to meet a wall. Kat, what do you got?
I mean, if somebody's right behind you and then you feel that resistance and you don't have the option to back up, what you can do becomes limited. So if I had the idea to run and retreat, I don't have that anymore. So
yeah,
it ends like this.
Yep. Nightcrawler. Come on, Nightcrawler. That cop broke into his apartment. Any reasonable person would come to the door armed when they hear a voice inside their home. Don't pretend you wouldn't do the same thing if they was in your house. Listen, that guy was waiting. He left his door open. Nobody leaves their door. You go down this hallway, you show me how many open doors you find. You're going to find none. He left his door open intentionally. All that cop did was just push it open. He didn't break any sort of threshold. So that whole argument, that's dishonest. The guy was waiting. You know he was waiting. It's different if you're sitting on the couch and you hear somebody like, "Hey, police." It's not that he's in your apartment. The first thing you're going to be like, "Did I fucking leave the door open?"
The cop just didn't get off that elevator and go to a random door.
Yeah,
Mhm.
there was a call there, man. Like, come on
And
now.
I don't know. Have any of you guys ever like answered your door with a knife?
Never. No. Not unless, I mean, it just depends on the situation. But in this particular situation, no. I don't think that was a normal thing. And then
usually just thunder and lightning.
yeah. And then let's go into reasonableness.
Okay, that goes back to my comment earlier, Banning. Just because you have a double-headed axe doesn't mean that the rest of us do. Okay?
Right. So, and let's go into reasonableness. Like, you see 3 uniformed officers and you're just going to continue to go outside your apartment and charge them with a knife? Come on, Nightcrawler. I expect better, man. Put up a good argument, bro.
He did break. Okay, I see. He said he broke the plane. Okay, but that like it was well after the doors open and like he didn't cross that line.
No. You're gonna go knock on the door, ba 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 ba, or just push it. You still have the right to touch the door. Yep. You're not crossing the threshold.
No. And then that goes back to articulation of, this is what happened. It'd be different if they went all the way into the residence,
right,
and then found him.
Yeah, there was nobody walking into the house.
Comes out at him,
yeah, and who was it? Andy Fletcher? No, not Andy. Harrison Brock said, "I've answered the door with my SBR. I have too. I absolutely have answered my door armed. But the question is, you assess, you check out the situation. It has to be reasonable, guys. No matter what happens, it has to be reasonable. That's how it comes down in the court of law. It's got to be reasonable. You're not going to win the argument of reasonableness when you've got 3 officers that haven't come into your apartment that are standing at the door because they were called, and you charge at them with a knife outside of the house. So why do so many cops stick their foot in the door and refuse to get out? That is so rude. Not only is that so rude, that is illegal. That is breaking the threshold, and that is violating your civil rights. That is a specific scenario that we train in my academy with our recruits. We have a loud music party. I mean, insane loud music party inside of a little hidden village or city village that we have inside of our police academy. And the whole point is to frustrate the officer. Just sit there, not let them ask any questions, not let them say anything. We just keep talking over them. We turn the music up and we keep trying to shut the door in their face. And we try to trick those recruits into not letting us shut our door. That's the scenario we do. And that's what all police academies should do. Kat, did you guys get that one?
No.
Mm-hmm. You didn't get that one?
No.
Oh, shit.
No.
See, guys? So, Kat.
That's a good one.
It is a good one, and it's a common thing. Cops are not allowed to break that threshold. They got to have a warrant, right? So, in my opinion, that should be, can I legally let my dog bite them and get away with it? If they come into your house without a warrant? Sure. But not standing at the doorway. You can't let your dog go while they're standing in the doorway.
So Eric, I've stuck my foot in 2 doors. But here's the articulation about it. First one was in 2003. Knocked on the door. Gentleman came to the door, opened the door, didn't know it was law enforcement, just didn't have a reason to think the law enforcement was coming over. And he had a mobile meth lab there getting ready to pack up into a car, and everything was in plain sight along with the smell of a recent cook. Door was stopped, got a warrant, didn't enter the house, secured everybody. Second one, stuck the foot in the door because they opened it. And as soon as we opened it, we saw a bloody female sticking halfway out in the living room and halfway in the kitchen. And we had articulable to leave the door open. So officers that do that, they're seizing the scene to either provide aid or there's a felony in their view. I can't speak to this. I don't know all the details on this call that we just saw.
Yeah. NorCal brings up a good point. They would shoot your dog. Yeah. Be careful. Like, understand. Listen, guys, just because you can sometimes doesn't mean you should. Like, if 3 officers enter your home illegally, let's hypothetically speaking, let's say these 3 went into the apartment. Not likely that you're going to win that fight. You're better off fighting in court. Don't risk your dog. I'm a dog lover. Don't risk your dog. Don't risk your dog over these assholes. Don't do that. So think about it. I'm just trying to risk play here. So let's keep. Stop shooting. Look at the next body cam, and then we'll go to the next video, since we know what happens here. I want to see him run into his buddy. So see, they don't go inside. Doesn't go inside. Not. Say he stood right at the threshold. Say he stood right at the threshold. He did come close, though.
Well, I remember when we saw his body camera, he had already seen the dude. So, like, when
still doesn't give you right to come inside.
Well, but did he see the knife? Like,
but we don't know what the call is either. We don't know what the call is. We don't know if
Right.
it was somebody was screaming inside.
Right.
There are articulations.
They came off that elevator and went really quickly to where they were going. So
yeah, so there are reasons, exigent circumstances that you could have made entry. We don't know enough, so let's be.
You're right.
If we're going to be honest with each other, let's be honest. We don't know enough, so let's not go down the. Oh, he went through. Well, we don't know. We don't.
Okay, so I will tell you, I have 1 building, maybe 2 buildings like that. So, what do you do in this in this call on an everyday? You're going to a loud noise or a domestic. How do you handle that in that long hallway on an everyday call? What is the protocol? What do you teach your people?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. I mean, your cat or.
Yeah, just when you're dealing with a domestic, you show up, stop, listen. Me personally, this is what I do. We stop, listen, try to hear anything we can on the outside to see if we have an exigency, see if somebody's yelling, screaming for help. And I'll do that for as long as it takes. If I don't hear yelling and screaming and it's quiet, I'm just going to stand there and listen for a while. I'm not going to rush it. And then we're going to stay, like Kat was saying earlier, stay out of the fatal funnel and stay off to the side. And then I'm going to knock and announce, hey, I almost said my department.
Right.
Hey, police, come to the door. It says that muscle memory taking over.
Mm-hmm.
Come to the door and then stop and listen and see what we got. But that's how we handle it. We listen. We don't go alone. We make sure we got somebody else with us. And I am going to have my partner more than likely stand on the same side as me.
Okay.
Because I don't want us to get in a crossfire and I don't want us to split and run and then have, I want us to be both on the same side.
Do you hold the elevator, things like that? Or
if I've got the distance and the time and the people, if it's 2 of us and we're in this, like, you're not going to hold that elevator unless you've got something to put in the way. If I've got something to drop, I will. So I don't carry my baton, full disclosure. If I had my baton, I might drop that down there or have my partner drop their baton there. But I'm speaking as a sergeant. So as a sergeant, I don't carry my baton. And then, listen, guys, in 18 years of law enforcement, I've never used a baton on a person. So anyway, but yeah, might put something in the elevator if I've got that option.
I asked that question because 90% of my stuff is park at the next house over, that kind of stuff. We don't have. I can think of 2 buildings that are going to be in this scenario.
Yeah. I was trying to find, somebody had a ridiculous comment, Nightcrawler. There it is. If someone's pointing a knife at you, probably don't shoot them just because. That was not the comment that I saw him say earlier. He had said something. Nightcrawler, you're just being a contrarian, bro. Like, let's be a little honest about what we're doing here. This was a very clean shoot. This guy was setting these guys up. Let's go to the next video. Biggie size. There we go.
Police with a search warrant. Police with a.
Okay, search warrant. We're up here. Search warrants are serious. We don't know what we're doing. Kat, have you ever been a part of a search warrant?
I have not. No.
Okay, so we've got some learning and some teaching that we could possibly do. Banning, have you been a part of a search warrant?
Many.
Okay, so on a search warrant, for all those listening, the first thing that we do is you're doing an ops plan before you even go to this place. So you are, these days, you're going to Google Maps that. You're going to see the photo that's on Google Maps. You're going to have somebody go out. This is the best case scenario, guys, because there's still departments that don't do this. You're going to go out there and you're going to verify that the address that the search warrant is for looks and is described the same in the search warrant itself. Go ahead, Banning.
Absolutely. Well, you have to describe the property from the paint color to the style of the home, everything in there to where you're not going to the wrong. And we can go into the studies from the 70s and 80s when search warrants were served and it was on the wrong house. And that's why a lot of these laws changed on these affidavits for a search warrant. So not only do you have to have the numbers correct on XYZ Street and whatever USA, you have to have the description of that house in that search warrant. And what you're going in there to search for and why you're going in there to search for. And then either justice of the peace, county judge, or district judge is going to read that over, make sure we have the elements in there for probable cause for that search warrant period. And otherwise it's going to get kicked. Are there people that's written wrong ones? I'm sure there are. I haven't personally seen any wrong ones in there. I've been with a group of great men and women in law enforcement that wrote extremely well search warrants. But anyway,
I haven't
descriptor in there.
I haven't personally been a part of any bad search warrants, but I have seen them online where I'm like, how the fuck did you make that mistake? So it happens. So we can't ignore the fact that it happens. So nobody's got an excuse. I'm putting this out there right now. This is the way that you should be doing this. You make an ops plan. Here is the address. And then once you get the address, you send somebody out. I need you to go out, take a picture of this place that we're going to do a search warrant on. Okay. Now we need to link up and show, hey, here's where the Google Maps shows it. Here's where we went out and we verified the address. Here's where we have the, whatever intelligence officer it is that says that this is the place that we need to be hitting, corroborates the connection. And then before you hit it, you need to send somebody out there. Hey, go take a look at this house. Is this the house that we have? Yes, that's the same house. Okay, good. So you've got so many layers of making sure you hit the right place. I am not a fan of no-knock warrants. I'm not a fan of them at all. I do think there are very, very limited times where they're appropriate, but they are so rare for a no-knock. And that needs to be for the most violent, vicious of people. If you're doing a no-knock warrant for dope, get the fuck out of here. If you're doing a no-knock warrant for property, get the fuck out of here. Your no-knock warrant. Yes. Crimes against children, crimes, murder suspects, sure. But anything else? No. I don't like no-knock warrants. And when somebody appropriately defends themselves from a no-knock warrant, like, hey, it's the way that's the risk you took. I'm not a big fan of those. Banning, what do you got on that?
I mean, it's, when I first got in 2002.
Damn, you're old.
I know, right? So there was a lot of.
Cat wasn't even born yet.
Okay.
There was
I'll take it.
There was a lot of warrants out there that we didn't, that agencies did no knock for, and then we had a lot of chemical introductions, meaning meth houses, people that were actually cooking on scene, and then they invented the double flashbang, which is an outstanding piece of equipment when you need it, but that concussion flashbang also puts off a large spark in the air, and then when you have certain chemicals in the air, because these people don't care where they're cooking, they don't care what it's going to create a friggin' explosion. And so through wrong warrants going around through the country, it's, some of these no-knock warrants, there was no flashbang. So then there's no element of surprise. And it just got, so what all I'm saying is when I got into law enforcement, there was a lot of no-knocks. And then it came to knock and announce. and then it was knock and announce with some type of timeline that a judge would put in there. And you're going to lose some evidence, but so what? If you're not throwing a flashbang in there. But again, with the dope stuff, let it wait. You know what I mean? It's going to be a force on force. But this thing's about crimes against children, crimes against people, and you got no choice to go in there and get them. I can understand a no knock on that because you don't want to lose that person or allow that person to hurt somebody else. I'm on a big soapbox when it comes to that as well for safety.
Yep. NorCal said, no knock on wrong house. What happens if a gunfight with police causes you to think your house is being broken into? There is Supreme Court case law backing you up in that you are justified in defending yourself. There is actually case law. I think an officer was killed.
He was.
Yeah, an officer was killed. So this is why it's important.
But I think that's where it comes back with no knocks is, I mean, we're only doing those like in the extreme, like we know these people have guns. SWAT team is hitting this house. Like, it doesn't really matter if they shoot back at cops because that person is going to jail. Like, we know, like, it's a very violent, like they just robbed a bank. So we're hitting this house for safety of the community. You know, so if they started shooting, there was a reason for us to be there.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going with this video, y'all.
Search warrant, come to the door. Police with a search warrant, come to the door. Police. Come out. Police department.
Okay, so not trying to Monday morning quarterback, but if I open the door, I'm rushing through the door. I'm not standing in the fatal funnel. This is the difference between standard patrol guys and people that have had some sort of tactical training. Patrol officers are not necessarily the best at this. So, and I am not a tactical guru. For anybody wondering, I'm not at all. I've claimed that for a long time. I'm not SWAT cool, not tactical, any of that. However, through my military training and through policing over the last 18 years, I know not to slow go through a door. If I'm going through, I am going through. So let's see what happens from here. You got to make entry and start clearing your corners. The idea is security first, and then we start searching for whatever it is we're searching for. Is that how everybody else has been trained? Kat, I know you haven't done these, but is that how you were trained?
So I'm actually a rifle operator as well, so I do know how to make room entries and stuff like that. So.
Okay, so can you kind of explain what a rifle operator is? Because where I'm at, we don't have a rifle operator. You're either qualified in your rifle or you're not.
So on a situation like this, if you're first on scene and you've got the rifle, you're going to be the first one in. Typically on rooms, you want at least 2 people entry. First person going in, because that's a corner fed door, this person's going, straight to the left down up until he meets the next doorway, essentially, because then he's going to start prying at the next doorway and the other person's going to run straight in. But yeah.
Can you kind of explain what a corner fed door? I'm so happy that you said a corner fed room. So
if you're looking at the door, as soon as you walk into the door, right corner fed room is when you hit the wall. You swing the door open, the door hits the wall immediately right there. To the left is going to be the rest of the room. The door is in the corner of the room, essentially. A center fed room, the door is going to be in the center of the room. You've got two sides to clear. So, I personally like a corner fed door when you're making entries like this because it's just a little bit easier to go in.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's safer. Corner fed is more safe than a center fed. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. So it's awesome to have somebody that's trained in this way and be able to explain it, and it doesn't have to come out of my fucking mouth because I get tired of hearing my own voice. So
might not be the best explanation, but I'll try.
No, it's wonderful, and the whole point is education. That's what our entire platform is based on, y'all, is education. I want you to understand what we're doing, but I also want you to understand the why. So understanding why we look at rooms a certain way and how we do it tactically and all that stuff. We're not giving away trade secrets by any means. This is stuff that's out there. You can get this in an airsoft training camp. I promise you. So, But no, this is great, and it just adds to the qualifications behind all that is cat. So
Come to the door. Okay. Hey, hey, come out.
Come out.
man, they
Here you go,
redacted
here you go.
everything in
Put the
this.
sign here. All right, come. Get her.
No, come on out.
Come out.
I saw you tucked in the room. Get out.
Come out. Come out.
Okay,
What you say?
Banning, you hear your partner say, "I saw you tuck into the room. Come out." Is it a reasonable and normal action when police are coming in yelling search warrant for a person to tuck back into a room?
A reasonable and prudent person is not going to duck back in that room when they have armed peace officers in there. So now we got to look at a tactical approach. How do we do this to where we hopefully nobody does shots fired and nobody gets hurt? So now we're going to come back and hopefully command verbal levels to get that person to come out, as hopefully the senior person that's with us is going to be calling in more manpower for exterior, etc. This may turn into a SWAT situation where we have a barricaded person. And if it goes to that amount where nobody else gets hurt, then it goes to that amount. Make time on your side. Don't rush on this and back people out. If you've got everybody out, you can back them out of there and go to command yelling. I hate to use that, but trying to communicate and getting TAC involved if you have access to that, depending on what kind of city or county that you're in.
Well, as a double-edged sword, though, I'll throw this at you. What was the first thing I saw when that front door opened? And I see one sitting behind the door in this picture right here. Is we don't know how many kids are in this room.
Absolutely. Now, we're taught. Hopefully there's officers communicating with those people out there. If there's somebody in that room and we have to go into that room to protect another person, then that's that. We have to do that. But I'm saying if we know that one person that possibly has a weapon is by himself back there, then obviously we've got to go to a different tactical situation altogether.
Right.
And the whole tactical situation, all that means is less bodily harm to anybody. And that's what I want the audience to understand is when we say tactical, and it's the most overused word in law enforcement, and it makes me sick on buy your new tactical mirror here and your tactical flashlight this and all I mean by saying that is we got to come up with a proper plan. And that plan should be established before the warrant is served, period.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. Sigma brings up a good point. They hear yelling, not what's being yelled. That I can't argue that because us as cops, and this goes again into the fishbowl thing. So officers, if you're listening to this, like, think about it. You've been trained to come in and yell this stuff, and all of the responses you get from the people that are the fake bad guys, they hear and know what you're going to say. Now you're out in the public. These people don't train like you. They don't train these scenarios. It's not every day or ever that they hear somebody, police search warrant, boom, they're in the door. Hey, come out, show your hands. Sigma's fucking right. They don't know what you're saying. That's why it's so important to keep saying, police, come out, police. That is why you have to keep repeating it, saying it, police. You got to keep saying it. I don't know that these guys did. I wasn't paying it again because I've been trained. Mm-hmm. I wasn't paying attention to that part because I'm used to it. So I'm sorry, I said Sigma. NorCal. Good fucking point. No. Oh, this is a new comment. Sorry.
This is a new one.
Yeah. Yelling at an intense level causes stress, anxiety, confusion. Is that used to intimidate or is that just adrenaline? Adrenaline, 100%. That is not how that's the last thing we want. We don't want anybody amped up. So for me, on a couple of the search warrants that, that I've done myself, I say a couple, a few dozen, I fully, the first few times I was a little juiced up because I had all this training and it was for property, guys. It wasn't even for anything. I wasn't going after anybody serious. I wasn't going after homicide suspects. I've never been that guy. So I had a search warrant for, hey, police, search warrant, and, the first few times. And then when you start to realize, well, like, these guys aren't really, they're not super concerned about property crime stuff. You do start to slow yourself down, but you need the experience. You need the reps. And I did start slowing down, started knocking on the door. Hey, Damn, I almost did it again. I almost said my department.
Mhm.
And I've been doing this a long time. This is fucking beer or drink, whatever this is. Whiskey. Shit. Shut up, cat.
Didn't say anything.
I can reach
Just
your
look at my
face.
bubbly.
She's be drinking her Michael Bublé over there. So anyway,
So this is a good point, and in our agency, a lot of times we didn't have the manpower. So
Sigma brings up great
generally,
points.
when we don't want to cause this effect in somebody's home, but sometimes it has to be done. But a lot of times, like if you were the bad guy, we tried to do a traffic stop away from the house, things like that, because we
You're
didn't
right.
have the manpower
Yeah.
to like lock down a whole city block. We could only, really lock down the front and rear of a house and, 2 people to go in and search the house.
Yeah.
So if we could get the bad guy somewhere else and then deal with the house, we could do it on our time.
Yeah. So you bring up a good point. I'm not going to say most departments. I'm not going to say some departments. I'm just going to say there's departments that do exactly what Alan said. We try everything we can to not have to do it in your house. And then that's the last resort. And then there's got to be other departments out there that are just like, whatever fucking works. We're just going to go with that. So that may be something that us as law enforcement, if you're law enforcement, you're watching this is something we need to start considering. It is going into the home the last resort. Is it a timing thing? Is there, are we limited to time? So we just had to go to the house like that. Those are things to consider. And I think that's a good point to bring up in court. Like if something does go sideways, like you're liable as a department. Like why did you go to the house? Was there other options? These are things to consider. So Sigma, I'm liking Sigma more and more. Sigma Lord, if you are not following us on Two Cops One Donut on our YouTube channel or all of our other stuff, please do, man. I think you have really good input. I would love for you to follow us. I'm imagining that you're either following us through Matt Thornton, who is also a part of Two Cops One Donut. Please, if you guys are not following Matt Thornton, by the way, please go follow him. Detective Matt Thornton on what is it? YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. I think those are his 3 major ones.
Somebody earlier wanted to know how you were, how they were following us today because he's not on here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Matt is a part of Two Cops One Donut. All of us have networked our stuff together. We all have the same goal, the same mindset, the same thing where we're not trying to create a police echo chamber. We are trying to call out bad cops. We're trying to call out good cops and showcase both. And in the end, we are trying to educate on how to get better. We need you guys in the comments to help us bridge that gap. So that's why we are all together. We are creating this gigantic network. So every cop that you see on our Kat, Alan, Banning, me, Matt, Daniel, we've got possibly another guy, Kenny, joining us. And then we have Josh Deadleg that helps us out occasionally. So all of these guys are either law enforcement or former law enforcement that are just tired of bad cops doing bad cop shit and really excited about sharing good cops doing good cop stuff. So that's why we're here. And we're trying to get people from across that spectrum. Kat has 7 years on. We had Trey earlier. He's our rookie. He's got 3 years on. We want you to get that perspective. He's out in California. Kat's out in New York. You got Banning, who's a country cop, been out there doing deputy work. Alan, also doing country cop stuff from a municipality standpoint. Me, city cop. I've been up in Michigan. I've been military. You got Banning, who's also been military. I'm a military police officer still. So you got just a huge perspective going across the board. And that's what we're trying to share with y'all. So that is why you have Matt. Matt actually shared his YouTube channel, but he couldn't make it tonight because him and Tennille have some shit to handle. Marriage, relationship stuff, family stuff. And he's like, here, use the channel, but he can't make it tonight. So that's what it is, guys. I know you didn't necessarily sign up to follow and see us, but that is where we're going. And we hope that we can kind of win you over. What are you smiling about over there? Chuckles, Banning?
I'm just, when you said marriage, all it is babysitting. I don't want them to think there was something negatively.
Yeah.
So in reference to
Yeah.
Matt, it was just a baby. I mean, he's just being the man like we all do.
Yeah.
We have kids, and sometimes you got to step out and go do the daddy duties, which is not technically babysitting because that's your children.
Yep.
But it's nothing bad. That's all I'm laughing about is how people can twist stuff in their head on. It's just a family time, man. Family time. We all got to do that.
Yep. Sigma Lord said, I'm dumping all my body-worn camera footage to show injustice from Gibbstown, New Jersey PD, and oh my God, I don't want to.
Gloucester.
Oh, okay. Gloucester. Say it again.
Gloucester County SWAT.
Gloucester County SWAT. Okay. It didn't even have to end bad if they were professional. Okay. And then Jim Miner. I don't think we've highlighted Jim Miner. Every door is different. What's on the other side of the door is always different. Police don't know 100% or what it might be. The caller may have some knowledge of the person and their mental state, but until you are through the door, metamorph. Yep. Yeah, I get what he's. Oh,
and if I remember, if I know, I mean, Jim's a retired police chief, if I remember right.
Okay. I didn't read his full comment. It doesn't show all the way up here on the screen, but I can see it over here on the side. He said, that door, metamorphic, you don't know what your move will be. I've been in situations with mental issues. Luckily, the police arrived and were able to take this person into custody. Absolutely. I think that's a good point. You never know. You never know what you're going to come into crossing that door. Tim Owens gifted 5 memberships, level law questions. Hell yeah, brother. Appreciate it. I'm going to continue with the video here.
Okay, you're okay. Show me your head. Show me your foot. What's the problem?
Okay. That is an obvious red flag to me when you've got me as a fully uniformed police officer with my gun out and I'm telling you to come out, show me your hands, and you say, what's the problem? What is the problem? And I can't see your other hand. So, for me, I'm not pressing after this. I'm backing. I may be different than most cops. I don't know. I'm not pressing this dude. I'm backing up. He's not acting right. And I'm not going to push through and force a gunfight because I don't know what he's got over there. I'm going to back up, slow everything down. What do you got, Kat? What are you doing here?
So with not, having a full conversation with the cop at the door, like, the what are you doing type thing, it feels like he's buying time. And if he's buying time, then he's going to do something silly. So I'm going to back up. Yeah.
Okay. So you would back up from that. You wouldn't press forward. And I don't blame any cop that would. If like you were like, no, I'm going to push forward. Like I understand that mentality too. Don't give them time to think. That is another way to think of this. You don't give them time to make, to build up the confidence to do something stupid. That is what some cops will do. Banning, what do you got?
Same thing. I mean, it's going back to use that word tactical, right? So if we can keep that person in that room and we can hopefully say that there's nobody else in there with that person that he can hurt. And then let's look at this on how else we can get him out peacefully. And I wish we knew what the warrant was for, why we're here to begin with, because that's going to change Banning's. I mean, that's going to change my opinion.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We go to crimes or crimes of property, but when it comes to crimes of people, that's the only time we're really, just me and most departments I would hope out there are really going to push the issue. Again, like Alan had stated earlier, we get them out on the street and stop. We used to do that all the time, man. If we can get that one person that we have paper on, meaning a warrant, if we can get them stopped and secured, and this bad person, for whatever it is, we've got them stopped, and now we have paper or a warrant for that residence, and maybe we can communicate with the wife on scene and get it done and bring before the court whatever they're demanding through the warrant without anybody getting hurt, and let the courts figure it out after that. But that's what we're doing, is we're just here to bring the people to justice, and then it's up to the courts after that.
Yep. Yeah, I'm really liking the comments and stuff that we're seeing going on right now. Plain Jane, Sigma, highly impressed with you tonight. I hope you reach out to us on the side. Would love to consider maybe having you on to tell your story. It sounds like you've got a lot going on. Like I said, we are not an echo chamber. We want every side of the house. So if you guys have something that you want to bring on and we can do this on a live and just discuss things, just know that we have limitations. I'm still an active cop. Kat's an active cop. Certain things that some of us can't say, we can't do. So if you're ever considering joining us and doing what we do, we're one of the, if not the only platform I know of cops that are willing to have people that don't necessarily share the same ideas and opinions that we do and invite you onto the show.
And why and not to interrupt you, Eric, but why I'm so impressed with Eric and why he created this is we're trying to truly bridge that gap. We care about everybody that's on here, whether you have indifference feelings of us. I mean, that's what we're here for. We're not sitting here saying that you're going to come and watch one episode and by golly, all cops are gravy and they're great. We know that's not going to happen. We know that there's a lot of things that are going on out there that shouldn't have to go on, but we're giving this platform's not for us. This platform is for y'all. And we want y'all to be comfortable here and talking. And if you come and sit here and say bad things about cops, just like Eric said, he's not going to kick you. He's not going to boot you. We want to hear your stories. Yep. We want to find facts behind it. I mean, we're not attorneys. We're not the judge and jury. We're bringing you a lot of experience in law enforcement. Doesn't mean we're the best out there in the business, but we're willing to put our names on the line out here to listen to you guys and maybe offer you a little bit of from experience on what we've dealt with in our careers that may shed some light on some things that may have happened to y'all or a family member or a close friend. That's all this is for. We're all human. We all put our pants on the same way every day. We are no better than everybody, just like y'all are no better than everybody. We're all human beings. And that's the whole reason that this Two Cops, One Donut was formed. Eric, you got anything to add on that? But that's what we're here for.
Yep, absolutely. And you know, I appreciate that, Banning. And for those that are new to what we're doing, because like I said, Matt added his channel on here. I know we're getting a lot of feedback from Matt's channel. Like, guys, 100 and girls, and I don't mean that exclusively, but everybody, like, that is what we are honestly trying to do. And it does sound like Sigma Lord, which I love the name, by the way, has a story to tell. Would love to get you on here. We've had felons. We've had people that were convicted of homicide. We've had people that were wrongly convicted of crimes that we've done interviews with. So that is what we are here to do. I don't want you guys to think that this is an echo chamber by any means, because it is not. We need to have the hard conversations. You guys have been pushing our buttons all night, trying to I don't mean pushing my buttons ego-wise or anything like that. I mean, you guys have been giving us tough questions, and we're not hiding them. We're not trying to keep them from people seeing them. We will attack them and go after them as best we can. What I'm sorry, I just saw that Sigma said, I'm subscribed. Listening to is what system never did. It gets cycled around and you never get a voice. And that is the point of what we're doing, is how often do you get to sit down? My mic disconnected. I heard it. How often do you get to sit down and have a cop honestly talk back with you? It doesn't happen. That's one of the problems with law enforcement, is we don't talk to each other. We're here talking to you. Kat signed up to talk to you guys. Banning signed up to talk to you guys. Alan signed up to be the guy behind the scenes, but here he is up front talking to you guys. So despite Alan's ugly face, he is up front, guys, talking to you. And that is what we love about Alan. So Kat, you are the newest addition to what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
So for you, when you see this stuff, like you see these people, I told you, I gave her fair warning that our audience is ruthless and is going to hit us with the hardest questions and do what they do. What is your impression now, being the second time on and seeing the level of heat that they're bringing?
Listen, I like it. Even though they are bringing heat, you can see that some of the people in the comments, they genuinely want that conversation and want to have some sort of understanding. So when I see those comments that, you know, don't necessarily make sense to me, or they seem like they're just trolling, I think that is the first layer of trying to understand. I think that's I don't know, just I don't know how to describe it, but like you're here. So you're trying to get something.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I'm sorry. There's a bunch of people popping in on the comments. So I was looking at Plain Jane's. Yes, Tim, it's needed. I got lost on my way home from kindergarten. A cop took me home. I got stranded on the freeway in my first beater car, and a cop took me home. I used to look up. Now I'm skeptical. Now, I will say to you guys, please judge each cop on a case-by-case basis. It's not fair to anybody in any class of any profession or whoever, whatever walk of life, to judge every Subway sandwich employee because you got a dude that fell asleep and, you know, had a heroin-induced sandwich making experience. I saw that video where the lady falling asleep making the sandwich because she was high on heroin. So you can't judge every Subway based on that. You can't judge every cop because one or two bad cops gave you a bad experience. You can't, you can't judge every experience because you had great experiences with cops. That doesn't mean there's not bad cops out there. So judge them all on a case-by-case basis. That's just the only fair thing I can say. Let's keep going with the video.
Fuck!
Oh, okay. Let's go back.
Hey, come out.
I think the cop was shot.
Here you go. Put this on here. Come on, baby. All right, come. Get her, bro. Come on.
Did you hear what he just said? Put this on here. So he's doing a search warrant on this home, and he told this lady to put something on. So she must be either naked or exposed in some way. So he was taking the time to have her put something on. That's a good move. That tells me that this cop's mind wasn't to just come in there and do bad things.
Come out.
I saw you tucked in the room. Get out here.
Come out. Okay, you're okay.
Okay, so he gave her the clothes, told her she's okay. Now he's dealing with this person. This is the one that said something. He started asking questions.
Mm-hmm. Show me your hit. Show me your foot. What's the problem?
What's the problem? Boom, and then we heard the shot. Did you hear that, Alan?
Yeah.
Was it just me? Everybody heard that
No,
shot?
I heard it.
Okay.
Fuck!
So he got shot. Okay, if I'm this officer here, I'm cutting this corner. Like, I'm not going to just stay hidden. I'm going to keep my gun.
Room.
Yeah, it's too small a room. I'm going to keep my gun up, and I'm going to pie this corner and just keep that angle the best I can and wait for a threat to come through that opening.
I think he's hurting.
Yeah.
Here, shield up.
I heard him say I'm hit. This must be after the fact, because if they had all this, there's no fucking way those other officers should have been pushing through.
Gotta jump so he's to the right. He's to the left.
So Marty, is it this door? No, to the left. Right here.
It's a quick button. Look,
They're talking to him in the bathroom. That's what I think.
Yep.
That's what it sounded like.
it's right around here. It's right around this wall.
Okay.
It's right around this wall.
Move over to the right. We got blood on the floor to the right. Shot from the right side of the
Marty, are you in the bathroom?
front door, right here. This wall we're talking about, just know that.
See you, Joe. Is it right there?
Oh.
That's the room right there, yeah?
Marty, get out of here when you can.
Damn.
Get me out and hit.
All right. You got the shield. I'm not. Okay. Banning, you go, because I'm going to put my foot in my mouth on this one.
You know, when you have the shield, when you have proper training, and I don't know what this department is, and I don't really care what department it is. I'm going to get on my soapbox here for a second. You've got to keep that shield.
Go ahead.
You have got to go towards danger. And I always go back to the oath. Maybe I took the oath a little bit seriously than some people, but you've got to go towards that danger. You've got an officer in that friggin' bathroom. They can't come out. He's been hit, obviously. We don't know, undetermined on still of what's in that room with that person. You keep that shield up and you go towards danger while yelling commands and get him to come out. But we've already have too much carnage. This you've got to stop it right now. So you've got to get in there and you have to stop that threat. That's what we do. The fear has got to come out of you. And I don't care what classes you got to go through. If you took that oath to become and you put that friggin' badge on your chest, this is part of it. This is what you friggin' signed up for. Hold that friggin' shield up, go in there and eliminate that threat. You have to.
See,
Yeah.
I was gonna play devil's advocate because I'm like, why would he drop the shield and then like retreat like that? And the only thing I could think of is like, were you shot in your knee or what was the deal? I don't know. But then I replayed in my head and like he said, I'm out. I don't know.
And that, I think that comes back to training, because when we did the shield class, the shield stays up and it's handed off,
Yeah.
And so
You're the protection for everybody behind you.
yeah,
It looked like a complete just tap out.
So one of the other things that I witnessed, like I heard in this, is just before the original shots, there was "my baby" was said in that.
Mhm.
So do you have time for your team to rebuild? And I mean, like there's some unknowns that we don't know about where there's a child in this house. And
Yeah. But here we are in the house, and the way this house is built, if you look at that bathroom is friggin' drywall. These rounds are going to go right through drywall. I mean, let's think about it. Cover versus concealment. There's no true cover in this house.
Yeah.
You've got some 2x4s and stuff like that in that wall, but you got drywall. It's time to get that friggin' shield up. You've got 2 or 3 guys in there with long guns. Get in there.
I'm talking about before that. Like it seems like we paused and waited for the shield to get there. Just from what I'm seeing in the 2 different body cameras. And, I get going to rescue him, but if there's kids in there, it's time for us to go to work. And
Yep. And I think Tim Owens is right. That shield should stop everything up to probably about 7.62.
Depending on that manufacturer and what type of shield it is, if it's unfortunately a lot of these Homeland Security grants are getting the bare bones shields. Once it's been hit a couple times by 7.62 or higher, the whole shield's gonna be defective from 9mm and below because it's gonna break up the cavity of the shield.
Yep. I will lean on Banning's expertise on that, guys. He has got a lot of training when it comes to that stuff. So I'm sorry, I stopped sharing the screen there. Share screen.
so Banning, in that situation, you're the cop that gets shot in that moment, and you're in the bathroom. What besides protecting the door, say you can't go on, what are you supposed to be doing for yourself?
You're doing self-aid. And if somebody get to you with a shield to do some buddy aid, maybe we can at least get that going and drag that guy out with a shield. Hopefully, with this being a warrant, we've got medics that are a couple blocks down. We're advising them to clear and come up closer so we can dump our buddy, get him in there, get him off so we can get medical care and get our fresh guys up to eliminate that threat. And unfortunately, you have to think about this right now, because now that officer that's hurting there, and I'm looking at him as a brother, but right now he's a distraction of the fact we still have an armed person in here, possibly with children. So therefore, we have got to get him out of the fight to where we can focus on that threat. And I hate to say that, and there's a lot of cops who are going to disagree with that. No, we just got to protect her. Guess what? He got hit. We got to get him the best care that we can, get that shield in there, get him out. But then we've got to go in there and take out that threat.
Yep.
And do it as methodically as we can. But right now, it's lives are on the line. You have neighbors there. It looks like an apartment complex or possibly a duplex. So you have neighbors. These rounds, I don't care if it's a 9mm, 380, 22, it's going to go right through drywall. So we have got to stop these rounds by taking that threat out.
I agree. Let's see how they handle it. Oh, so this is the beginning. This is before they made entry. So these guys are outside in case somebody jumps out a window.
I'm out! I saw you tucked in the room. Get out here! Get out here! Get out here! Out here. Get out here. Go. My baby.
So I heard it that time. My baby, my baby.
Shots fired. Shots fired. Come here. Come here. Rob, you good? Come here. Get out. Rob, you good? Hold on. Back up. Fuck.
You can hear the kid.
Yep.
Rapper! Rapper, where? Stage an ambulance. You go. Get in here. Rapper! Keep talking. Police with a search warrant. Police with a search warrant. Come to the door. Come to the door. Police with a search warrant. Come to the door. Police. Come out. Police department. Come to the door. Okay. Hey. Come out. Come out. Here, get yourself. Here you go. Put the sign here.
My baby.
All right, come on.
Aaron, come on out.
Come out.
Hands up.
I saw you tucked in the room. Get out here. Come out. Get out here.
Watch out.
Get out here.
My baby.
Okay, you're out here. Go.
My baby.
Show me your head. Show me your head. Get out.
So he's got to watch these stairs now.
It's okay. You're okay.
So I understand where his mind was at on this. He's got to watch these stairs. Like he's got to trust that the officer that was down there with him is covering wherever that shot just came from. So that took a lot of trust of what he just did. He knew where that shot came from, but he still stayed on the stairs. So kudos to this officer for doing what he just did. That's the way I see that. Anybody see that any different?
No, I think he was pressing forward because of the whole, there's more to clear.
Yeah. I mean, he was trying to obviously cover his ass so he didn't get shot in the ass. Right. But he had to watch the steps. That was another threat.
Okay, this is my grandma. Stay here. Aaron.
So confused on this angle, though.
Rob, was that you?
I think he came back down.
Was that blue shoe in? No, to the left.
Right here.
It's the front room.
It's right around here. It's right around this wall.
Yeah.
It's right around this wall.
Room opens to the right. We got blood on the floor to the right. Target shot from the right side of the room.
Marty, are you in the bathroom?
I'm in the front, at the front door, right here.
Yeah, you got to keep the gun up.
Right there.
That's the room right there. Yep.
Marty, get out of here when you can.
Oh!
I don't like that move. I don't understand
That's your
that.
whole role being right there.
Right, yeah. Put rounds down range, bro. Holy shit. Okay. Look, I'm not gonna morning quarterback.
Nope.
No, it's a shit sandwich all around.
Yeah. It sucks to be there.
Unfortunately, without even knowing the PD, they probably executed, horrible word, but served several warrants on this.
Right.
And didn't have issues and nobody got hurt. And unfortunately, people are human. I'm a human. I've screwed up in law enforcement. I'll be the first one to tell you I've screwed up. I'm not perfect, but we learn from our mistakes. This may have been the first, I hate to say it, real warrant that they've served to where they've gotten forced back on something. And we don't know why that is. Like I said, we don't know the affidavit on this. We don't know the whole reason why they went in. They had, it looks like, a lot of manpower there that were all on firearms, just pistols to begin with, and then the long guns and the shields got drawn into it. My whole thing is, if we have that equipment, and I have a reason to go in somebody's house, we're going to bring that equipment with us. Whether it's a quick react team or whatever you want to call it, that's serving this warrant. If we have that equipment available, we're going to use that in the beginning. So it may narrow it down. It may not stop anything, but at least we brought the equipment in that we can. I'm not going to say your quarterback, just like y'all said, we don't know all the details on this and what the original charges were, why the warrant even got drawn up.
So TJ says everybody was scared, and I'll tell you, I've gone in several of these, and if I think scared is like I want to go home at the end of the night, but it's more of a respect. And in this video, there were several people that I don't think they knew what their role was when they went into the room. initially. Like one guy knew he was knocking on the door, and then all of a sudden there was this huge stack in line, and then they were tripping on each other to come back out of the house. And that's one of those things that we would talk about in a warrant is what my role is, we kind of have there's some unspoken language, but we all know what our next steps are when we go in and file in line.
All right, we're gonna get to the next video here. It is only 3 minutes. It's not that long. It usually takes us about 40 fucking minutes to get through a video. Kat, go ahead.
It's been real. It's Wednesday and bedtime. Okay.
No worries.
But thank you for having me. It was awesome.
We're not having you, Kat. You're a part of this now.
I'm sorry. I'm new to this. You gotta,
Yeah.
I'll get with the program eventually.
I got it. No, I can tell you are loosening up. You are figuring out that everybody gets to speak whenever they fucking want to. And if you got something to say, just handle your business, girl.
We'll do.
But let people know how they can find you.
You guys can find me at up in New York. That's up.in.ny at Instagram and TikTok as well.
Hell yeah. Appreciate you being here tonight, Kat.
Thanks, you. Kat. Have a good one, guys.
All right. Take it easy. All right, guys. We have amazing numbers right now. We got a lot of people on. So we are not. Oh, my God, Alan, you just get uglier the closer you get. So and Banning's getting redder and redder. I mean, that water you're drinking is what is going on.
It is. We'll call it Texas water.
Texas water. You're drinking that Texas water tonight. Right. And I and Alan are sporting some of the classiest of. Oh, you son of a bitch! I want that shirt. We're sporting some retro rifle tonight, guys.
And retro rifle just took out another loan to make Banning one.
Yeah, right. So you guys don't know this yet, but officially we have been in contact with Retro Rifle's owner, and they are going to be what we would call a casual and relaxed sponsorship of the podcast. They're going to provide uniform shirts for the rest of us, and we're not going to complain about that. So very cool. So shout out to Retro Rifle. Guys, please, if you want a Hawaiian shirt that has some sort of hidden gun on it, just to kind of make it a Hawaiian shirt a little more manly, check out Retro Rifle. That's what we are being sponsored by. So we're going to be adding them to the website, and the rest of us will be all decked out in Retro Rifle here to start. But I am going to get to this next video. Let's see here. And there. Oh, that's not the right one. Where's it? There it is. Okay, share. Just trying to find it. And biggie size, and go.
Manny, you ready? You should be coming up to 10 mile now.
Careful, coming up to 10 mile.
All right, we're in a pursuit. So, in regular tradition with this show, we're in a pursuit. So, things to consider: road conditions, time of day, traffic. How much traffic is there? We are in what I would call a residential neighborhood right now. So for me, I am not a fan of pursuits, guys. That's just me. Not a fan of them. Unless this guy's wanted for killing somebody or seriously injuring a child or whatever. If it's just a traffic violation, I'm not a fan of chasing people. That is 18 years of experience. I don't want any innocent person hurt over some bullshit, over some basic offense. Alan, what do you got?
No, I completely agree. I think there's a time and a place for them, but with all the technology we have today, it's so easy to catch them later.
Yep, I agree. So we're gonna keep going here.
One radio, I got him. We are on Forest View right now, coming up the beach.
So right now you're calling out direction of travel, speed.
Traffic.
One radio, we cracked out.
Going to be northbound beach from Forest View.
So as I'm coming up to a wrecked out vehicle, there's some. This is where every officer's a little different. How are you going to handle it? For me, I'm going to stay behind the car. That's me. I'm going to stay behind the car. This guy's angle here, I'm not mad at it. It's just not my style. Banning, what do you got? You're muted, dumbass. He's just look at him talking to nothing because he's retarded. He's laughing.
I am a dumbass because I forgot.
There he goes.
So
learning.
100% with Eric. I mean, I'm going to stay behind the car if I can, just because it's going to provide a little bit better cover just from this situation. Plus, with these other houses, I think I think stupid thoughts all the time on Crossfire, even when I'm not in law enforcement anymore. So you just got to you've got to do it as safe as you can, and sometimes you got to make that split second decision.
Yep. I'm sorry, Mama G. Hold on a second, Al. I didn't see what her question was. I must have missed it. So I don't want her to think that we. Did you find it? Okay. Would LEOs be held accountable at all if innocents were killed or maimed? Absolutely.
Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Yes, ma'am. So I'm sorry. I apologize. Like, listen, guys, don't take it personal if we don't see it. You got to understand we're trying to run a video. It all comes down to me. So if you want to blame anybody, it's my fault. I'm trying to run the videos, talk, chat, do all that stuff at the same time. This is why we like to have Alan behind the scenes, but he's in a position where he can't do that tonight. So it is my fault, 100%. So I apologize. Mama G, you know better, by the way. You've been on here long enough. You know I ain't ignoring your shit. Come on, girl. So let's keep going. Booyah. Booyoy. Booyo. I stand with Blue. Listen, I appreciate that sentiment. I just don't want you to stand with Blue arbitrarily. I don't want you to just do it as a generality. Fucking smoke wagon got me. Can't say words. I like the mindset. I like that you are for police. Just don't be for police just to be for police, because there's some bad cops out there.
Mm-hmm.
You want to see some dumbass cops? Look at the ones that want to have a Punisher tattoo or a Punisher symbol on their stuff with a thin blue line going through it. I've automatically got a problem with you. So I just put that out there. Let's keep going. Where are you going, buddy?
Running with a pistol on him, running with a gun on him.
Oh, so he sees a gun. Okay. I like that he kept moving. That's actually a pretty slick move. What do you got, Banning?
Same thing. I mean, if he sees something and if he's still in that car, get it to moving.
Don't jump out.
If he's gonna, I'm known for, if they're gonna start running on foot and I can fit a friggin' Tahoe through it, I'm gonna follow them in a friggin' Tahoe until they get tired.
Right?
There's nothing wrong with it.
Sigma Lord said the issue is that it's convenient to place all accountability on a single person, though there may be more that are not held accountable as a result. I fucking fully agree, sir. It drives me insane that they want to blame a single officer when it goes back to training at a department. And they didn't even investigate the training part. Like, this is how you train this guy. How can you blame him for following the way that the training went? And then who approved this training? We got to, it looked like he was like floating in space. How do you go to that training that was approved? Who approved that fucking training? Like, how did these are the things that frustrate me as an officer. So let's keep going.
Running with a gun on him.
Oh, look at your boys getting some. Nobody's coming in wailing. Things to notice, guys. Like, listen, I know we like to point out bad that cops do, but let's point out when they do really good. You had a guy that was running with a gun. I didn't hear anything anyway. Didn't sound like anybody fired a shot. They were able to take him into custody without a shot fired. And they had ample opportunity to lay elbows and knees and all sorts of crazy shit. And they didn't. They did that very professional. Let's keep going. Maybe they don't finish professional. You never know.
One in custody.
Hold on a second. Nobody gets away for free. Tuscan prepper. F the blue line. Come on, bro. That's lazy. You don't even know what thin blue line means. You don't even know. Because guess what? It means different things to different officers. And I've explained it many times on the show before. And I'm going to explain it to you again because I'm drunk and I want to tell you. So this is what Banning's laughing. This is what the thin blue line is to me. The thin blue line isn't us versus them, good versus evil. That's not what it means to me. What it means to me, I have 2 daughters and I have a wife, and we grew up together. I've never been divorced. I've been in the military. I'm still in the military, and I'm a cop.
You're a unicorn.
I am the poster child for I should be divorced 3 or 4 times. Guess what? I've been with the same girl. We've been dating since 7th grade. Been with the same girl. We grew up together, and we have 2 daughters. To me, what the thin blue line is if I die in the line of duty, guys like Banning, people that I was in the department with, my daughter is going to learn how to drive. She's going to have her first vehicle. She's going to be walked on her wedding day by people that I served with. That's what the thin blue line is to me, guys. It has nothing to do with us versus them or any of that stuff. That is what the thin blue line is to me. So it's different to each cop. It just depends on how you look at it. So F the thin blue line, like that's very lazy. And it's very obtuse. So relax. That's all I ask. Just relax a little bit. Talk to a cop. See what it means to them. Go ahead, Banning. I see you want to say something.
No, I'm right there with you, man. And I get a lot of guys and gals that come at me, even on LinkedIn on a professional platform, of not understanding what the true blue line is. And there is a difference. You know, there's a true blue line, and then there's one that's flown for the wrong reasons. So it's the ones that are the wrong reasons. We're right there with the general public that is affected by that wrong reason. And we want to stomp that out too. But the blue line and the green line for the military, the red line for EMS and fire, and yellow line or gold line, however you want to call it for dispatch, it has its own meetings up and down the board. And then you have the civilian line, just the red, white, and blue American flag is what I call that as. And are we separation? No. We're all here for a good cause. But it has been used in bad reasons, and we do not support that. We will put that out here right here and now. We do not support anything negative used with that thin blue line, red, gold, green, indifferent. We're here as people, period, for the right reasons. And I'll leave it at that.
Yep. Guys, 100%. Like, you're going to hear us say some dumb shit. It's going to happen. You're going to hear us say some cool stuff. You're going to hear us, like, we're coming here just being regular old people. I don't know another way to put it. We hope to have fun with y'all and answer questions and have some understanding together, because you guys keep us level. That's the way I see the show. We talked about this before the show started. I have 100% changed the way that I've been policing because of y'all, because of the way we've discussed videos. This idea, this platform has made me a better cop. Thank you. And I've passed that on. I think it's made other cops better cops. So we're doing the right thing, y'all. This is a different way to look at it. I hope y'all can stick with us long enough to help us keep continuously becoming better. So anyway, let's keep going with this video. I want to see how they
one in custody.
kind of want to see the different body cam angles.
He's found it. Yep. Caught.
I got him. We are on Forest View right now, coming up the beach.
Forest View coming up the beach.
Going to be northbound beach from Forest View.
He's got.
Okay.
Crashed out.
Oh yeah, hit him. Oh, he got him. I would have done the same thing. He's got like an AR, dude.
Put the gun on him.
Running with the gun on him.
That's some good discipline. Those cops are fucking. That needs to be praised. Your boy is running with an AR. Holy shit. Like, here's what I want you guys to think about. It wasn't that he was running with a gun in the vehicle. He got out of the car. He had to make a conscious decision to grab the gun from the vehicle and then continue to run. How many? 9 out of 10 times you're going to get shot for that. Black, white, green, purple, it don't matter. 9 out of 10 times you're going to get shot for that. These officers are amazing. That needs to be praised. This is what we're talking about. You guys see all the bad cop videos you want to see, but how often are you celebrating when they do great? That was great. That was great. What do you got, Banning?
Same thing. I mean, he's going to be able to answer for whatever charges started this. He's he may get a little bit of bruised and battered, just like law enforcement does every day, just like other people do every day. And he's going to be able to go before a judge. I mean, right now, where he's about to be transported, and he's going to be put in a holding cell, and probably tomorrow morning or later on this evening, a judge is going to come arraign him, and then the court process starts, and these guys are already going to other calls.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the big picture of that, I mean, that's what it is.
Yep. And I love all the, like, this is what makes me happy, guys. You give us shit. You put us to the fire. And when I say you give us shit, I don't mean that you're being mean to us. I mean, you're giving us tough questions, and you're holding us accountable. That's what we like. That's what we want. Because I will outright, sometimes I'll privately message Banning or somebody else. I'm like, I don't know how to fucking answer this question.
Yep.
Like, this is a good question. I don't know how to handle it. And it's not because I'm trying to weasel out of it. It's just
we try to answer this from our heart and our training, heart being number one. Are we always going to have the right answer? No, but we always reflect to a call that may have been similar within our career and how it occurred without scathing from anything. And it may not make everybody happy, but we try to make the best decisions we can on scene. If we come to a scene and there's 10 heartbeats, we want to leave and there's 10 heartbeats, if that makes sense. And I hope that catches a grasp with a lot of our listeners and watchers out here tonight, is we want to preserve life. And I know everybody on this channel has seen negative videos. We've seen them too. And if Erik and I and Alan and all of us that are on this panel had the power to stop every one of those, we would do it in a friggin' heartbeat. However, we don't. And that's why we bring this together. So
Banning froze. he froze and he's back. You there, Banning? Hello. He's having a little that couldn't have paused at the best moment. Like, it was the perfect moment for it to pause for effect. You still there, Banning?
No,
I can't hear him. Yep, now you're there. Okay. So, yes, to back up what Banning said, this is one of the only, if not the only, platforms you are going to find where y'all get to participate, say your piece. We're going to try to address it the best that we can, and that good luck finding another one. So, and we'll even highlight people like this guy right here. Or girl, Josephine Pisculi. Many innocent people are killed and locked up because of criminal lying cops with a K. So it's even more serious. That's very vague in general. I can't really. Have people been locked up because of lying cops? Yes, I've actually had them on and interviewed them. I've had people that have been success stories of the Innocence Project, such as Derek Hamilton. I had him on the show. He was on Joe Rogan. We interviewed him. He was falsely convicted, exonerated for homicide from a corrupt, I think it was NYPD detective that I think about 27 of his cases ended up being looked into because of this one case. And it turns out he'd possibly wrongly convicted 27 other people for homicide. So I don't disagree with what you're saying. My problem is, Josephine, are you coming here open and honestly to have objective discussion? Is that like, or are you just coming here just to try to be an asshole? That's the difference. If you're here just to be an asshole, and only you know that answer, like, this ain't the place for you. But if you're here to have the tough questions, ask us, hold us to the fire, we will answer. We are here for that. That's what we're here for. If I don't have the right answer, I'm sorry. I'm going to be honest. So Jason Elledge said, I agree with you, Sarge. I lived in Las Vegas and I've seen Metro act right and I've seen them act donkey. I think people don't like when supervisors sugarcoat mistakes in the field. Agreed.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Agreed. I have made my officers apologize in the field. Hey, tell them you're sorry right now. Hey, ma'am, sir, my officer fucked up. Do you want to, I don't say fucked up, but hey, my officer screwed up. Do you want to file a complaint? I'm the supervisor. I'm here. Here's what that process looks like. But most of the time when you lay out the education and why an officer acts the way they do, sometimes it does help. It's like a crab where if it's spelled with a K, it means it's not real. Josephine said, bring me on your panel. Okay. Do you want to be on it? I just need you to have a mic and a camera. Your mic needs to be external. I'm not doing a cell phone. Audio is the most important thing for what we do. Any cops that we have on here, I don't let them do it either. You need to have a mic and you need to have a webcam. So if you're interested, reach out to us. We'll get you on here. We'll discuss whatever it is you want to discuss. That is also the difference in what we do compared to other people is I invite every single person that's anti-cop on here. Nobody has taken that yet, except for my guys that were wrongly convicted. It's not that they were anti-cop. They just wanted to share their experience. So let's keep going here. Let's go to the next video. That was a great video. Boom, boom, boom. We still have a ton of people on, by the way, Banning.
Come here. Come here. Come here now. 215. I got one running. Go open 24. Stop him! Shoot you, damn!
Biggie says.
What was that?
I don't know. Biggie says it though.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna go back. That all happened very fast for me.
Hey, come here. Come here.
Did he get out of this car?
215. I got one running. Go open 24. Stop him! Shoot you, damn!
Okay. There are some people that that will get mad. He said, stop because I'll fucking shoot you. Listen, he said that because he's trying to avoid using a use of force. It's a bluff. I was hoping to scare him into stopping so we don't have to run after him. We don't have to chase him. We don't have to tase him. We don't have to tackle him. We don't have to shoot him. We don't have to do that. Imagine if he stopped in his tracks because this officer all of a sudden said, stop or I'll fucking shoot you. That is why he did what he did. And I'm okay with that. So for everybody's out there, oh, you shouldn't talk to people like, no. If it stops somebody in their tracks so I don't have to use force later, that's the best case scenario. That's a bluff I'm okay with.
Show me your... Show me your...
Did he run back to the car?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we just ran in a circle here. Andy Fletcher said, having him run in the snow. Ugh. Yeah, I agree with you. I grew up in Michigan, y'all.
Hand! Stop!
Is he alone with 3 people? I thought that was another officer. If you guys can see my mouth, but it's not. So I'm guessing here, we tried to do a traffic stop. This guy fled from it. But we got 2 other people here.
Were they the other ones in the car? I'm trying to figure everything out. He's in over his head here. This is a shitstorm. I don't even know how I would handle this. Okay, if I'm and I've got the luxury of I paused it and I'm guessing. I'm gonna run wide back to my vehicle and try to use my vehicle as cover. Because this is insane. Like, what do you do here? I don't know. Banning, well, you got anything? I don't know what to do here. Am I frozen or can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I'm looking at my other picture up here and it looks like I'm frozen still. So I didn't know.
No, you're good, bro.
I didn't know if these were other people in the car or if another vehicle rolled up and maybe they're covering it. We can't see it. But He had a good point. Is this a CID with a body worn camera? We don't know. We're watching this video for the first time, just like y'all are.
Yeah. Harrison Brock said, Eric, what would you do if one of your LEOs told you to saying sorry to somebody? But okay. Whether or not they say sorry really makes no difference to me. If they fucked up and the person wants to press the issue, if the citizen says, no, this ain't right, I want you to do something, I'm going to do something. I'm going to write them up. I'm going to do whatever. And depending on their history, depends on the level that's going to be. It really has no difference if they do it or not, because they could say that they're sorry, but the person still wants something done. Hey, my guy's going to apologize to you. Cool. Okay, here he is. He apologized. Okay, go away. I'm going to make my guy go away because I don't want him around. I don't want the person to feel obligated to say no in front of him. This is how I handle things. So once my guy's long gone, I'm going to say, listen, they're gone. They're out handling calls now. Do you want to push this any farther? Do you want to make a complaint? And that's how I'm going to handle it. Because it makes no difference what I want. It's you. Do you want to file a complaint? And then now it's on that person. More often than not, I can say 100% of the time, anytime that I have come up to a person that I've witnessed one of my officers be rude or whatever, not handle it the right way, I've come up and told my officer, hey, you need to go over there and you need to apologize and you need to tell them why you said what you said. Because oftentimes they don't realize it. But when you explain why you did what you did, that helps. So then once my officer does that, all right, go away. I'll make them leave the scene completely. Hey, ma'am, sir, my officer's gone. Do you want to file a complaint on them? If you do, I understand, and I'll make that happen. 100% of the time, they're like, no, I didn't look at it the way that he said, so no, I don't want to do that. That's why I do what I do. So I hope that answers your question. Sorry. Let me keep playing here. I don't know what I do here, guys. The driver's your concern. Oh.
Get out of the car.
Damn.
Get out of the car. Oh, shoot.
I'm not going to lie. I don't know that I've ever been able to draw a baton that quick. That was pretty quick. For you, Banning?
I have on a couple instances, but I mean, it wouldn't be this. But again, I don't know what all started this. I mean, that's the whole thing with these videos, guys, is we don't know the beginning. Yeah. It would help everybody in the whole picture if we knew the entire circumstances here, but we're trying to guess on what's available on YouTube.
Yeah. So what is unique about what we're doing, guys? We don't know any of the details. We don't read into them. We don't know nothing. We are talking out of our ass based on what we see. That is 100. That is what is the biggest difference about what we're doing as cops. Cops will not discuss anything based simply on what they see. And that is one of the biggest frustrations to me as a cop. I can give you some sort of feedback based on what I'm watching without the whole picture, with the caveat of saying I don't know the whole picture. Listen, based on what I see. Now, if I get new information, I will change my opinion. And that is why we do what we do. But if you guys are going to make a judgment by the videos that you're seeing, why can't we help out? Why can't we give a law enforcement perspective based on the same shit you guys see? That's the difference. So, just looking at the comments, Andy Fletcher said, with the distance and the snow, that's a scary situation. Plain Jane said, no traffic stops for petty infractions, no victim, no crime. Just depends. So like in this situation, I don't know. We don't know what the stop was for. We don't even know if this was a traffic stop. This could have been a suspect vehicle. This could have been a lot of things. So let's not get too invested.
Put it in park. I'll shoot you. Put it in park. Put it in park.
Okay. A reasonable person doesn't continue to try to put the car in drive while a cop's on top of their ass swinging a baton around. Ooh, I can hear the gas. He's pressing the gas.
Shoot you. Stop! 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 Oh!
Shots fired.
215 shots fired.
Okay. We've had this discussion. Creating your own exigency.
There's no reason for it, but again, try not to quarterback here, but just not how Banning operates. So
it's not how I operate. If he starts taking off, I'm backing out.
Yep.
I am not going to take somebody's life simply because they're trying to get away.
Hey, just for shits and grins, pull up the details on this once we're done, and
okay,
what else is police activity added to this that we may help.
Yeah, I will. So yeah, I will say this is not how I would have handled it. As soon as he started to try to drive off, I'm backing off myself. I can hear him pressing. As soon as that car starts to move, I'm backing out. Like, try to get him out. I get it. But no, unless this guy's wanted for something heinous, guys. But we don't know that yet. So that makes me lean towards this. Is this a traffic stop?
Is it an investigation or a traffic stop?
Right. This car was parked. He was already long out of that vehicle. Did he flee and then get to here? I don't know. Things to consider.
Hey, come here. Come here now.
Okay, so he's really got no excuse. This is a fully uniformed police officer. It's a fully marked police unit. You know you're supposed to stop. He runs from him. Okay, fair enough. Do these guys get back in the car? They do, don't they? Because there was one dude did. So they're trying to get the kid out. Wow. Okay. So that occurred well away from where I thought it happened. I thought it was all in that one spot.
Yeah.
So there was a kid in the car, and you could hear them saying the kid or something like that. Oh, I don't know now. My thought process has kind of changed. Like, now you got, if I let him flee, now I'm letting a kid knowingly being endangered, because who knows what he's going to do when he runs in this car. Did the cop know that there was a kid in there? So this isn't necessarily just being scared for your safety, your personal safety. This is in protection of a third party, a child.
Yep.
Ooh. I don't know. This is why we don't Monday morning quarterback. I can't say yes or no in this situation, y'all. What do y'all think in the comments? Now that there's a kid involved, what do you think? Plain Jane said, "What? I wasn't necessarily talking about the video. I'm talking about rolling stop with no." Oh, I'm sorry. It's probably not what she meant to talk about here. So the guy did not run back to the car. Where's backup suspect? Yeah, where is? Don't know. Where is backup? We don't know what we're dealing with. Might be 3 guys on duty today, and the next guy is 15 minutes away. We don't know.
I wish my backup was 15 minutes away.
Guys, I'm going to give you 100% Lavigne right now. I don't know on this one. This one is tough. It is a tough call. There's a kid in the car. He's obviously willing to run in the vehicle with the child in the car. I don't know if it's a baby or what, but it's a child. I don't know. I definitely retract my, backing off and not doing anything. If it had just been him and another adult, then yes, I would have backed out. But there's a kid in the car. You can't. You can't retreat on that.
I don't, and I never did. Is anytime dealing with this as a single person unit, rolling up and the driver just takes off. If you've got other people in the car, or you don't know, you're clearing that car before you're going after that person. And what probable cause do we have to go after that person? That's what I want to know. If there's something in the comments to where maybe something was known, this was a 911 call on something else. I really can't state without even reading it yet that he's just rolling into this alley and he's like, oh, hey, there's a guy getting out of the car. I'm going to run. There's got to be more to the situation, and try not to quarterback it much, but golly, man. I mean, anytime you have kids or just other people involved is
Andy Fletcher said, it sounded like the car crashed into the house on the right just as you froze the video. Let me, I'll go back.
I think that was the gunshot, but I'm not sure.
Let's go back right there. He's hitting the gas. He must be in
That's when the officer's in the driver's door. You see it open.
Spinning the tires. That's a gunshot. Gunshot. And I believe that's the end of it. Yeah, that's the end of it. So
let's check out those details.
Yeah, we're going to go to the details on this one. We don't do this, but I'm going to read it. Rock Island, Illinois, on January 5th, 2025, at approximately 3:15 p.m., Rock Island Police Department, Brett Taylor was conducting patrol in a fully marked squad vehicle in the area of the 12th Street and 34th Avenue on Rock Island, Illinois. Officer Taylor noticed a maroon 2013 Ford Fusion traveling northbound towards his squad car, then immediately turned left into an alley. He noted that the windows were heavily tinted, but believed he saw two male subjects in the front seat. Officer Taylor ran the license plate of the vehicle, which was registered to both 21-year-old Jakarta Jackson and female numerous alerts came back from the vehicle, including a weapons caution and recent involvement in a fled vehicle report. There was also an active warrant for Jackson out of Rhode Island County. Officer Taylor located the parked vehicle in the driveway of 2403 12th Street, later determined to be a vacant home. Officer Taylor was parked in a squad behind the vehicle when he saw Jackson walking away. He initiated his flashing lights for traffic stop and exited the squad yelling verbal commands for Jackson to stop. Jackson did not stop, began running around. We know that. Threatening to shoot. Although he did not have his weapon drawn. Jackson, pushing the gear in the park. Jackson pulls back into the driveway. Struggling to go in reverse. Officer Taylor appears to be hanging onto Jackson and onto the car door as Jackson is driving forward down the side of the yard on the hill and strikes a street sign before spinning and stopping at the bottom of 12th Street. Officer Taylor appears to fall backwards when the car hits the street sign and is then seen with his weapon discharging it 5 times, hitting Jackson in the glute and lower torso. Officer Taylor then moves Jackson out of the vehicle while another officer arrives to assist. CPR and other life-saving measures were administered to Jackson. The investigator later revealed that there were 6 individuals. Holy shit, there were 6 people in that car in the Ford Fusion when he initiated the stop. 1 male along with 2 minor children and a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old in the back seat. The vehicle did not have child safety restraints or seating, so there were just loose kids in the back. No other passengers were physically injured during the incident. There were no weapons discovered on Jackson or inside the Ford Fusion. Officer Taylor was taken to a nearby hospital for treatment and was released. Oh, so he didn't die. Oh, no, Officer Taylor was. Jackson did not survive his injuries. 2 of the adult passengers were also at the top of the hill, observed the car driving forward. with Officer Taylor attached to the driver's side door. Okay. So Tiffany T is saying cop created that mess. Did he? He initiated a stop. Person ran. The driver. He chased after the driver, which is normal. And it turned into what it turned into. So I wouldn't say he created the mess. I think he did what he supposed to do, and then it just turned into a shit show. So it's a hard one. That's a hard one. For me, you got the kids in the car. That changed everything. That really did. Because inevitably, when you go to pull someone over and that happens, you're not supposed to go chasing the passengers. You're supposed to chase the driver. That's the person you're trying to stop. Banning, is that how you look at it?
It is, but different areas, different ways to do things, if that makes sense. Just like that, he didn't have any backup right there. Personally, I'm not chasing him. I'm staying with the people. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Obviously, we can ID him, write paper on him, and catch him later.
Yeah.
Even if he's going to loop back, and then we can deal with it on that deal. But once you realize you have kids in that car and you have multiple folks that are in the car, let's investigate a little bit further. We're getting on the radio. We're letting dispatch know, comms know, get some folks here, figure out what's going on. If we got to lock down the area, if it's a bad deal, that's fine.
Yeah.
But good Lord. Yeah. I'm not quarterbacking him. That's the way he was trained.
I will say, if I'm alone, I'm not chasing anybody.
Right.
I'm not going, if there's a car full of people, I'm just going to be like, all right, see ya. I'm going to find out who you are from your friends. They're not going to cover for you. I'm going to figure out who you are and just put an evading charge on you, and that's it. So I kind of get where she's coming from. I say she. Where was her name? Tiffany. Yeah, that's why I said she. She said he shouldn't have chased. And I agree with that. I wouldn't have. I wouldn't have. I wouldn't say he shouldn't have. I'm just saying it wasn't a wise choice. What I personally would not have, because I would have went old school and been like, I'm not getting tired for no reason, and I'm just going to find out who you are from your people. Right. But that's 18 years of talking. That's 22 years of police experience coming from Banning.
Somebody had made a comment, and it doesn't matter who it was, but this is something to the effect of, why are you stopping somebody for a defective taillight or a license plate light? Well, just in my experience, and I'm just one law enforcement officer. I've gotten 2 people wanted for murder out of separate states, one being a taillight out, and the other one being a license plate light out. Those minor traffic infractions. And again, I'm not a big ticket writer. And I'm going to tell you right now, if I light up somebody with a tail light out or a headlight out or something like that, and they take off, my initial, before they flee, which becomes a felony, my initial is what's called a Class C in the state of Texas, which is just traffic. I'm cutting it off unless I've got a stolen vehicle or something else to articulate to put other people in danger. And then it's got to be elevated at that. I've canceled more pursuits on my own accord without a supervisor canceling it, even when I was a select sleeve officer, because I can run that reel in my head seeing so many bad things. I don't want to be the guy that's responsible for a guy that stole his mother's car, and it came as what's called a UUMV in the state of Texas, unauthorized use of motor vehicle. And we go and get into a pursuit, and he ends up rolling that car into a living room and killing somebody. Yeah. I will cancel a pursuit before I will go with it, unless it's one of these. If this guy gets away, he is probably going to hurt or kill somebody else. That's the only reason I'm going to chase till the wheels fall off. And I'm different with other law enforcement on that.
So Mama G said, so if someone takes off or takes a left-hand turn, avoiding the cop or not, and windows tinted, so windows are too dark, it deserves shooting incident. Shake my head. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is, you pull someone over. You have a right as a cop. You're using the law. That's the job. If you don't like the way that the laws are, then you need to get them changed. And that's the beauty of this nation, is that we can get laws changed through votes and having the people stand up and say, no, we don't like that anymore. But that's not the case. So having tint too dark is a law. So that is justification for a traffic stop. Is it something I would do? No. I live in Texas. It gets hot. I would think you're nuts for not having tint and having dark tint. Like, I get it. However, let's just say we're going to go with whatever state this is or whatever. It's against the law, and they decided to do a traffic stop. That is not why they decided to shoot somebody. They didn't say, oh, his tint's too dark. Bah, 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 bah. They didn't do that, guys. So the way that you're trying to explain that is it's dishonest. I'm not saying you're dishonest, Mama G. I'm just saying that's a very weak and generalization, and you know that. Deep down, you know that that's a generalization, and that's not what happened. What happened was he tried to pull him over for a traffic stop. Hey, your tint's too dark. Let me find out what's going on. This car's been seen to flee. So there's obviously something going on. They're cops. That's what you want your cops to do. You want them to dig into stuff where people are running from police. Like, that's the proactive side of policing. You get mad if they don't do their job. You get mad when they do their job. Like, it's catch-22 no matter what. So this person ran the plate, found a car that happens to have fled from police before, and they try to do a traffic stop based on some minimal stuff that they could find. And then lo and behold, guess what? The person runs again. So now he chases after him. This is where we have some common ground. I wouldn't have chased him. I had 5-6 people jump out of the car. Like, I'm going to figure out who you are based on that. Then we can write a warrant later. There's no reason to go any farther. But that's old. That's experience speaking. A younger cop may not have thought that way. Younger cop's going to see the rabbit runs. I chased the rabbit. So he did. He chased the rabbit. And he paid for it. It wasn't because of tint. It was because of series of things that happened. And based on his training and experience, which was limited, that's what he did. He chased after him. So then he gets up there and he's like, oh shit, I'm in over my head. I'm alone and this guy is running in the car. Oh shit, there's kids inside. I can't let him run with kids inside. Now he's in a catch-22. If he just backed up, let him go, and that guy wrecked out with the kids in the car, what would you be saying? Why didn't he go after? Why didn't he try to get him out of the car? People would be pissed because he didn't try to get him out of the car. So he tried to get him out of the car the best way he knew. It's a shitty spot, guys.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't give you a right or wrong answer. I hope you're not looking at me and like, oh, you better say the right thing. I'm not going to. I don't know how to. But to sit there and go, well, it was over tint. No, it wasn't over tint. It was a series of events. This is what happened. This is what led to that. So, Andy Fletcher said, I wouldn't have chased him. That's our point. Okay. But that doesn't make what that person did wrong. Just because I wouldn't have. Because we're sitting here, we're watching in hindsight, guys. This is the hard part. And this is where I challenge y'all that are kind of pushing that way. Let me run you through a scenario. Let me put a badge and a gun belt on you with all the tools available. And then put you through that. I want you to tell me that that's how you would respond. It's easy to sit back and say that's how you would respond. But you don't know until you've done it. Let's have an honest conversation. Honest. What do you got, Banning?
No, I'm right there with you. I mean, there's you put 100 cops by themselves into a room. They watch this video with the information that we had, and you may have 50 different answers with 100 cops on how that's going. You may have 100 different answers, and it all goes back to their training, how many years they've had in the field. I'm a big proponent, same as you. Is where are we getting these guys? We're plucking them. We're bringing them into law enforcement. Can they communicate to begin with? What's their background while training? Are we just filling a seat with it's a warm body and he can pass A, B, and C tests? And now we're putting them out there on the street. And if Eric and I could have our way and to make sure that each cop knows how to communicate when they come out and use all their senses when they go to stop somebody and use all the safety that's afforded to us with whatever department that we're with, then maybe you might, not 100%, have a different outcome on some of this stuff. Is it the best way? No, but we're just using our training and experience to say that type of thing.
Yeah. Josephine, I appreciate your comments, but you're being a little disingenuous. The man did nothing to be killed for. If those were your kids in the back seat, is that what you would be saying? Because I know what I'd be saying. If my kids were in the back seat, I know what I'd be saying. So I don't know you. You don't know me. So we'll leave it at that. I don't think any less of you. I just think that you're being a contrarian intentionally. I'll just put it that way. There's plenty of people on here that know and have called us out and have called out other bad stuff, and we've been able to meet common ground. But to say that type of thing, let it be your kids in that back seat, and then tell me how you would feel about a person that's trying to flee from the cops, and that cop did nothing. That cop does nothing, and they flee with your kids in the car. That cop doesn't know whose kids those are. That's the one thing as us as cops we don't play around with, at least for me. Kids. You want to make me emotionally invested really quick? It's children. I try to be very objective and try to keep a, non-emotional level about some of the stuff I do. Kids get involved, I will tell you, I am 100%. There's a whole reason I've never done crimes against children. Banning, you ever done that?
For 2 days.
For 2 days?
That's all I got to say, because I probably would have been
I would have been unemployed.
It takes a special. There's so many hats that we wear in law enforcement, from all the different criminal elements that we have special units for. That's one unit that I would say probably less than 1% of law enforcement can handle without starting a Glock or crossing that Fourth Amendment line and taking somebody out on an admission that they did something to a child.
Yep.
I'm going to leave it at that. And like I said, I was in there for a small amount of time, and I decided I'm going back to normal patrol, canine, narcotic, because that's my area of expertise. And whenever I run into something like that, I bring in the professionals, because I would be the first one to tell you, I am not the professional to go interview somebody. What we get trained to do as law enforcement and sit down and have this hunky-dory meeting with an SOB that's done something to a child or hurt a child, because I'm going to be in prison. As soon as if I get in the middle and it's a rage yesterday statement that they committed a felony and defiled or did something bad, my badge is going away and I'm going to prison, because that's our next generation. That's the true. If you look at everything in the world, that is the true innocence, is our children.
Yep.
And you have to have that special person to be able to do that. And I'm not the guy.
Yep. I'm not the guy either.
So
I can't. I've been, I don't want to say offered, but somebody had asked me if I'd consider doing crimes against children, internet crimes against children, and I just can't do it. I just can't do it. So know thyself. And I know me, I would get emotionally invested. It would eat me up. And I don't know that I could be fair to somebody that I was investigating as a suspect. So Eye of the Night said, "Oh, Banning decided to show up to the show. Glad to see you back." I tried to read that in his voice. Sigma Lord said, "I would be arrested just for thinking of what I would do to child offenders." See, now you guys are kind of understanding where our mindset goes. You got a guy that's trying to flee with kids in the car, knowing a cop is trying to stop you. Like, you are the worst of the worst people. You were trying to flee with kids in the car. So that's why I look at, Josephine, and I'm like, come on. You are being Josephine, I believe your heart's in the right place. I really do. I really think that you have your heart in the right place. But you are not being genuine. You are being a contrarian on this particular topic. I will believe that wholeheartedly. I think at the end of the day, you would have done the same thing, because you are not going to risk kids. You're not going to risk children. So, I The Knight said, good thing too. We need someone to supervise Eric. Fuck off, the Knight. You're not wrong though. I do need some supervision. So let me go to the next video. Banning, how long you got, bud? I'm feeling good. We have literally almost 300 people logged on right now that shows on Restream. So
dude,
we know
if you want to go for another hour, I don't care.
Fuck it. So just for those listening, when we see our numbers on Restream's numbers are very off. If it shows 30 people, that means we've got anywhere from 1,000 to 2,000 people. When it shows us that we have 300 people, that means we have a lot of people still logged on. So, and if you're wondering, like, how the fuck do you know that? It's because it's only registering my stuff. It's not registering Matt's stuff. It's not registering Banning stuff, which he's got his LinkedIn. Banning, how many LinkedIn followers you have? 30,000?
31,000 and some
yeah. So
but I don't look at him as followers, Eric. I look at him as connections. So
connections, whatever the fuck you want to say. So tomato. So yeah, guys, I don't even know how many Matt has, but so that's just to give you an idea. So thank you, guys. If we have 30 people that are logged on, we consider that a classroom. If anybody's teaching a class, 30 people or more, that's a great class to be teaching. So we are here for y'all. So love it. Josephine said, damn it, I clicked it. Eric, I'm not disrespecting, so stop disrespect. I'm not disrespecting you. Listen, if you're going to try to call us out, we're not gonna just sit back and let you slap at us. We're gonna come back at you. We're not being mean. I'm not saying.
Josephine, we love that you're here, and
yes.
I hope that this is 100%. Again, Eric and I don't make any money for this. Anybody on our panel doesn't. That this is not for
zero.
To be honest with you, I don't care for the camera. I don't care, but this is in my heart. I've retired.
God, you don't have a face for it.
I know, because my mother's always told me I have a great face for radio, meaning stay out of the damn camera, man.
Face is getting awfully red from all them Coors, by the way.
It is, man. And but no, seriously, guys, we're here for you. And Josephine, if it's come across that way, it is not. We love that you have a voice. We're not gonna put out your voice. If we disagree, we're gonna tell you, because we already know if you guys disagree with us, you're gonna tell us, and that's what this panel is all about. You know, in the end of this, I'm hoping in 2 to 3 years from now that there's a lot of people here tonight that may get a different methodology of thought of what a human being that carries a badge is going out there and doing. I'm not saying, and we were the first ones to tell you, we don't think that every cop is right and justified in what they do out there. We are not an echo chamber like Eric stated. We're not here to say, by golly, we're police officers, and no.
Right.
We want to hear your sides. What you know, there wouldn't be any cops if it wasn't for the general public, and you are the general public. We're bringing you in here to have a voice as well. It's not just for us. Getting off my soapbox, I know Eric's going to go to another video, but we love all of y'all, regardless of we're indifferent and different stuff. We're all humans. I'm going to go right back to that. We are all humans in this.
Yeah. Shout out to Jason Elledge. I haven't heard from him, so he said, real talk, worked 11 years in casino security in Las Vegas, so he's definitely handled some rough bush.
Mm-hmm.
Have handled most calls other than active murder. We had a guy get stabbed in the garage, and I can yell, violate crime sucks.
Violent crime, yeah.
Violent crime?
I think he's meant.
I don't know. I can't.
Yeah.
Sorry, brother. Between the smoke wagon and then trying to read that, I don't know what you meant. So
in reference to Andy's, that one that just popped up at the top, I want more cops to watch. Let me tell you, brother, there's a lot of law enforcement that are watching right now, but the way the rules dictate in their general orders, when they're a full-time peace officer at their department, they don't read the fine print on it, and they're very careful on where they come in and make comments.
Yep.
Only because they think it's going to. So I'm going to tell you right now, there's just as many law enforcement watching right now, and hopefully learning some stuff from y'all and from us to help them in their career. But there is a lot of active law enforcement and retired law enforcement that watch this show as well, just so everybody understands.
So what Banning can back up what I'm about to tell you guys is I get messages not just from y'all, but from cops as well that tell me constantly, hey, been checking out your channel for the last month, or been checking out your channel for the last year, or however long it is. It is so refreshing, or it's so cool to see, or it's really awesome that a cop is calling out other cops, but also like you're doing it really well because it's even keel, or however you want to say it. Every time we get those messages, I send it in our group chat and show our guys. I highlight it. Hey guys, the mission that we are doing is working. Here's a cop saying this. Here's a civilian saying this. Here's a cop saying this. And I share it with them every time. I want it to be a motivator that somebody is like, this is awesome. So cops are watching. I will tell you, when I started doing this, it was for citizens. That was my idea. When I first started, I was like, oh, I want to help teach citizens this, that, and the other. You want to know who I've taught more than anybody? Other cops. So, Andy, it's working, brother. It is absolutely. I have gotten more feedback from cops. You really want to see it? Check out my LinkedIn. Go to our 2 Cops 1 Donut on LinkedIn. You'll see a lot more cops on there. It tends to be kind of a more professional format, so they do it for their job and all that stuff. But that is where I've got a lot of other officers that are like, I didn't think of it that way, or man, this is great. This should be training everywhere. So yes, other cops are watching. But you're right. Yeah, more cops need to watch. Sign up, follow us. You spend so many hours on the range, and you have to shoot in the vehicle while IQ of a goose. I don't understand what that means.
Well, he's yelling it. It's all in caps. I mean, unless I'm wrong. I mean, it's obviously he ran into something, and maybe
some people have a hard time seeing, so they write in all caps.
Sir Richard, the Lionheart, man, stick around. We're human just like you are, man. We're not perfect, and we're not sitting proclaiming to be perfect. So
I'll put my foot in my mouth. I will put my foot in my mouth. I 100% guarantee it. It's going to happen. So let's go to the next video, though. Let's see. Is that the right one? Share. Biggie size. Oh, Banning, by the way, apparently me saying biggie size is a thing.
It is. I get comments even on LinkedIn that you're not even connected with. They're like, is Erik going to biggie size it? And I'm like, are we going live tonight? We're going to biggie size it.
When I was a kid growing up, that was a big thing.
It is.
You go through the McDonald's line. Do they still? All right. This tells you how not in touch I am with fast food. Because the only fast food I really eat is Chick-fil-A. When I do decide to eat it, maybe sometimes some Canes. But do they still call it biggie size? Do you say I want a big? Can you biggie size that?
I have no idea. I just eat vegetables.
I don't know either. I don't know. You don't eat no fucking vegetables. You live on what is that steak? Chicken fried steak. That's what you live on. That's a Texas thing, y'all. I never heard of chicken fried steak till I moved down here. All right, let's go. All right. This doesn't look real. Oh, your boy got a right. Oh, I was gonna say he's got a rifle. All right. This is the skeptical side of me. Why the fuck is this camera angle here?
I think this is probably going to be a Tesla video. This is
Tesla. This is a car. You think that's a car right there?
You see that fender on the very right side of the screen?
Oh, you're right. No, I didn't even notice that. I'm like, this is a weird fucking angle. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. You kind of won me over. All right. So we're watching a robbery, I guess. That's my guess.
Yep.
Is this like a... Again, we don't know any of the... I don't know any of the details. I've never seen this. Is this like a Uber ride gone wrong? I don't know. This is fucking weird. This is weird. So, all right, let's keep going. Okay, your boy is really trying. We got no sound, guys, so I apologize. This is just the way it is. He's robbing two dudes on the sidewalk with what looked like an AK to me, like a...
Probably an SKS, but...
Okay, yeah. So they come... Oh, they're attacking his ass. Okay, good for them. All right. Beautiful. Listen, I don't care what you got to do. Meat, teeth, and hair. Go for it all. Okay. All right. I guess the thing that we got to start thinking of is if we're the police and we show up to this.
Yep.
That's kind of how I'm looking at what the fuck do I do. Okay, we'll keep going. My boy's throwing elbows.
Yo, what the fuck is going on?
Oh, so the cops stumbled upon this shit. They don't know what the fuck's happening.
Yep.
Oh, shit. This is dangerous.
Very.
Because I don't know who the bad guy is. Me looking at this as a cop, I don't know who's the bad guy.
And all you want to do as a police officer is freeze the scene so nobody gets hurt and then investigate it.
Okay, so I'm gonna I don't know what's going on. Everybody's on the ground. Get on your fucking face. Everybody on their face. Doesn't matter. I don't know who's the bad guy. So for here, everybody on the ground. That's where I'm going right now.
Hey, get off of him. Let me get it back up. What's your name? Go grab him. Hey, get off of him. Drop the.
Okay. This is a shitty situation because I'm going to keep saying it over and over. Everybody on their face, everybody on their face, everybody on the face, everybody on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, unbeknownst to me, these two dudes are fighting over their fucking life.
Yep.
Holy shit. This is a bad spot. You don't know who's... Fuck. All right. Let's keep going. So... Now, in this, the only thing that I'm going to say is I've got the advantage right now is I know who the bad guy is.
The gun! Drop the gun! He has a gun! Get off of him! He has AK! He has AK! Get off of him!
This is bad. This guy right here is so fucking smoked right now. He is so in over his head with just fight or flight response. Did you see his feet?
Yep.
I'm going to go back. I want you guys to watch his feet. This is not normal.
Get off of him. Let me get it back up. What's your name? Go grab him. Hey, get off of him. Drop the gun. Drop the gun. He has a gun. Get off of him. He has AK. He has AK. Get off of him.
My man just danced.
Yep.
He doesn't know what the fuck to do. And I don't blame him.
No.
You're looking down at people fighting over an AK? Oh, damn, bro.
Officer, need help, officer. Rifle! Shot fired! Shot fired! Shot fired! Forcing out with the rifle!
So it looks like one of the victims got hit in the hand.
Looks like one of them got hit. Yeah. Luckily they shot the right dude. Okay. 2 minutes. No audio capture during the 2-minute buffer period. Whose body camera has a 2-minute buffer period?
What the fuck is going on? Hey, get off of him. Let me get it back up. What's your name? Go grab him. Hey, get off of him.
Okay. So I didn't hear that before, but the guy's yelling, he's got a gun. He's got a gun. Shit. Okay. Even still, you don't know.
Drop the gun! Drop the gun! He has a gun! Get off of him! He has AK! He has AK!
So he sees the gun. He says it. He's got an AK. He's got an AK. Like, our body armor is not stopping that. So I understand his excited utterance right here.
Get off of him! Officer, need help, officer!
Don't blame him. There. Get everybody. Everybody. This is the one time you get to call everybody. Ooh, oh shit. I didn't mean to do that, y'all.
Damn.
Dang it.
Gun! He has a gun! Get off of him! He has AK! He has AK! Get off of him! Officer, need help, officer!
That shot right there, I don't think that was intentional.
No, I think that was a sympathetic response.
Yeah.
With fear, human fear, and that's a training issue. And is that excusable? No.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he meant to do that. I think that was a fuck up shot right there. That may have been the hand shot. I don't know which one got shot though. That's a guy in blue. Did he get shot or was it the other dude?
I think it was a dude in the darker clothes, but I'm not sure until we.
Okay. I'm going to go back just a little bit to see if it's possible he shot.
He has a gun! Get off of him! He has an AK! He has an AK! Get off of him! Officer, need help! Officer, where's you out there? Rifle! Shot fired! Shot fired! Shot fired! Where's you out with the rifle? What the?
Did anybody else fire? I think he's the only dude that fired. I'll go back. I think he's the only one that fired. I don't even know if the AK fired.
Hey, get off of him! Drop the gun! Drop the gun! He has a gun! Get off of him! He has an AK! He has an AK! Get off of him! Officer, need help! Officer, where's you out there? Rifle! Shot fired! Shot fired! Shot fired!
He's the only one that fired.
Yep.
He's the only one that fired. Not saying that him firing's wrong. I agree with him shooting. I think he was fine in that. I don't like. But he obviously must have hit that other guy somehow. I don't know how he hit him. But.
Rifle! 114th and Grand. Hey, get down! Get down! Be shot! Hey! Be shot! Officer needs help. 114th Grand. 114 with the rifle. Hey, shot! He has the rifle! Drop the rifle!
Yeah, he's fucking worked up. Understandably so.
Yeah, that dude's probably got to be between 180 and 190 on heart rate. And that goes to, right now, I wouldn't feel comfortable with myself in uniform because after I've gotten out, I put on weight and haven't worked out as much. So I wouldn't feel confident being in uniform right now. But when I was in uniform and doing everything that I did, you've got to be able to control that heart rate. And that's a big thing with it in cardio and working out and going out to these calls. It could be going to a stolen bicycle call, going to a homicide call directly after that. And you've got to be able to have control of your mental and physical capabilities out there. And I don't know this dude's history. I don't know any of that. So I'm not crucifying the police officer by any stretch. I don't know what he's going in, through in his head being there on scene. But good Lord, man.
Listen.
It's a bad deal.
I honestly feel for that cop. That is a shit situation. You got 3 dudes fighting over a gun. You don't know who the bad guy is.
And then you have 2 complete victims that were just walking the street. I mean, I think they are. I mean, we don't know the whole stories. Right. But from what's being portrayed here is they're standing in the street talking, and this guy comes up to rob them, and then that's where the scene starts. The Tesla. Now we can see. I knew that was a Tesla camera. We can see the Tesla there that's capturing all of this, and thank God for that because that helps with court cases down the road. And just so everybody understands that don't agree with filming in public, these Teslas have solved a lot of crimes. All they're doing is recording public space, just like when you're walking down the sidewalk. Eric and I both, we don't care about these First Amendment auditors who go around and film everything. That's in the public view. Go film whatever you want, man. I mean, if you're in the public view, you're fine. But these Teslas have actually helped solve a lot of crimes.
Yeah, and for me watching that, I'm sitting there going, as the officer that responds, I'm just like, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like, you got to act, you got to do something. And how reasonable is it for somebody to continue to try to pick up a gun while being wrestled by 2 people and with a cop right there? Like, he obviously did a good job at threat assessing and going after the right person. He called out the right weapon. But he was worked up, man. He was fucking hyped. His flight or fight was off the charts right there. So
paralyzed almost in reference to
he did the happy dance while he was doing that. David Edmondson said, "Did the AK fire first? Perhaps that." I don't think so. I think he fired because that guy was grabbing the AK. That's just my opinion. So let's see where the video goes. Maybe there's something else on here I didn't see.
All units, air.
I'm being shot.
All units, officer needs help, 114th and Graham. Officer needs help, 114th and Graham.
Drop the rifle. Drop the rifle. Officer needs help. Motherfucker. Hey, drop the rifle. Let me get on in.
Hold on.
Hey, that rifle! Drop the fucking rifle, motherfucker!
1864, Roger on the RA.
If he doesn't do anything other than put his hands up, I'm shooting him more. So I'm glad to see it. Looks like now that I've seen that camera angle, looks like he's putting his hands up.
Officer needs help, 14 in Grand. Officer needs help, 114 in Grand. Shots fired.
Right there. Hey, let's watch it. Hey, let's watch it. Go ahead. Hey, you know,
Gotta secure that weapon.
He's found. Where's the team from Graham? Is he a male? Black? Hey, get over here.
Units respond eastbound 115 in Graham.
Hey, get away.
Listen, this officer's response is completely understandable when you know the flight or fight response.
It's a very dynamic scene.
Yeah, he's at his threshold. This guy he saw that AK. He's fired his weapon at a human being, which we've never done. I understand it. I'm not saying that's how I would respond. I'm hoping I could do better, but we never know until we're in that situation. I've never fired my gun at a person. Banning, have you?
I'm sorry, disconnecting here a little bit. What'd you say?
I said, have you ever fired your weapon at somebody?
No.
Yeah, I've never fired my weapon at a person. Come close, but haven't had to do it. So I don't think any of us can make an honest assessment that we know how we would react when we had to fire our gun at somebody until we've done it. So want to keep going?
113 in Graham. There's going to be a...
my concern is, where is this rifle? Let's gotta get that secured. We gotta get an ambulance started because we shot this, I think we shot the suspect and we shot an innocent person.
Hey, ahí déjenlo, hágase para allá.
Métese en la casa. Hey, partner, get the shield. Let's move up on him and take him into custody, all right?
All right. All right, whenever you're ready.
Hold on, let's get the shield. Let's get the shield.
This is one of those times where I get a little frustrated because and this is my arrogance. I feel like I can read the situation better than other people. This dude is not going for that gun. That's just my thought.
Yep.
What do you think, Banning?
No, it's the same thing. He's given up. I don't know if he's been hit or not. We've got a victim, a true victim. That's
a true victim. We got to get him taken care of.
It's in a dog pile, and his hand or wrist or arm got hit. So now it's our responsibility to stop that bleed and friggin' make sure he goes home with less scratches. And I don't know if these guys even know where that rifle's sitting at right now because of the perpetual motion of the scene.
Yeah.
It could be under the car. He could be sitting on it. So that I understand they're trying to get a shield. They're trying to do this and that. But I believe what Eric's trying to tell everybody is we would handle that differently. The guy's got his hands up over there. We're not going to lose that grasp and ground. We're going to stay up there on him. We're going to get him down. We're going to get him into custody. We're going to get medical on the other folks and try to unravel this, because what everybody doesn't understand is these officers haven't seen this Tesla video yet. They haven't seen it. And, this is blank minded to them. They're rolling up. There's three guys fighting. Dude on the bottom comes up with an AR. That's where we're truly at right now. And they've had to deliver rounds down range in an unknowing situation.
Yep.
I mean, this is real life police work right here.
And to Mama G's point, she said, why shoot when you have no idea what's going on? That's not an unfair question. Mm-hmm. I see where you're coming from. However, in police work, we start to break down, even if it's subconsciously, like, hey, when police show up, everybody usually just like, that's a normal response. 99% of the time, that's the response. Guys fighting, guys, whatever it is, stealing, you catch them in the act of like, shit, I was just like, this is a normal reaction in a violent situation. Honestly, it is. So when there's guys fighting, he's got a gun, and they're yelling, this guy's got a gun. And he continues to grab that gun and get up with it while the police are, that's not normal. That's not a normal thing. So I think they really just they took a risk. They were like, all right, odds are that's not right. And they trusted their gut. I'm not saying they're right or they're wrong, but this is where we can't really judge them unless we're in their shoes. They made a gut call. And guess what? They were right. So how do you get mad at that? It's really how it comes down to. You trust your gut while you're on the scene during that moment. Now, let's say that was an innocent dude. They're also fucked. So I'm with you, Mama G. If they was wrong, then they deserve to be punished as though they were wrong.
Yep.
But they trusted their gut, took what they had based on limited information, and oh shit, that is why qualified immunity is a thing. This is a prime example of why qualified immunity is a thing. Because imagine being that guy. Because if those cops didn't fire and that guy shot them with an AK, you guys would be pissed because those cops didn't act. This is why we have these discussions, guys. I'm hoping to have these types of epiphany moments.
Let's see how they take him into custody.
Yeah.
Hey, don't move. You got a shield? All right, on you, all right? We'll move up. Hey, we're going to move up, right? All right, Roger. Hey, we'll move on this side, yeah.
Going up.
Don't move.
I'm glad they got up there quick.
We're going to get you on it. Come on. All right.
Hey, turn around, man. Turn around.
My legs broke. Can't move.
Turn around.
My legs
Where's the gun?
My legs broke.
See, this is what irritates me. There's no need to cuff him. Find the wound. Make sure he doesn't have any guns on him. Pat him down.
Yep.
Like, feel the situation out, guys. Pat him down. Make sure there's no other threats. Yes. But the dude shot up. He's not doing. You can read. I can read this. Can you not read this, Banning? Is it just me?
No, it's not just you.
I can read. Like, I feel like I can read this. Like, I don't know. Like, this is one of the things that pissed me off. You can read this. This guy, fucking fix him. Fix him. That's what your job is now. Like, putting him in cuffs. Like, damn. Like, I don't know.
We stopped the bleed on everybody. That's all. It doesn't matter how it started, where it finished. Now it's time to stop the bleed. And that's where we're at.
Right. Yeah. Sigma Lord said QI is justifiable for this, not for other instances. Agreed. There are some instances where I'm like, why? And that's why we got to hold our courts accountable. Why we got to hold our corrections accountable. You've got a lot. And I put a video out recently. You know what? I'm going to show that video. Show that video.
I know what that video is. I'm going to step away for 1 second.
Okay, you're good. Let me see. Where'd it go? Was it this one? Give me 1 second. Nope, that's not the one I'm looking for. Give me 1 second. I am looking for this video. I put a video out today or the day before. I can't find it. But anyway, my point is there's times where qualified immunity that's why it's there. And then the other times when it's not, and then people get mad, it's not the police you're mad at, it's the courts. Why are they allowing the qualified immunity to be there versus not? Hold them accountable. Where is the review board? Where's the citizen review board for the courts? Where's the citizen review board for your prosecution? Where's the citizen review board for your judges? Have them there for that. You guys have held police account. You guys are doing great. We are walking on eggshells, y'all. I promise you. But you know where we keep fucking up is on prosecution. That's my point. Why the hell are some people not? Why are they getting qualified immunity? Where are we failing? It's not at the police level. It's higher than that. Follow through on that. I just put a video out of a corrections officer. That's the video I was looking for. I found it. I'm going to pause it and I'm going to share it. Share this instead. So I'm going to play this. I can't go back, so.
You never had a problem. Why you gonna spit on us? Sergeants come around.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to reload it.
Tough prisoner.
Whitehead, what are you doing, man?
What did I do?
I ain't never had a problem. Why you gonna spit on us? Sergeants come around. You know how this is. Just take the
gotta take this shit, bro. I swear to God.
Just
bro.
take the fucking strings down.
I just need to take the shit.
That's all you was gonna do.
All I need, bro, you know I don't give y'all problems like that, bro. I do not give you problems like that, Shorts, bro. You know,
Fucking
all
prison.
you had to do is take the strings down,
Put
dude.
that dude in prison.
I'll take next time, bro. You ain't hear no problem with me, bro. I swear to God, bro. You know, second shift, bro. You know, I try my hard.
Keep your leg down. Keep your leg down.
I try my hard, you feel me? Cause y'all treat us right, you feel me? On everything.
I give y'all double trace every day and everything.
This ain't right here, though. On my mom.
You need medical?
This ain't, nah, bro. I'm straight. I don't want no medical.
You want decon out your ass?
I need shit out my ass, though. I'm sure. Hey, though. You know, God, bro. I'll come back and talk to you. Hey,
The point of what we do here is to
Tell me that dude qualifies for immunity. Fuck that. Fucking road raging asshole. Banning, you're muted, bud. You'd lose all the momentum there.
I work for a very large tech company. I'm not very tech savvy, so I apologize. Here's the deal with that. And this is Banning's opinion. I can give a shit less what anybody thinks. Once they get into prison, where they're going to go after this is aired, and a jury of their peers puts them away, I give them less than 24 months that last in prison to where they either end it themselves or somebody else does it. And I don't wish death on anybody, but somebody that's going to do this to somebody that's freaking handcuffed, and I don't care what that dude's charges are that are sitting there laying there, nobody in their right minds, he's in jail, county jail, prison, wherever they're at right now, and this dude does that, it's on like Donkey Kong, man. I'm sorry. If I'm the sergeant rolling up on scene and I see this, I'm probably losing my stripes, my badge, and everything else, because it's going to come unglued pretty freaking fast.
Yeah.
I don't care, because we took an oath to protect people. I can give a shit less what the deal is. It's the situation. So we go in there, and if you got to friggin' tear somebody up that's got a uniform on, I don't give a flying, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Again, soapbox with this, but people like this make a lot of people in this audience right now think that all cops are like this, and corrections and everything else. And it's a very small percentage. And I wish we could abolish them all. And that's another reason why we created this. Anyway.
Yep. And my hope watching that, because I will tell you my impression, there was no surprise when that guy did what he did by anybody else in that fucking room, which pisses me off.
Yep.
Because like I've said before, like we talked about, and this is why Tim Owen's comment is so perfectly fucking timed, is the moment I seen you act the way that Boiling Water Dude did, when he's like, I'll fucking shoot you in your fucking head. You fucking do that to me. Blah, 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 blah. Like, my initial reaction was like, bro, I would have been in it so quick. Like, get the fuck out. I got this. And then afterwards, I'm like, why the that's when I would have jumped into shit. Like, why the fuck are you talking to people like this? That officer had all the ample time that he could have needed to intervene on that. Versus on this one, this dude just punched a handcuffed prisoner. And nobody reacted. Nobody was like, Jesus Christ, Sarge, like, or whoever he was. That's the culture there. That's normal to them. Everybody there, that was normal. Because otherwise, why would you have had your body cam on? Like, that's just the norm. Like, which is fucking insane to me.
Yep.
That is insane to me.
Everybody in that room that failed to stop that is just as guilty as the person throwing the clothes in.
100%. And I'm not saying you should have prevented it, but the minute he started, you should have tried to intervene, or like, even if you're in the shock of it, like, holy shit, like, get out, like, do something. You did nothing. You did that too. I don't care. Listen, and people are like, well, what if he's a pedophile, or if he's a murderer? I don't care. Listen, I don't care. No person deserves to be punched while handcuffed. Just the way I feel. Like I kind of look at it. I would think how doctors take their, what is it, Hippocratic oath? Is that what they call it?
Yep. Yeah, Hippocratic oath.
They're going to save everybody. No matter what, they're going to save everybody. So my job is to get you in cuffs. Once you're there, now you're under my protection. I can't let you get hurt while you're in cuffs.
And we're all here for the same thing. But for somebody to make a comment that down here that 95% of cops are criminals, it's proven. That
Get out of here.
Josephine, wherever you're getting that from, please check your sources. That is not a fact. I'm going to tell you right now, it's less than 1% across the United States and around the globe that are doing bullshit like this, and the other percentage are like Erik and I, and we want to stomp their heads in and put them in prison.
Yeah,
and we're trying to get them out of the profession as fast as we can, but we have limited powers on that. And
Josephine, if I'm going to be honest, you're wearing out your welcome pretty quick. We normally don't pay this much attention to somebody that keeps spewing bullshit, and you're spewing bullshit. So if you're going to do that, I'm going to call you out. Just no different than anybody else would call me out when I said something stupid. So there's 350 million approximate calls for service each year. Now, if you want to start calling out numbers, I'm going to call out numbers. 350 million calls for service, approximate, each year for police. Out of that, 0.0006 end up being a use of force or a complaint. Even less of that end up being sustained. So, if 80 to 85% are wearing body cams out of 350 million calls for service, I'm pretty sure there would be overwhelming evidence that backed up your claim. But the complaints, the sustained uses of force or complaints, they don't back that up. That's bullshit. So, is what it is. Let's keep going here. We've got, do we have another video? Yeah, we do have one more video left. Let me share this one. Share screen. And biggie size. Oh, I right-clicked, my bad. Pause. On January 24th, 2025, at approximately 10:40 p.m., the APD ACE unit requested GSP and the APD Air units assistance in locating a stolen vehicle in the area of Peachtree Street and Pine Street.
5056, GSP is going to be in pursuit of that vehicle. He's by himself. Hey, move on. He's got a dog. Push ball on stage.
I'm curious if GSP means Georgia State Police.
It's turning on.
They don't
Hearing
play.
right now.
Just turned off daring. I think GSP's got it.
Go get him.
Georgia State Police would already hit him.
All right, 5056. GSP is going to be in pursuit of that vehicle. He's by himself. Hey, be advised, he's got it.
Okay, from here, we're going full. Sorry, I didn't mean to click that comment. I'll get to it in a second. From here, we're going full felony stop.
Yep.
Car stops, felony stop. What that means is we're going to get out, guns drawn, and then we're going to start loud hailing. Driver, turn the vehicle, put the vehicle in park. Put your hands out the window. We're going to command them out versus going up to the car. So, with that said, I'm going to the comments here. The night said, or the video where the lady cop was trying to pull a male counterpart who was wailing on a guy in the back of the car that was cuffed, and then he turned on her. I think many are familiar with that video. And then Tim Owen said, Josephine, he may have told you everything that was happening in New York at the time, but he couldn't tell you everything because he doesn't know everything. Now, come on. Now, let's keep it fair. I the Night said, New York has a metric ass ton of cops. If you think your dad knew everything that was going on, I'm going to call BS. Perhaps in this specific precinct, but not across the city. Yeah. For those wondering, I think NYPD's up to like 42 or 48,000 cops.
Yeah.
Like that's bigger than a lot of people's cities. And then Harrison Brock said, I think it's higher than that, 1%, but less than 10%, just from what I see in Kentucky. So, okay, let's keep going here.
Dog, he's got a dog.
Is he keep saying he's got a dog?
Mm-hmm.
Is he talking about the bad guy, or is he talking about?
I don't know if that's a canine officer. It looked like a slick top unit in GSP. Is a lot of their guys with the canines out there that are Georgia State Patrol will have a slick top that have a dog in it. Maybe that's I've never seen this video, but
yeah,
it might be.
Okay, I was curious about that.
Overhead.
Okay, that's definitely a canine officer.
Pushing towards Peachtree.
Okay, so the reason it's so important to keep telling officers that there's a dog on the ground is because that dog will bite another cop.
And it looks like he's on a lead. Work for those. That's a leash. It looks like he's on a lead right now, though.
And for those that don't know, Banning was a canine. I tried to say Banning and canine at the same time. Banning was a canine officer. So if anybody knows, it's this motherfucker. So.
I got eyes on the canine. I'm looking for Buddy here.
Oh, he's running.
All right, I got him. We're running northbound.
3 of them.
37 Standish Avenue, running northbound.
Oh, that's gonna be hard to keep track of.
I got 3 individuals running northbound on Standish Ave. Next cross, it's gonna be off of Peachtree and Standish. Currently running through a parking lot. They pushing towards Peachtree? I'm pushing towards Peachtree.
They would have been good if they would have kept running their own directions. Looks like they all want to.
My question is why? And I love air units. I love that sport, but I've never heard an air unit get as worked up as this guy is. Am I wrong in thinking for that?
Yeah, he does sound. You're right. I didn't even pay attention to that. He does sound a little.
So to put it in perspective, he's in an air unit. There's at least 2 on there. Usually you have your main pilot, and then you have your peace officer that's in there that's running the infrared and the FLIR, which is forward-looking infrared. That's the camera we're looking through, and he's the one that's doing communications with units on the ground and dispatch. And he is, in his mind, and he may be new, so he's probably doing it better than I would, but he's getting so amped up trying to get that information down there. And what people don't understand is when you're giving amped up information to ground troops, I'm going to call them that because it's patrol officers on the ground, that adrenaline that's coming through the radio is also getting the adrenaline up of the officers, and they already have their own from what they're seeing. I'm not criticizing, but I just wanted to bring that up. He's very amped up for being 200 to 300 feet off the ground, nowhere in harm's sight. And I think he needs to work on some triangle breathing or just to help him on the next call.
Right. So I will say we are chasing after a stolen vehicle and stolen vehicle suspects. So it's a property crime.
Mm-hmm.
So end of the day, play it safe, do everything you can, but it's a property crime. So keep that in mind. I don't know what's going to happen. That's why I'm trying to, for me, if I'm the sergeant, I am going to make sure my officers are on the ground know, hey, it's a property crime.
Yep.
Relax. Let's not get too juiced up.
Push bond on Standish. Pushing towards Peachtree. Get up to Peachtree.
That's the job of the supervisor. Keep your guys calm. Gotta clear the vehicle here.
They're pushing towards Peachtree. Get the fuck out!
Oh, he still had a guy in the car. Good for this kid. He's like, I ain't fucking around. I ain't running. I ain't doing shit.
Yeah,
and good on this officer for still checking the vehicle, because a lot of times we see the rabbits run and we ignore it.
And that kid's probably going to go home tonight and get to sleep in his comfy bed.
Yep, you're right. Because at the end of the day, like, I didn't steal his car. My
Yeah,
boy
it's like-
picked me up, and that's what I did.
Like, I
Smartest
decided
guy
to hang
here.
out with some retards, and they did some stupid shit, and I got caught in the middle of it. I'm going to listen to everything you say.
Yep.
And praise to him for that.
Yep. Good on him. Now, he had something in his hand, which was probably a dumb move, but
Get the fuck out of your stomach right now.
beautiful. I like it. I'm okay with the swearing, whatever you got to do. Take him into custody.
Shut the fuck up.
All right, I got him. We're running northbound.
Relax. Listen, that's a write-up. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's a write-up. Now, if I'm your boss, I'm going to laugh at you. I'm going to say, you're an idiot. We're going to have a laugh over it. I'm like, hey, dude.
We're gonna be signing a document later
Yeah,
on.
this is gonna go in your jacket, dude. Like, you can't talk to people like that. I understand. Don't trust me. I understand.
You got to watch how hard we're slapping those cuffs on too. So
Yeah, well, that's another thing that frustrates me is I feel like my department has the best cuffing technique. I've seen a lot of them, and so when I see other people's cuffing techniques, I'm like, that's shit. So.
37 Standish Avenue.
No,
Adam
y'all
down.
putting in work and y'all's ass got caught. That's it. No, you got caught, pimp. Y'all put in too much work. Oh yeah, you did something today, baby. You caught eights. That's what happened.
Next cross. It's going to be off of Peachtree and Standish.
Listen, it's not professional. But all right, whatever.
Currently running through a parking lot.
Because let's be honest, he knows he was in his own car. He played it the smart way, though.
I got several out, so.
But I can only stay with one here.
Now, you want to know if he's truly innocent?
Shut the fuck up. Wearing gloves, just giving you a ride like this is my first day.
Oh, did he just pull out rubber gloves?
I have a chance.
He did just pull out rubber gloves, didn't he?
Shut the fuck up. Wearing gloves, just giving you a ride like this is my first day.
Listen, that is an indicator of somebody that's out committing crimes, y'all.
Hey, he could be a doctor and he was doing house calls and got caught up in the middle of stuff.
Very true. But my man had rubber gloves in his pocket. Now, good for him. I will say he did do it smart. He stayed in the car. And just like you said, Banning, doesn't matter what we find on him.
Yep.
This guy, hey, bro, tell us who your boys were. You're going to be good to go. Because really, the only one I care about is the one that was behind the driver's seat.
Yep. I mean, he may be put into a report and detective's going to look at it later, totality of the circumstances, maybe some surveillance comes out. This guy may be the one that mainly stole a vehicle, and that may come out. But from the way he acts on this scene is going to dictate how he's going to be treated for the rest of the night. And he may go home for the night.
Yep.
You know, it just all depends on the totality.
I just want to put this out there. We're currently showing 309 people.
That's
on
a lot.
Restream. That's so many.
That's
I know
thousands.
It doesn't sound like a lot to anybody listening, but them numbers don't translate to what we're truly having on. So we're normally sitting around 120 to 200. So we're actually gaining people, and we've been going for 4.5 hours.
Maybe you don't need to launch this on YouTube anymore.
Holy shit. I know. And my YouTube channel was taken down for the week. So that's insane. So we're going to, fuck it. I'm just going to keep going. Let's keep going with this video, though.
I have it transmitting right now. It might be inoperable.
Got one laying down.
I got one in custody on Standish. One of these guys, he just jumped. All right, two of them jumping a wall, running back westbound towards Standish Avenue.
Where's the third guy? That's what I want to know.
One's gonna be wearing a black hooded sweatshirt.
Oh, he's gonna hide in the dumpster.
Oh, I got one of them jumping in a dumpster here, 1720 Peachtree Street, Northwest.
Keep your light on.
That's hilarious.
All right, we got officers about to make contact at the dumpster.
So if I'm in this situation, I'm not going to the dumpster. I'm going to set up a perimeter.
I'm going to call them out.
And I'm going to loud hail them out. Like, that's me.
Yep. And if you have to bring in a dog for an extraction on that, you have to.
Right. Yeah.
It's tools of the trade, and it's a less lethal option.
Yeah. I'm not going up there.
Okay, now coming up though. We're coming in part one now.
Okay.
Okay, they're backing off.
Out! Get out!
Peekaboo!
Get out! On the ground! Hurry the fuck up! On the ground! Get on the ground! On the ground! Hey, second one, come out!
This is actually pretty funny.
Second one, come out!
Second guy, come on out. It's over. Come on out. The hands up.
Let them know. Helicopter saw you go in there. That's why we're here.
On the ground.
There you go.
Get on the ground.
Hands up. He's complying with orders.
Okay, so he's doing what we call arcing his taser. You heard that? He's arcing it to let him know, like, hey, we mean business.
Hey, have him come back to us. Hey, I don't know if it's anybody else. Crawl back. To my voice. Crawl back. Don't look at me. Crawl back. Both of y'all.
Okay, I ain't mad at that.
All
It's
black.
safe.
Crawl back. I know you're scared. Crawl back. Keep crawling. Hurry up. Yeah. Keep crawling. Keep crawling. Keep crawling. Okay. You got it? Adam, go ahead. I got contact. I got lethal.
Yeah, beautiful.
50-54. We got 2 detained. OC sprayed. What's up, man? They was in hiding in shot cans, so he tried to pepper them. They wouldn't come out. So it was a crack. That's all they.
Oh, they sprayed it. That's genius.
Get them to come out.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. I would have just backed up and loud hailed, but yeah, spraying in there. Little quick burst. Smart.
I'm curious why the troopers are still there. There's nobody to pit. No crash report.
Nobody's gotten bit. Nobody got hurt.
Hey, I like that OC. Shit spicy, ain't it?
It's spicy, isn't it?
Take it loose so I can see where it belongs to. No. If it's one of ours, could we not?
Look at all the guns they got.
Aggravate it?
Officers recovered 2 firearms.
They won't let me see it that way. I have to have the other.
Duty. Oh, they found an officer's off-duty belt or his duty belt. No shit.
I'm gonna tell you, man. In over 20 years that I've done this,
wow.
I don't know how many reports I've received coming through TLETs, which is a messaging system for those that don't know, that Officer Schmuckatelli at whatever agency left his entire duty rig in his personal vehicle, parked at a mall in a different city, and the windows were smashed, and somebody took his shit and his credentials and ID, and it's like, dadgummit, man.
Right.
I have never left my duty belt in a private vehicle parked in a public lot. I don't know if it's common sense or what, man. I mean, I know cops make mistakes and they got families and they got to go and they're on call and this and that, but get a better freaking system. Don't leave that shit in the personal car.
I have a weird window or a weird perspective, I should say. I grew up with a dad who was a cop. My dad retired as a police officer. And I had a lot of servicemen and women in my family, whether it was firefighters, military, or cops. So for me, yeah, it was a little more common sense. But I've got friends that I actually have a really good friend from my department who's a co-sergeant with me. We've kind of promoted all at the same time, all the way up. And he became a cop on a whim. His roommate became a cop, like wanted to go take the civil service test. So he went with him just to go do it with him and ended up getting a really good score on the civil service test and became a cop before his buddy, who did end up becoming a cop later. But, and so my buddy Witten, and he had his shit taken out of his car. And the only thing that I can really attribute that to is like, he just kind of was clueless. Like, yeah, you went through police academy training, but that doesn't you don't really know the real world just because you went through academy training. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? Yeah.
Academy, academy training is going to give you the bare minimum, and that bare minimum, I don't believe is enough.
No,
but it goes up against deaf ears.
Yeah, I think academy training should be a year long.
I bring guys to my training facility that has 10, 15 years of experience of awesome arrests and great things, and I get to expose them to things that could happen. And nine times out of 10, the things that I'm putting them through in my training facility, they've never experienced. And they go back to that baffled 6-hour officer that's still in training, even though they have all that experience based on the dynamic things going on around them. And I think this needs to happen to every friggin' peace officer out there, just to get more prepared on what's going on. But I'm going to sit here, I'm looking at our big fat faces on this, and brother, I need to get a better camera. Jesus.
Yeah, your camera's
I look like I've got a Motorola Razr from 2003, and I'm trying to project on the screen. So I apologize. I mean, it's probably better that y'all don't see all my imperfections. I might keep it for a while, but
you're good, bro. You're good. No worries. But no, we've got so many people still logged on. So
let's put another video on there.
And well, I don't have any more.
No, man. What about the one I sent you? That somebody wanted me to, and I.
We already watched it.
Oh, we already did.
Yeah, we just didn't watch that page. It was the Yeah. We already did that one.
I never saw it, so I wasn't sure if we went through it or not.
Yeah. So okay. You guys know I don't do this often. I'm not that guy, but let me do one shameless plug because what we do costs money. So let me get it out of the way real quick. I will share this screen. Please go to one of our sponsors, Ghost Patch, and we have 3 things that we offer. We have a metal badge, which you can see my mouse right here. We have the metal badge. We have a coin right there, and then we have a little Velcro patch. So go to Ghost Patch and pick one of those things. And when you do that, you directly help support us. And then you actually help support Ghost Patch, who is sponsoring us, because we split the cost on all this stuff. So they get a little bit of money, we get a little bit of money, and we put it towards the show. So there you go.
And when we say that we put this towards the show, I mean, there's so much cost that goes into, and Erik could speak and itemize it because he's been paying it out of his own freaking account. and I'm sure it's been a husband-wife discussion for months because of how amazing you are. I can only pony up so much as well from what I'm doing, but it's literally the microphone Erik's talking into. I don't know how many hundreds of dollars that in, the LED lights that looks like Star Wars behind him. This is all coming out of Erik's pocket. The sound deadening in his studio, and if you guys understood our business plan of where we're taking this. To bring in heroes to actually talk and do podcast interviews and stuff like that. We're bringing law enforcement to you, regardless if you want it or not. You can partake, you can watch, you can add your comments on there. But we're trying to bring as much as we can for you, and we're also bringing these officers that are getting inducted in the National Law Enforcement Officer Hall of Fame in the future, and the ones that are going to be inducted in the future even beyond that. We're going to keep bringing them in, and these are officers that truly go above and beyond.
I like this comment. People need to buy stuff so Banning can get a new camera. Yeah, you ain't wrong.
Yeah, it is, and I travel a lot, guys, and this is a little laptop that I have, and I apologize for the bad, but at least you can kind of see what I look like. I'm just a big glob of nastiness. But really, guys, what we're doing here, I mean, it's for y'all.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no point of Erik and I staying up this late unless we love bringing our experience to y'all. And we're all watching this for the first time.
Yeah. Sigmund Lord said, I ask you kindly to take in consideration that I would support, if not for my current legal situation. It's a lot, especially with a family. Yeah. We'd love to, I'd love to know more. Love to know more about what's going on. I obviously saw throughout the comments that you've got something going down, so would love to know a little bit more if you care to share.
But you don't have to publicly share that. You can share that with Erik in private.
Yeah, just DM that shit. I don't want you to
put you on blast. That's no. You wouldn't believe the stories that we get to come across on here, and sometimes we've been able to help people with stuff and get them in front of the right people. So
yeah, we're like right now we don't have any more videos to show. but I want to answer questions. I want to be able to have real discussions and do. This is the fun part. Like for me, what's been frustrating to a lot of people is they really like doing the body cam video reviews. So they like to watch the video parts and they want to talk about it. But overwhelmingly, there's been a lot of people that they just like the discussion part. And they want to ask their questions, say their piece, and get it out there and vent. Some people just want to vent. You know, like the Priscilla lady earlier. I think that's I think she wants to vent. And I'm okay with that. Like I said, we don't just kick people, guys. I'm not in the business of censorship. That's not what we want. So I'm going to let you continue to keep saying what you guys want to say. I'm not going to block it. I may not acknowledge it. Don't get pissed off because I don't acknowledge it. Because you
Other
guys
people
don't
see it. Everybody
Other
reads
people
it.
see it. And sometimes you know when you were on that bullshit. Because sometimes I'm on my own bullshit and you call me out. So it is what it is. So I think we're pretty fair across the board on that. Sigma said, I just started posting. Hard have to relive the events each time. Yeah, that's post-traumatic stress, bro. That is, like we talked about that earlier. Like just talking about the stuff that you had to go through. For me, which is really weird for me, and Bannon, we've talked about this on the show before. For me, I never thought I was a victim of post-traumatic stress. Domestic violence calls for some reason stick inside my brain. And I didn't know that until I had some domestic violence survivors on my show for interviews. And then it all came out. Like I fucking went through it and didn't know. And it just hit me. And then that's when post-traumatic stress really kind of opened my eyes, because I never thought that I had post-traumatic stress about anything. And if I'm going to be honest, the post-traumatic stress I have, it isn't even for myself. It's for the people that got hurt, which I don't understand. Do you get that, Banning? I don't get it. Why does that bother me? It wasn't me. I wasn't the victim.
And my thing, Eric, is, going to those domestic violence calls. And for those of you who don't know, that's a very high or a bad call that law enforcement goes to all over the world, not just America. When we have these things that spruce off in our house between husband and wife or husband and whatever, it gets violent for whatever reason. I've never personally gone through it, but I've gone to dozens and dozens and dozens of these bad calls, and a lot of them have ended up in death or aggravated assaults or worse with the children that are born between them. But also another one for me is wrong way drivers with DWIs that hit a vehicle, and it's a family maybe coming from wherever, and they're escaping something that's bad, and they're having to leave in the middle of the night, and they're met with a DWI that's driving down the wrong side of the road head on, where the speed limit is 75. Wrong way driver maybe even going more than 75. And when you hit that metal on metal, and then we're the first responder on scene, and I'm a human being. Nobody can teach you how to properly digest what you're about to see in this carnage of all this metal. And then when you get to a back seat, and I'm not even going to go into the details because I don't want to give somebody else in the comments the stuff that we go through. We make all these big bucks on, and what Banning made on every 2 weeks when everything came out of my check was less than $500 every 2 weeks. So, and I was the topped out, highest paid uniformed officer at my department. And I was making literally less than $1,000 a month once taxes and insurance and everything else came out of my check. But I still love it, and I did it. And I had other side sources of income, training officers to make it to where my family could still eat and do everything. And it's not a pity show for Banning. This is a choice that Banning did. But if I sit there and if I could have a movie player up here of everything that Banning saw, of what I saw on every call, there's not a lot of people out there that can handle that. And I'm not saying that I handled everything. I'm not afraid to say that I have gone and spoke to people about it. Because if you don't do that, you can become crazy. I married a 911 dispatcher. Go figure, stereotype, right? However, she has heard people in their lives on the phone. She has heard the violence, and only that mind can sit there and develop that picture. Yep. So we could bounce off of each other every day when we came home from shift to get by to that next day. You know, and I'm not going to sit here and go biblical, but I believe we're called in the positions that we do in life. And I did it for 21 years. I ran for sheriff, lost for a little bit less than 200 votes, and I decided to enter the private industry and still serve law enforcement under a company called Mark 43. And we do what's called computer-aided dispatch. That's 911 calls coming in for the dispatcher. And RMS is just report management system going after the officers in the field. And I love what I do. I get to fly all over the country, meet amazing officers, meet amazing brass and command staff from everywhere. And everybody's trying to get a better system to where we can articulate to the public what's truly going on in the cities. But it's really for a different breed that are coming out here to take that oath. And sorry, I just read a message, personal message, that you know, we take this oath to go out here, and we're not. There's nothing that can prepare you. And I did 4 years in the Marines. I don't have any weird war stories. I get out, honorably discharged 2 weeks before the towers got hit. So I lost a lot of friends in the war after 9/11.
Yeah.
You know, again, it's for a very small percentage of people to handle what law enforcement, not just law enforcement, it's any first responder out there. And that goes to the ER staff, people in the hospitals. We're very blessed in the United States to have these people willing to either volunteer, because there's a lot of volunteers out there, and then the full-time paid people from the doctors, nurses, techs, fire departments, EMS. I mean, there's such a system here that truly tries to keep everybody safe. And that's all we're trying to project here, guys, is you may hate America, you may do it, but we truly live in a really good country. And,
if you see how other law enforcement are across the globe, but we'll close it up here in 10 minutes, because at the 10-minute mark, we will be at 5 hours.
It's our longest show, man.
It's our longest show ever.
It is.
So I want to say, listen, we know there's problems in law enforcement. Ego, that's one. We're addressing that. We're going to put out a series for ego and how to fix it with law enforcement. People can take it for what they want or not. But if you guys see videos out there where there's obviously a problem with the ego at that department, rather than just bitch about it, I want you to offer them the solution. And guess what? The solution is going to be on the Two Cops One Donut YouTube page. Free. They've got no excuse. Here is a class that is put on, and we're not going to tell you the department, but you can say it's put on by one of the 12 largest departments in the nation that also share the same class. And it's free. Go to it. So ego's an issue. Training's an issue. So we're going to discuss police training. What else are we going to talk about? Knowing your court cases, I'm blanking. The whiskey's hitting me. We talked about it earlier. You're not constitutional law. What the hell is it called? Knowing your court cases. There's staying up. I know. Staying up on your court cases. Like knowing the current court case law. Case law. Jesus Christ, I couldn't fucking think of it. Knowing your case law, like the numbers keep jumping up, by the way. This is going to make it really hard for me to get off of this fucking platform. When the numbers keep going up, it's really hard for me to jump off, y'all. This is why we're going 5 hours. We've never gone 4 hours as long as we've ever gone. So
my wife would laugh at you if I ever said I went for 5 hours. I mean, that's
right. Andy Fletcher's like, Jesus Christ, case law, say it. So everybody in case law, idiot, read. Sorry, guys. All caps. You're right. So case law, ego. What else? What else is another major problem in law enforcement that we're seeing that we keep addressing? I feel like there's these things that we keep talking about. So anyway, we're aware. We're going to keep hammering down on it. The reason we do it, me, Banning, everybody on Two Cops One Donut, Matt Thornton, especially, I think a lot of the people that are on tonight are from Matt's page. The reason we keep hammering on this stuff is because it doesn't make a difference if you as a civilian says it to another cop, which is bullshit, but that's just reality. But when I say it as a cop who's in the streets still currently as a midnight supervisor in a city of over 1 million plus people, that holds credibility. Banning, as a person that was in law enforcement for as long, he just got out. He was a cop when we started this. So when he says it, like, it holds more weight with other cops. So when we say it, if you get mad at what we're saying as a cop, maybe you're part of the problem. So that is why we keep doing what we're doing. That is one of the reasons we're pushing out, because we are the influence over our own career field. Are people talking shit? You keep giggling.
I'm reading the comments, man. Mama G just said banning TMI. Some things should be kept quiet. It's a joke. And I'm going to tell you right now, my wife would laugh. She'll watch this tomorrow and she'll laugh. Somebody else wrote in here. That's what she said. We have the button in our kitchen. You know, if I make a comment in the living room, my wife will hit it on the fridge. Well, that's what she said.
Right. Yeah.
It's humor. It's just humor to get through the bad days out there, and we love humor.
So y'all, just for what you need to know on the horizon, we are going to create the Donut Network. What does that mean? Matt is going to have his own show. So for all my Matt Thornton people out there, I'm trying to get Matt his own show. He's old. Listen, these are things that he's wanted to do. He just didn't know how to do it until he met me. So I am trying to make that happen for him because I am such a believer in Matt. So I told Matt, you just tell me the idea, buddy. Once we get the idea written out, I'm going to make it happen. So you've got your own show. So we're going to get Matt his own show. We're going to keep doing the Two Cops, One Donut stuff. Me and Banning, we've got some ideas for some shows that we want to do. We've got Trey and Kat going to do street interviews from their necks of the woods, so to speak, California and New York, where we have ideas for shows for them. So we're all going to be pushing out this stuff on the new Donut Network. I guess that's the unofficial name. That's kind of what we're talking.
With sprinkles.
With sprinkles, yes. And with that, y'all, please, it's free. I'm not asking for your money. If you can buy one of those patches and coins and stuff to give you something, you know, to hold and look and say, this is my precious or whatever, that's awesome. But if you don't have money, all I ask is that you go and you like, subscribe, follow on all of the stuff that we're doing. It's free. It takes zero money and maybe 30 seconds of your day. That in itself helps us keep doing what we're doing. So please, Brock, Eric, you are not much younger than Matt. Listen, I am 42 here in.
Jesus, man, come on.
Yeah, how you like that, Banning?
I just turned 46. Back on January 20th?
You old bitch. February 12th. So in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in a week, I am 42. Oh shit, we're gonna do a live.
Oh yeah.
Maybe. No, it's on a Wednesday. No, we're not doing a live. I forgot. We went 5 hours and now it's past midnight. So no, we're not doing a live on my birthday. Maybe I'll take the day off and we'll do a live just for shits and giggles. Dude, the numbers are still going up. We're at 316 now. You fuckers, you're making it so hard to get off and the numbers keep going up. What am I supposed to do? Oh shit. He goes, Andy Fletcher said you're babies. Andy, how old are you? That's hilarious. Oh shit. Slavi. What does that mean? Sigma, are you from Ukraine? Is that what I'm reading? That's crazy. You'd be the first Ukrainian that we've had on the show. We've had some Australians. We've had Greenland and Iceland. That was also very
cool. What? Let's Eric, let's end this on and I can't even send it to you on YouTube.
Yeah.
I want you to look up Chick-fil-A where the guy doesn't say my pleasure. It's a short reel. Because we were talking about Chick-fil-A earlier, guys, and we got to have comedy in life, right? So this and the guys that produce this, obviously, it's all fake and done for comedy. I love Chick-fil-A. I love that place. They're amazing, but he's got to play that reel because this thing. I think Jamie sends it to me about twice a week. If I'm having a bad day, she'll send me that reel, man. It makes me smile.
I got it.
Yes, that's it. That's it. Make it Biggie size and let's watch this thing.
I don't know that I can make it biggie size. I think that's the best I can do.
Okay.
But
everybody listen.
We got the 2 chicken nuggets and then the number 1 that's going to be $22.50 at the first window.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Or my pleasure. My pleasure. I said my pleasure. I said my pleasure, right? Fuck, dude, you gotta let me in.
Fuck,
I said
dude.
my pleasure. I said my pleasure. You can ask him. I said it. Oh, you can. I said it. I said my pleasure. I said it. I said my pleasure.
Just wait.
So that was 2 chicken nuggets and a number 1. That's gonna be $20.55 if you just pull around to the front window.
They popped him.
What happened to the other guy? So there was no other guy, but if you just pull up, your food will be ready. Okay, thanks. Yeah,
There was no other guy. Oh,
but why is this funny? You know, and I'm not talking about the pop in the car. That's not what I'm. But why is this funny? Because they have such a good training regimen at every single Chick-fil-A around the United States. Every other fast food is trying to catch up to the niceness, everything that they're doing. I don't know if you guys are having a bad day on a Saturday and you pull into Chick-fil-A and you're just met with this. It doesn't matter what kind of day you're having, man. And they just kill you with kindness. And I love it. And that's what I try to do as a law enforcement officer when I'm out there. And that's why I bring this up is you may be having a bad day, but you're being paid out there for those taxpayers when you're out there wearing that uniform and you try to kill people with kindness. It doesn't matter how your day is going. And I know that's these Chick-fil-A, because I'm going to tell you right now, I will go crazy if I think that there's no Chick-fil-A person across the United States that doesn't have family problems at home or whatever, a loved one getting locked up or whatever. And then when they come, they bring that 100% out there. And no matter how bad of a day they're having, that's my pleasure. What do you need? How can I help you? Yep. And I wish more businesses, government, privately owned, publicly traded would take this leadership that they're doing and put it out there, because Chick-fil-A's got it. You can sit there and say, oh, Chick-fil-A's unhealthy. I don't give a flying shit.
It's the Lord's chicken. I love it.
But their model is great, man.
Yeah.
And for other groups like this to go out there and do spinoffs, that means that Chick-fil-A is busting ass out there, man.
Right.
And they do these little funny things. Chick-fil-A's badass.
Yep.
You know, I get pissed off. I'll go to another fast food restaurant because I got to catch a flight really quick, and my wife says I want this and this and this, and we'll go to. I'm not going to say it. And you get to the window to order or to the speaker, and they're like, "Welcome to. You're going to die in 12 hours with our grease, whatever. How can I take your order?" And it's just like, really? Okay, I'm on a diet tonight. I just want a quadruple cheeseburger, etc. And that's all I want. And they're not killing you with kindness.
Right.
They don't want to be there. Maybe the pay, maybe it's whatever things going on in life. But Chick-fil-A, dude, that's magic sauce, man.
Yep.
If we can take that and put it into law enforcement, FD, dispatch, they've got the secret sauce, man.
Yep.
Make all the folks we want.
I think we've accomplished it tonight, Banning.
I do
Josephine, who has been an outlier tonight.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
And I appreciate her owning that, just like as we would.
At the end of the day, so the comments I made are not directed at you. Yeah. Fair. Listen, that's fair. At the end of the day, y'all, we just want fair and objective to come to the table, because that's what we're bringing to you. I think a lot of you see it once you get to know us. I don't expect you to see that right away. Like, it does take time. You can't just trust what people say right at the beginning. But yeah, it's awesome. That is exactly what Josephine just said. That is our goal every single time, is to get somebody to be kind of, against us, but then at the end of it, be like, all right, you guys aren't that bad. Fair enough. So with that said, we are past the 5 hour mark. Jesus Christ. We're going to be providing this on our podcast channel soon. So if you didn't get a chance to watch it and you just want to listen to everything that we've talked about tonight, head to 2 Cops, 1 Donut on, Apple, Spotify, and it's going to be actually the number 2 Cops and the number 1 Donut. For whatever reason, they wouldn't let me do it all spelled out like I got in everything else.
And I got some comments, Eric, and I don't even think I shared this with Eric, and this is from law enforcement across the United States. They're like, hey, Banning, love the lives. Like I said, there's a lot of full-time, even guys I went to high school with, that got in law enforcement. They watch us every week, even if I'm not on here, because of what Eric's doing. And I don't get to share that enough with Eric. But then some of them say, when are you going to bring back the traditional podcast of when you bring somebody in the studio? That's coming. It's our schedules, everything that's going on. It costs money to do things. We're going to do that. You guys are seeing a small smidgen of what's behind Erik. Erik has built a beautiful studio in there. We're going to start bringing in full-on podcast where he has to edit it, and he's going to cut some stuff out there. But we have to generate things to make that happen. And there's a lot of us working in the background to make that happen. And we're going to bring some very dynamic, amazing podcasts to y'all that you can watch. May not be as exciting as these two sons of bitches sitting in front of you bringing up videos, but it's going to be really good stuff. So
right. Yep. And it ain't just going to be cops. It ain't just going to be criminal justice, people that love the criminal justice system. It's going to be those that are against the criminal justice system. We're going to be bringing both sides, and the whole point is to get everybody's perspective out there and bridge that gap. So everybody, thank you for tuning in. Very much appreciated. David Edmondson, see you there, brother. Thank you for tuning in. Everybody from Matt Thornton's channel, thank you. I understand he wasn't on here tonight. I hope we did him a little bit of justice. Just know that him and his wife needed some private time tonight, and he couldn't make it, but he will be on. He is a part of Two Cops, One Donut. Banning, thank you for being here, brother. Everybody else, please like, share, subscribe, follow, do all the things the kids say to the Two Cops, One Donut YouTube channel, Instagram channel, Facebook, whatever your preference be. But guys, thank you. This was a great conversation tonight. Had a lot of fun. So take it easy, everybody.
Appreciate it, guys.